Chapter 101 Trial Forest. The old ninjutsu master and Fowl were watching Mizuna feed the cat with the piranha boss. Although their brows were a little frowned, they did not stop Mizuna's behavior. The old ninjutsu master saw the black cat, which had grown up quite a bit, jump off Mizuna and walk out of the wooden door a little shakily, and his doubts in his heart became even greater. What did you feed it? It seems a little abnormal. The old ninjutsu master pondered for a moment and decided to ask Mina. Well, some piranha kings that were brought back from outside. I have another one in my hand. Do you want it? Oh, no, I just thought it seemed to be drunk, so I was a little curious. Oh, then I'll send it back to Xiao Ai first, but it will be troublesome if it falls on the ground and someone picks it up. Mina said goodbye to the two and left the workshop. I remember you found this black cat in the Fountain of Darkness. The old ninjutsu master asked Fowl. Yes, but I didn't expect it to have such a high growth rate. I don't know if there will be any problems. After all, it is very likely not a creature on this continent. Let's observe it first. After all, we have watched it grow up since we were young. It's not easy to take action. I hope it won't let us down. The old ninjutsu master summarized. After Mina returned the cat to Xiao Ai, he bought some necessities from Qin and immediately used stealth to come to the ant nest. Mizuna started the final upgrade of the fire bomb technique. Now the fire bomb technique has reached level 16. It should be enough if she kills ants here for half an hour. Fire bomb techniques one after another burned the soldier ants on the ground, but Mizuna was also surrounded by the army of soldier ants. From time to time, a few soldier ants would break through Mizuna's burn area and climb onto Mizuna's body, and this phenomenon was getting worse and worse. There were already hundreds of soldier ants on Mizuna's body, biting Mizuna's blood volume. Hey, I can finally finish the work. Mizuna used the fire bomb technique to clear the way and slapped off the soldier ants still on her body. Mizuna didn't expect that the resistance of these soldier ants would be so high. Although those who were hit by a fire bomb would definitely not survive, those around the fire bomb were still alive, much better than those in the past few days. Mizuna, who came out of the dense forest, followed the task instructions and came to the first ring of the upgrade task. After completing the errand task, the NPC wizard gave Mina the second ring task, hunting 40 poisonous snakes. Fortunately, these so-called poisonous snakes can only attack at close range, otherwise, with their high toxicity, they are basically useless against the low-health ninjutsu masters. After knocking down these poisonous snakes, Mina immediately collected the valuable things on them poison sacks. However, because Mina's collection level is too low, the success rate is not high. Once the collection fails, the corresponding materials will disappear. For this, Mina has no regrets. Anyway, these poison sacks are not advanced things. These things may be useful when they are alive, but after the main body dies, the toxicity decreases greatly. After completing the task, the NPC ninjutsu master gave Mina a certificate to enter the trial forest, which is the difficulty of the task. In the trial forest, all monsters are chakra creatures, and the proportion of magic beasts is very high. These magic beasts are born proficient in one or more attributes of ninjutsu, and their epidermis has a good ability to resist ninjutsu. For ninjutsu masters, it can be said that it is the nemesis of skills. Moreover, in the upgrade task of each profession, the last ring can only be completed by oneself missions, outsiders can't help. I heard that only the upgrade missions of healing medical magicians can ask for outside help, after all, they don't have much combat power. But at this time, a text message came. It was a text message from Tianhuo. The Dark Dragon Guild is now heading to you, please be careful. Tianhuo. As soon as Shui Na saw this, he left immediately. Now Shui Na didn't know how the Dark Dragon Guild found him, so he didn't dare to use the stealth ring here. It was very open here. If there was an assassin, he could see it at a glance. However, not long after Shui Na started running, Shui Na heard a strange sound behind him. Shui Na immediately cast a fire bomb backwards and hit the ground. I saw a slowly emerging figure of an assassin on the steaming ground. It was So Long again. Shui Na didn't have time to kill him, and immediately ran out with all his strength. With So Long's speed, he should be a distance away from the main force, not too far away. If he killed him, he would definitely be surrounded by the main force. It would be better to run to the woods as soon as possible. As soon as he entered the woods, Shui Na immediately entered stealth mode, and squatted under a big tree without even taking a breath. After a while, Shui Na immediately heard footsteps appearing in the surrounding bushes, but he didn't see any human figures. Shui Na carefully observed the situation in the surrounding bushes. There were as many as 10 assassins. And from the level of these thieves, they were all first-class speed dragons. It might be a big chance to win against one, but if it was against 10, even if there were 10 lives, it would not be enough to die. Shui Na squatted for 15 minutes, and only when he was sure that all the assassins were not here did he dare to get up. Shui Na glanced at the money in his backpack and couldn't help but sigh, money is really hard to make. After that, Shui Na walked towards the trial forest carefully. Now the day of the ring is very close. If the professional level is not upgraded by then, there will be nothing much to do in the ring. President, Mina disappeared again, and our people didn't find any trace of him. Nguang reported to Shen Long. What on earth is going on? Why is this happening? Shen Long said angrily. Maybe he got some special props, such as short-distance teleportation or something like that, otherwise it would be impossible for him to escape from the sight of the assassin. Nguang could only guess. Immediately ask someone to check the game introduction for information on this aspect, the more the better. Shen Long also knew that it was unwise to face an opponent who didn't know what special equipment he had. Understood, I have asked someone to check. I believe there will be news soon. Nguang has already done it, and he also ambushed some assassins at several entrances to the trial forest. The trial forest is different from ordinary forests. It is to allow the country's ninjutsu masters to have a place for trial. All places listed as trial forests by the country will set up a barrier protection shield, which prevents the monsters from coming out and prevents people from hunting. Only players or NPCs who have obtained a pass can enter, and the interval between each entry is 7 days. In other words, if the player fails in the upgrade task, he can only take the trial again after 7 days. If he succeeds, he will be upgraded to an intermediate ninjutsu master. If he fails, he can only come again. Whether it is for NPC ninjutsu masters or player ninjutsu masters, the mortality rate of the trial forest is very high. After all, you can only rely on yourself in it, and the characteristics of the monsters themselves are mutually exclusive. Once you are surrounded by the monsters inside, you can only die in it. Shui Na has been maintaining a stealth state all the way. Since Shui Na's name is now well known to the majority of players, in order to prevent the people under the Dark Dragon Guild from knowing his movements, he can only do this. When Shui Na came to one of the entrances of the trial forest, Shui Na found that there were actually many people at this entrance, and it seemed that they were here to see him off. No way, this is also possible. Shui Na looked at the flags in the hands of those people and the shouts of the crowd, and his heart could only be speechless. Mizuna found a random place around and lifted the stealth mode. When Mizuna walked closer to see, Mizuna finally understood what was going on. It turned out that a guild was welcoming several players coming out of the trial forest. Maybe it was because they were the first batch of ninjutsu masters in their guild to be promoted, so it was so lively and happy. Seeing these people so sincere, the feeling of being depressed by the Dark Dragon Guild disappeared. Mizuna felt that this kind of game was what she should pursue. When someone cheers for their efforts and achievements, it is the most exciting and inspiring, and it will give people a stronger motivation to move forward. Mizuna queued up and watched the happy faces of those people celebrating next to him. Although the object was not himself, he would be infected to some extent when he saw others happy. However, when it was Mizuna's turn, a tragedy happened. Mizuna's certificate was not the certificate for this entrance. The entrance belonging to Mizuna was at this position opposite. At this time, Mizuna found that there was a rune on the certificate in his hand, which was the same as the one above the entrance. It is indeed different. It turns out that the process of this upgraded trial task is not unique. It has 4 different trial tasks. Only the last link will be completed in the trial forest, so each player must enter the trial forest according to the entrance on the voucher. With no other choice, Mina had to walk along the barrier shield of the trial forest, but the sensitive Mina had already discovered that she was being followed, but they didn't know why they didn't do it. Excuse me, this ninjutsu player, do you know the location of this entrance? Suddenly, a tall and sexy female assassin appeared in front of Mina. She was dressed very hot and exposed. Mina saw that she was holding a piece of paper in her hand, but Mina didn't see the words on it because of the distance. I'm sorry, I just came here too, I'm not familiar with this place, and now I'm also looking for the entrance. Mina felt that it would be better to be careful when an assassin appeared in this place at this time. Is that so? Then can we go together, so that we have a companion to talk to on the road? The female assassin said happily, but her words made Mina feel suspicious. No, I like to be alone. After saying this, Mina ignored her immediately worsening expression and walked straight to her own entrance. Chapter 102 Fox. Humph, what's so great about that? The female assassin said dissatisfiedly, and she seemed to want to deliberately provoke Mina, and actually followed Mina. Mina also heard her dissatisfied voice, but he was not sure if it was acting. Mina walked in front, paying attention to the surrounding environment, but it seemed that since the woman appeared, the suspicious sounds around disappeared. This made Mina even more worried about an assassin following behind, even if it was a beautiful woman. Mina suddenly accelerated her speed, but Mina could only find that her speed could not be compared with the assassin with agility bonus. In desperation, Mina had to make it clear with the woman. Hey, I don't know why you are following me. Hey, are you sure I am following you now? Don't you think we are going the same way? Or did you buy this road and now you won't let me go? The female assassination magician saw Mina stop, and she also stopped. Well, I'll let you go first. If you and I are going the same way. Unfortunately, I'm a little tired now and don't want to move. Seeing Mina being so hateful, the female assassination magician couldn't help but want to make fun of him. Then goodbye. Mina said, and immediately ran towards the target. Haha, I'm suddenly not tired now. The female assassination magician easily caught up with Mina, and stopped in front of Mina under Mina's vigilant eyes. Mina had no choice but to use the reconnaissance technique to check the information of this female assassin. To be honest, Mina didn't like to invade other people's privacy at all, and she also didn't like others to invade his privacy, so he always thought that he would only use the reconnaissance technique when he thought it was necessary. Beautiful Fox, Professional Intermediate Assassin, Level 22, HP, Ordinary Leather Armor, Agility 135, President of the Fox Fairy Guild. Humph, you dare to use reconnaissance on me so openly, are you looking for death? The beautiful fox saw that Mina's eyes became a little deeper, but the light in his eyes became more and more intense, and immediately knew that he was using reconnaissance, and the appearance of this phenomenon showed that his reconnaissance level was very high. Aren't you sent by the Dark Dragon Guild? Mina did not give up her vigilance because she was not a member of the Dark Dragon Guild, but prepared a fire bomb. Tisk, what's so good about that broken guild? The beautiful fox said disdainfully, but she saw Mina so alert, so she didn't get close to him, lest she be suspected. My name is Mina, and I'm being hunted by the Dark Dragon Guild. If you don't want to get into this place, please don't get close. Mina also found that the female assassin named Beautiful Fox had no ill intentions, but he couldn't be sure whether she would take him down in order to establish a relationship with the Dark Dragon Guild. After all, for the sake of profit, this kind of thing is easy to happen. Oh, no wonder my intuition keeps saying that someone is following me. That's it. Wait, you said your name is Mina, so you are the famous Mina. I heard that you almost ruined the Dark Dragon Guild last time. Tisk, tisk, I really didn't expect you to have this ability. Why don't you take off the hood and let me see it? The beautiful fox looked very curious and circled around Mina for a few times, her big eyes always staring at the shadow under the hood, looking very harmless. Boring. Mina turned around and prepared to leave immediately after saying that. Hey, let's go together. Anyway, the fact that you and I are walking together must have been seen by others. It must have aroused their suspicion. You can't let an innocent girl face so many strangers, right? You are an assassination master, why don't you just sneak? Don't bother me. Mina ignored this person. Anyway, it's still very convenient to run if she is alone. Humph, I insist on following you. Can you do anything to me? The beautiful fox was obviously a very bored person who wants to find something to do. Hey, what do you want? Mina asked as she walked. Let me see what you look like first. If you are cute, I plan to ask you to be my 12th boyfriend. Are you interested? I can support you. Just let me see, just one glance will do. Mina suddenly stopped at this time and rushed directly to the beautiful fox following closely behind her. A translucent film appeared between the two. This is a special function added by the system to female players or NPCs. Without their consent, no male limbs can touch their bodies, physical attacks are directly converted into damage. That's right, a boy who is so shy like the old girls will be looked down upon. Come on, let your sister see it. Be quiet! Mina stared at her and shouted, the veins on her forehead jumped violently. Despite this, Mina was more careful about the surroundings. A firebomb flew directly over the beautiful fox's head and hit the ground, but there was no reaction. Are there any enemies? Seeing that Mina was so alert, the beautiful cunning girl immediately entered the fighting state, and two kunao appeared in her hands. I don't know. Mina didn't say much, and retreated directly to the edge of the trial forest barrier shield. From the outside of the shield, she could only see the grey inside, as if there was a huge mist covering the entire trial forest. Mina, do you need to stay so far away from me? Seeing Mina getting farther and farther away from her, the beautiful cunning girl couldn't help but get angry, and her tone became heavier. No one had ever ignored her like this. Although she was a little willful and had a few more tricks, neither her family nor her friends would ignore her like this. In the previous games, basically no player would treat her like this. Sorry, I'm used to being alone, so you should be more careful. Mina had already determined that someone was nearby, because a stone that Mina had noticed before had changed for no reason. Mina could only walk along the shield now, otherwise she would be attacked from both sides. There are 4 entrances to the trial forest, but due to the vast area of the trial forest, the 4 entrances are far apart. Now Mina is in the middle of the 2 entrances, neither up nor down, which is indeed a good place to start. What to do now? The beautiful fox actually quietly walked to Mina's side and asked. You decide for yourself. Mina already had an idea in her mind. Mina aimed her weapon at the air, and a fireball appeared above it, and then with a whoosh, it slowly flew into the sky, and then a fireball whoosh chased the fireball, and soon, the fireball and the fireball collided. With a bang, both disappeared, but a small explosion occurred. Seeing this, Mina immediately repeated the above actions, and the speed was amazing, and soon a cloud of dust accumulated around Mina. Mizuna hid in it, then took out a scroll to return to the city, and immediately started it. When it was almost 20 seconds, he directly cut off the scroll to return to the city, and finally activated the stealth ring and disappeared in the mist. What? When the beautiful fox saw Mizuna's behavior before, she immediately thought that he wanted to use the scroll to return to the city, so she sneaked and followed him. But what she didn't expect was that Mizuna didn't complete the scroll to return to the city, and disappeared directly, just like an assassin disappeared. Mizuna in stealth knew that he was covered with dust, so he didn't leave immediately, so he stuck to the shield motionlessly, using the grey color in the shield to cover himself. Fuck, let him run away again. Just after the dust dissipated, an angry voice sounded, it was the voice of the speed dragon. Then a burst of rapid footsteps sounded, but the sound was getting farther and farther. Hey, what's going on? The beautiful fox asked in Mizuna's private chat. But Mizuna didn't respond. Hey, don't think I don't know where you are if you don't talk. Believe it or not, I broke your invisibility. Seeing that Mina didn't respond, the beautiful fox had to threaten Mina. Why didn't those people from the Dark Dragon Guild bother you? Logically, there was only a white light returning to the city just now, they would definitely find you, and at the very least, they would shoot you with crossbows. Mina herself discovered the problem just now, so she didn't remove the stealth state. Well, this is hard to explain. Anyway, the dragon will turn around and leave when it sees me. The beautiful fox was better off not explaining this explanation. The more she listened, the more confused she became. Then let's say goodbye. Mina left the original place immediately after she said that. Hey, if you dare to leave, believe it or not, I will let the Dark Dragon Guild inform you. Mina ignored this unreasonable woman and left directly. Sister Fox, where are you? We have been waiting for you for a long time. The private chat of the beautiful fox sounded at this time. I'm sorry, I'm lost. She was probably the only one who got lost in the game. You didn't give me a coordinate, you want to kill me. The beautiful fox saw that the person she was chatting with didn't say anything, and immediately thought of how problematic her excuse was, so she had to change to a more credible excuse, but her life was no longer credible. I'm sorry, I got lost just now, and wanted to find a guy to ask for directions, but I followed him. The beautiful fox didn't have a trace of embarrassment on her face. Hehe, it must be a man, and a handsome man. He values women over friends. A combat-type female healer wearing cloth armor said dissatisfiedly, and next to her was a very quiet healing-type female healer. Learn Xiao Yi's silence when you have time, so that you can look more ladylike. It's hard for men to like a shrew like you. The beautiful fox patted the combat-type healer on the head. Chapter 103 Wind Demon Wolf. Hey, don't you look like a shrew too? The combat-type healer said in a low voice. It's a pity that I have so many men. This shows that I am very charming, don't you understand? You guys can chat slowly, I'm going in anyway. Hehe, I almost forgot about Xiao Yat. Here, there are all equipment that can increase defense, and there is a weapon that can enhance the effect of medical ninjutsu. You will definitely pass this time with these. The beautiful fox gave her the entire backpack. Well, then I'm leaving. Have a good trip. The beautiful fox said heartlessly. I don't know if she can pass this time. She was almost there last time. Don't worry, now she has almost practiced the water stream bullet, she should be able to deal with these monsters. It's a pity that medical magicians cannot let outsiders interfere when they are promoted to intermediate levels, otherwise, I would have taken her away long ago. Just brag, with your level, can you do it? Humph, I won't pay attention to you. The medical magician said angrily. The ability of an intermediate combat medical magician is indeed not a little weaker than other professions. Hey, aren't we waiting for her to come out? The beautiful fox asked as she watched the combat priest walk out. Are you stupid? Is it easy to kill 50 magic wind wolves? It will take at least 3 hours. If you want to wait, just wait here. I'll go back. Then I'll go too. Shui Nai entered the trial forest at almost the same time as the healing medical wizard named Xiao Yat, but they were not at the same entrance. However, after entering the trial forest, Shui Nai chose to go in the direction of Xiao Yat, because Shui Nai saw a treasure chest waving at him in that direction. When he thought that there was no assassin wizard to visit here, Shui Nai's original plan was immediately changed. Now his goal is to dig treasure in the forest. Shui Nai looked around, and then used stealth to come to the treasure chest at the entrance. When he got closer, he found that the treasure chest was a locked bronze treasure chest. Shui Nai immediately took out a bronze key and tried to open it. It was the first time for Mina to use this key, so she was inevitably a little excited. So when she aimed at the keyhole, she didn't get it right. She tried to get it right 3 times before she finally inserted it. Now there are no less than dozens of keys in Mina's backpack. Basically, every time Mina goes to Qin, as long as she has spare money, she will buy some useful props, and this is why the money in Mina's backpack is used up so quickly. System, the treasure chest is opening, the completion degree is 20%, 50%, the treasure chest fails to open. Then, with a puff, Mina's bronze key turned into copper powder. Come again. Mina has the most bronze keys in her hand, so she is not afraid of wasting them. System, the treasure chest is opening, the completion degree is 20%, 50%, the treasure chest is opened successfully. I saw that the bronze lock on the treasure chest disappeared together with the bronze key, and the lid of the treasure chest had opened a crack. Mina immediately pulled it up hard, and the lid of the treasure chest opened immediately. The treasure chest was dark, and it was impossible to see what was inside. Mina reached in and took out 2 items. After making sure that there was nothing else in the treasure chest, Mina checked the new items in her backpack. In the backpack lay a skill book and a kunao. The skill book was a water stream bullet, and the kunao was an ordinary assassination kunao, the lowest level one, without any special properties. No way, the treasure chest actually has these things. Mina couldn't help but feel disappointed. Now, no one would buy water stream bullets except to give them away. After all, the current water stream bullets are out of date. Mina put the 2 items directly in another backpack, which was specially used to place some low-value items, so that Mina could discard them immediately. Alas, it seems that I should complete the upgrade task first. Mina's initial good mood was broken by this unsuccessful treasure chest. He had never heard of someone opening a bronze treasure chest and getting such an item. Moreover, the monster area here is level 20, so theoretically, it should also get items around level 20. Mina is now sneaking around while looking for Magic Wind Wolf. The main monster in this trial forest is this kind of Magic Wind Wolf. They are natural wind-type monsters and can use wind movement, so their movement speed can be compared with the assassin of the same level, but their flexibility is much worse than that of the assassin. As long as the position is accurate and the timing is right during the battle, it is still easy to escape their physical attacks, but their ninjutsu attacks have ruined the lives of many mages. Wind escape ninjutsu is notoriously difficult to find, and can be well integrated into the environment of the forest. Moreover, the speed of wind escape ninjutsu is second only to lightning escape ninjutsu. It is precisely because of its high concealment and fast speed that it is a necessary skill for latest-stage ninjutsu masters to ambush people. There is a magic wind wolf in front of Mina now. Fortunately, these magic wind wolves do not like to live in groups. But they have a characteristic, that is, they will chase their prey relentlessly, so when players face this kind of monster, they must not run around, otherwise it will only make more and more magic wind wolves chasing behind them. This magic wind wolf is only half the height of a person, but its body is relatively slender, and its waist is much smaller than those wild wolves in the Howling Wolf Forest. Magic Wind Wolf, Level 20, HP, 500, Armor is ordinary anti-magic leather armor, Spirit 150 points, Proficient in Wind Escape Ninjutsu. No way, only 500 HP. This is what Mina had never thought, that this kind of magic beast has only so little HP, even less than her own. After that, Mina carefully observed the surrounding environment, and when she was sure that there were no other magic wind wolves, Mina immediately used thunder balls to hit the magic wind wolf. However, the moment Mina summoned the first thunder ball, the magic wind wolf actually reacted. It rushed towards Mina. And because of this, Mina's series of thunder balls only had 3 or 4 hit the body of the magic wind wolf. But from the little damage, the effect was not great. Mina had long learned how to deal with this kind of magic wind wolf from the forum. Behind Mizuna was a tree, and it was the kind of tree as thick as a person. Mizuna saw the demon wind wolf coming, and immediately went around the tree. With a bang, Mizuna felt the tree shaking twice, but there was no sign of falling. And the demon wind wolf that hit the tree was obviously not recovered from the sequelae of the collision. It shook its head hard, trying to see what was in front of it, when a crystal-like weapon flashed from the corner of its eyes, and a tingling pain spread from the throat to the whole body. The demon wind wolf, who had not figured it out, died just like that. Just like what was said on the forum, the demon wind wolf is not afraid of ninjutsu, but afraid of physical damage. Hey, why is there no experience and no items exploded? Mizuna looked at the experience bar, and there was not even a little experience increase, but what Mizuna didn't expect was that no items exploded around the demon wind wolf. Mizuna didn't see this phenomenon on the forum. It can't be because of this sword. Mina thought as she stripped the body of the demon wind wolf, but too many materials on the demon wind wolf were directly scrapped because Mina's collection level was too low. Hehe, the collected things are not bad. The body of the demon wind wolf in front of Mina had been processed by the system, otherwise this body without wolf skin, teeth and claws would be too scary. Mina looked at the proficiency of the collection skill, which had increased by 13 points, but there were only 2 wolf skins and 3 claws of the demon wind wolf in the backpack. A piece of wolf skin actually gave Mina 5 points of proficiency, but it was a pity that those scrapped materials were not counted into Mina's proficiency. By the way, can't forget this. Mina stretched her hand to the forehead of the demon wind wolf, and then used the collection technique. With a ding sound, a small hole appeared on the forehead of the demon wind wolf's body, and Mina had a cyan crystal core in her hand, and her proficiency increased by 10 points. As expected, Mina happily put away the crystal core and walked away humming a song. When the lives of all monsters are in danger, they will stimulate their potential to fight against the enemy, but when they burst out with powerful power, their crystal cores will be shattered. Even if the battle is won, they will become a monster without chakra ability, and they may be worse than a wild beast. But if you kill the monster before it reacts, the crystal core can be preserved. This is also mentioned in the forum, but there are very few ninjutsu masters who can do this. In the next 3 hours, Mina collected chakra crystal cores while looking for treasure chests. However, Mina's luck was obviously not good. Each treasure chest had to waste more than 2 keys to open, which made Mina very depressed. Who? On the edge of a small lake not far from the forest where Mina was, a girl dressed as a medical magician finally knocked down the last magic wind wolf. Now she has exceeded the monster killing requirements of the upgrade task. As long as she can walk out safely, she can be upgraded to an intermediate medical magician. But now she had to take a rest, otherwise going out in this state would be a death wish. A beautiful medical girl sat by the lake, staring at the scenery in the lake, and before she knew it, she fell asleep. However, she only took a short nap. She was immediately awakened by the roar of the demonic wind wolf. While she cursed herself for being careless and falling asleep in this place, she immediately looked in the direction of the roar that was getting closer and closer. She saw a boss-level demonic wind wolf that was much larger than an ordinary demonic wind wolf rushing out of the woods, jumping up and down and running on this small open space. But what surprised her was that a human was riding on the demonic wind wolf boss, a human ninjutsu master, and this person was Mina. Chapter 104 Golden Treasure Box. Mina's health has been almost worn out by it now, but the demonic wind wolf under him is not much better than Qin Hao, and Mina has a light of life in his hand, which can completely compete with it in terms of health, as long as he can hold it tightly. Mina's body was completely attached to the boss of the demonic wind wolf. He clasped his hands around its neck and wrapped his legs around its waist. However, he had no extra hands to hold the weapon. Moreover, the spine of the demonic wind wolf would fluctuate when running, and the spine would hit Mina's body from time to time. This feeling was too unpleasant. At this time, Mina suddenly felt a warmth surrounding him, and his health value was rising sharply. "Hey, the person in front, hurry up." At this time, he looked up and saw a person not far ahead, and immediately reminded her. However, she could no longer leave, because the demonic wind wolf had seen her, and transferred all the anger that Mina brought to it to her. Mina only felt that the demonic wind wolf under her stopped, and her whole body trembled, as if it was desperately compressing the surging power in its body. "Hurry up!" Mina immediately knew that the boss below was preparing a powerful ninjutsu. Mina immediately climbed up and used her arms to tighten the bloody mouth of the demon wind wolf, but Mina was obviously not as strong as it, and it was completely ineffective. After that, Mina immediately covered its eyes with her hands and squeezed it hard. However, the demon wind wolf, which had been angry for a long time, did not resist Mina's obstruction at all. The ninjutsu was still being prepared, and the wind escape ninjutsu in its mouth had already taken shape. With a hiss, a 2-meter-long light blue translucent wind blade swept forward horizontally and broke through the wind. Although the young medical practitioner tried her best to dodge, the speed of the wind blade was too fast and the range was so large. As a result, the wind blade hit her left shoulder and the whole person was also blown away by the wind blade. However, Qin Chuina did not sit on the wolf's back to watch. As soon as he saw the wind blade flying out, he immediately aimed the ring of life at her, and an emerald green light followed the wind blade. After completing this step, Chuina immediately pulled out the ice crystal sword from her backpack and stabbed the already exhausted demon wind wolf boss below. However, as the blood volume of the demon wind wolf was decreasing, the blue light on its body was getting stronger and stronger, and the trembling of its body was getting stronger and stronger. A trace of dangerous thought flashed through Chuina's mind, and she felt like she was sitting in the crater of a volcano that was about to erupt. The ice crystal sword in her hand stabbed faster. Bang! The demon wind wolf boss finally fell to the ground, and the blue light on its body disappeared the moment it fell to the ground, which made Chuina breathe a sigh of relief. Chuina pushed away the body of the demon wind wolf that was pressed on her thigh, and when she was about to use the Bing Liang pill to restore her blood volume, a healing holy light came down, and Chuina's blood volume quickly recovered. System: Xiao used a light healing spell on you, restoring 200 health points. System: Xiao used a light healing spell on you, restoring 200 health points. System: Xiao used a light healing spell on you, restoring 154 health points. Thank you so much for just now. After getting up from the ground, Shui Nai shook off the dust on her body and said sincerely to the healer player named Xiao. "It's me, Yan." Xiao suddenly said to Shui Nai. "Oh, it's you, it seems that this world is really small." Shui Nai lifted her hood, glanced at Yan, and remembered the little girl who worked part-time as a tutor, and then immediately devoted herself to the task of dealing with the corpse of the demon wind wolf boss. Now Shui Nai's collection skills have been upgraded, so in the process of collecting, Shui Nai always hears more ding-ding success prompts than PU failure prompts, which makes Shui Nai happy. "Hey, after beating so many magic wind wolves, I finally got something." When Mina turned the magic wind wolf boss over, she found that it was pressing a skill book, and immediately picked it up happily. This skill book is an advanced passive skill, but this passive skill made Mina speechless. Skill book: Self-destruction, passive activation upon death. Passive skill exclusively for ninjutsu masters. Chakra value required, all chakras. Learning level: Advanced Ninjutsu Master. Skill description: After death, the ninjutsu master will detonate all the remaining chakra in the body and attack the surrounding indiscriminately. Skill damage: Directly cause 0.5x ninjutsu damage to all creatures within the explosion range. Attack distance: Related to the remaining chakra value. This don't you know that killing monsters in the trial forest does not give experience, and the drop rate of that item is so low that it is basically non-existent. Yayan couldn't help but whispered when she saw Shui Nai so happy. However, Yayan's words made Shui Nai's hands tremble. Why didn't she know these settings? I didn't see it in the forum. No wonder it's like this. But fortunately, I have collected a lot of materials for the Magic Wind Wolf. There is an introduction to this in the game, and. Yayan's voice became less and less as she watched Shui Nai start to peel the fur on the other side of the Magic Wind Erlang boss. And what? Shui Nai didn't hear clearly and asked immediately. In the trial forest, the materials on these Magic Wind Wolves cannot be taken out. Yayan's words petrified Shui Nai, and he squatted there motionless. Is it in the game introduction? Shui Nai couldn't lift his head in front of Yayan. Well, that's why there is no such information on the forum. Yayan also sympathized with Shui Nai. He looked very disappointed. Forget it, just treat it as practicing skills. Shui Nai looked at the materials in the backpack and the 35 crystal cores, and was a little disappointed. Will these crystal cores also be confiscated? Shui Nai grabbed a handful of blue crystal cores in his hand, feeling a little sad. These were worth at least 700 gold coins. Since it was too difficult to get crystal cores, the crystal core market was still very lucrative. It is conceivable how big a blow this was to Shui Nai. How could you, possibly, have so many? Yayan did not expect that he would have so many crystal cores in his hand. For a ninjutsu master, this was impossible. The Magic Wind Wolf is afraid of physical attacks, so. Shui Nai waved the ice crystal sword. His face had calmed down, but he looked weak and dejected, which made Yayan a little worried. It seems that this crystal core is not included in the list of things that cannot be taken out. I don't know. Yayan said uncertainly. I'll go and see. Shui Na said and then distracted herself and entered the game introduction. Yayan looked at Shui Na's lost eyes and her body that had lost any ability to resist, and could only shake her head. This is a monster area. Even if you are in a hurry to check the information, you have to put your body in a safe place. Yayan had no choice but to protect Shui Na's body. Hey, fortunately, the crystal core is not considered a material, so it can still be taken out. But this system is really, because it is afraid that it will be dismantled by players, so many restrictions are set. Shui Na said in a low voice. After speaking, he saw that the body of the Magic Wind Wolf boss under his feet had not disappeared, and immediately stretched his hand to its forehead. There was a ding sound, but Shui Na did not find anything collected. It seems that its crystal core has exploded. Shui Na stood up and whispered. By the way, have you completed your task? Shui Na asked Yayan. Just completed. Yayan was still as silent as in real life. Mizuna was relatively active in the game. By the way, I just opened a few treasure chests, and there are a few skill books for medical magicians. Do you want them? Mizuna said as she took out a few skill books. It was rare to meet someone she knew in real life, so Mizuna would not be stingy. Open a treasure chest? Yayan couldn't help but look at the person in front of her carefully. From the clothes revealed by the novice robe, he was definitely a ninjutsu master. But she seemed to have heard that he could open a treasure chest just now, and before that she saw him holding a sword and stabbing the Magic Wind Wolf wildly. Is this something a ninjutsu master can do? I have a key to open a treasure chest, but it seems that the success rate is not high. Mizuna explained. Oh. Yayan also understood that Shui Nai might have used props to accomplish these things, but it was her first time to come into contact with items that could be used across professions. Shui Nai spread 4 skill books on the ground, including the primary skill Water Stream Bullet, Water Vortex Shield, the intermediate skill Resurrection, and the last advanced skill Self-Destruction. No need, Yayan immediately refused, but Shui Nai interrupted her directly with action. Take it, just because you dared to help me just now, this is a must. Shui Nai found a reasonable excuse and stuffed the resurrection spell into her hand. For now, only this resurrection spell has the highest value. Although the self-destruction is the highest level, it is also the most useless, because once you learn it, it means that there is no chance of resurrection. Every time you die, the body will explode into pieces, and it is basically impossible to resurrect with skills or running corpses. By the way, speaking of treasure chests, I was ambushed by this guy when I was opening a gold treasure chest just now, wasting a gold key. Mina said as she took out another golden key, ready to open the golden treasure chest again. Want to go together? Mina glanced at Yayan and couldn't help asking. Yet. Yayan didn't know why she followed Mina. Mina took Yayan and walked carefully to the location of the treasure chest just now, only to see that the golden treasure chest was emitting an attractive luster. I hope I can get something good. Mina prayed quietly. On the way just now, except for the book about resurrection, she hadn't gotten anything valuable, not even a decent piece of equipment. System, treasure chest opening, completion 20%, 50%, treasure chest opening failed. Chapter 105 Ninja Swordsman. 50% chance is still too small. Mina looked at the key that turned into gold powder and slowly disappeared from his hand, and couldn't help but sighed. This was his last gold key, and the remaining silver keys were basically impossible to open. It seems that this treasure chest will have to be opened next time he comes in. I hope it will still be there by then. Aren't you going to open it? Yayan saw Mina standing up, and couldn't help asking in confusion. There is no gold key. If you use the silver key to open it, the success rate is too low. Mina said helplessly. Can you give it a try? Yayan had never opened a treasure chest before, so she was still very interested in opening this gold treasure chest. Here you go. Shui Nai gave Yayan a silver key, but Shui Nai also knew that the chance of using a silver key to open a gold treasure chest was probably very low, so he didn't hold out much hope. Now Shui Nai was concentrating on keeping watch around. After all, he was attacked here even though he was invisible before, so he really had to be careful. Shui Nai, I got it. Yayan raised her head and said excitedly, then just go and get it. No way, this small chance is all yours. Shui Nai couldn't believe it. Before, he had to spend more than 2 keys to get one every time he opened it. This was mainly because it was not cost-effective to use a higher level key to open it. It was better to use a few more keys of the same level to try the chance. But he didn't expect Yayan to be able to open a treasure chest with a lower level key, which made Shui Nai jealous. Is it that easy to open a treasure chest? Yayan's unintentional words made Shui Nai even more puzzled. What is this? Yayan pointed at the 2 small brocade boxes in her hand. This time, she opened the gold treasure chest and got 3 items in total, 2 brocade boxes and a book of intermediate ninjutsu lightning arrows. Open it and have a look. I have never seen such a box before. After saying that, Mina opened one of the brocade boxes by herself. No way, I opened more than a dozen boxes, but I didn't get as much as you did in one time. This luck thing is too much. Mina looked at the pill in her hand that could permanently increase the physical attribute by 10 points, and was very speechless. This can increase spirit, do you want it? Yayan suddenly asked. Don't you want it? You are a medical practitioner. I would rather have physical fitness. The survival coefficient of medical practitioners is too low. Yayan glanced at the brocade box in Mina's hand. Okay, spirit is more suitable for me. Mina and Yayan exchanged the brocade boxes, and then they ate the pills inside directly. Well, it's so bitter. Yayan frowned and said cutely. It's a bitter medicine, but I didn't expect your luck to be so good. Shui Na took the lightning arrow on the ground and took a look. This lightning arrow can be said to be an enhanced version of the lightning sword energy. It is stronger than the lightning sword energy in terms of speed and effect. I don't need it, you take it. Yayan said to Shui Na, who was a little hesitant. The current intermediate skill book is still very expensive. After all, the current intermediate skill book is in short supply. Well, next time if you get something good, you pick it first. Although the key is his own, it was opened by Yayan. Both are indispensable, so Shui Na has no intention of embezzling it. Okay, but have you finished your task? Yayan is still a little worried about Shui Na's task. After all, he doesn't seem to take this task seriously at all. I finished it a long time ago. It's rare to come to the trial forest, so I plan to make enough money before leaving. Yayan finally understood why the game set so many conditions to restrict players' activities in the trial forest. It turned out to prevent such people from appearing. Aren't you afraid of danger here? Yayan didn't expect that someone would like to hang out in this place that all mages find difficult. Wealth and honor are sought in danger, hehe. Shui Nai took Yayan and paid attention to the surrounding environment. It must be said that Shui Nai's eyes are still very poisonous. As long as a treasure chest appears in his sight, no one can escape. Now Yayan has become Shui Nai's full-time locksmith. It must be said that the luck in this game is more inclined to this silent and lovely female medical magician. So far, there has been no record of failed lock-picking. When she was with Shui Nai, Yan finally understood why Shui Nai dared to walk around here. Shui Nai's fighting style is completely physical, and she is the kind of swordsman who likes to attack the enemy's vital points. Those magic wind wolves didn't even have the opportunity to use ninjutsu, and they were transformed into crystal cores in Shui Nai's backpack. Hey, there is a group of people over there, am I seeing things? After getting rid of a demonic wind wolf that was following him, Mizuna looked around and found that more than 100 meters in front of him, there was a team of dozens of people approaching this side. You didn't see it wrong. Yan also came out at this time to confirm that he didn't see it wrong. If this person could see it wrong, then the treasure chest that was opened before would be a bit unfair. Haha, what a coincidence. Yan Xian brought a group of people over and greeted Shui Nai as soon as he saw him. Yes. Shui Nai looked at the people behind Yan Xian. There were 12 NPCs and 15 players. These people were all ninjutsu masters. Shui Nai had many thoughts in his mind, but he couldn't think of the reason why these people came here. In order to maintain the barrier shield of the trial forest, the number of people entering must be strictly controlled. This is stated in the game introduction. Shui Nai, there are people from our guild here, you have to be careful. Yan suddenly said in private chat. I know, it's an old acquaintance. Shui Nai saw that it was the dragon at a glance, but he just pretended not to see it. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Master Yangzhen, and this medical practitioner is someone I just met in the trial forest. Her name is Xiao. Shui Na said to Yangzhen and Yan. Yan is a medical practitioner. She received the upgrade task at the medical guild, not the ninja guild, so theoretically, the two did not know each other. At the same time, Shui Na also found that whether it was the players or NPCs behind Yangzhen, they carefully kept a distance from Yangzhen, as if they did not dare to approach Yangzhen casually. However, this is also right. For these people who are only at the level of intermediate ninja masters, keeping a respectful distance is actually a kind of courtesy. So after Shui Na figured this out, he also wanted to distance the two people, but Yangzhen did not give him time. How is your flame bullet technique? Yangzhen suddenly approached and asked. I've reached a bottleneck. Shui Na answered immediately. Are you interested in going in with us? Yangzhen looked at Yan and Shui Na and asked. Go in, inside. Mizuna looked at a translucent shield not far behind him. This shield is the second layer of the trial forest. The monsters inside are all around level 40, which is used for the ninja trial when upgrading. Can I? Mizuna was a little confused. In fact, he had tried it before, but the system prompted that he did not have the intermediate ninja badge and could not enter. Yes, you are all elites of our empire. According to the requirements of the empire, our ninja guild will select a group of people with good talents or qualifications to come in every once in a while, so that you can first familiarize yourself with the internal environment of the trial forest, so that you can break through your own limitations more easily. Yangzhen explained happily, it seems that he has attached great importance to Mizuna. But it's no wonder. During the days he stayed in the ninja guild, only Mizuna completed his suggestions. This was undoubtedly a blow to him, so he focused more on cultivating Mizuna. Are you going? Mizuna asked Yan in a low voice. Yan just nodded. With the help of Yan Xian, Shui Nai and his 30 companions forced their way through the shield and came to the second level of the trial forest. No player had ever entered here. So for players, everything here had to be explored by themselves. The magic wind wolves here were not comparable to those outside in terms of ninjutsu or speed and flexibility. If Yan Xian hadn't been here to control the situation, I'm afraid everyone here would have died long ago. I didn't expect that the magic wind wolves here were so powerful. Shui Nai and the others had no strength left, and they all sat or lay on the ground to restore their endurance. The endurance of a ninjutsu master was too low, and the consumption was more than that of other professions, so they couldn't support high-intensity exercise at all. Fortunately, there is an extra medical magician here, otherwise I would be exhausted. Yan Xian sat on a rock, looking at the people lying on the ground, and said happily. These people were stronger than he expected. For a team consisting of only ninjutsu masters, it was so difficult to deal with a monster with innate ninjutsu weakening ability that only ninjutsu masters could understand. Even he did not expect that this group of people could work together to knock down a high-level magic wind wolf, but Yan Xian looked at Mizuna with a special look. Your fighting style reminds me of the legendary ninja swordsman. Yan Xin walked to Mizuna and said. Although Mizuna's level was the lowest, he made the greatest contribution in the team. Every time, Mizuna stood in the front, and every time Mizuna launched a ninjutsu attack first, and then closely restrained the actions of the magic wind wolf, so that the ninjutsu masters behind could concentrate on attacking. At the same time, Mizuna suffered the most damage, and I don't know how many earth shields blessed by everyone were broken. Mizuna's fighting style was really not a style that a ninjutsu master could follow. Every time, he was in close contact with the magic wind wolf, separated, and then contacted again, constantly controlling the distance between it and a group of ninjutsu masters. The legendary ninja swordsman. Mizuna wiped the water stains left by the ice shield on her left hand and asked in confusion. That is a profession that has disappeared. This happened before the disappearance of the Six-Path Sage. At that time, there was only one sage on this continent, not like now, where it is controlled by 4 so-called sages. Yan Xin glanced at Yan who was coming over. Chapter 106 Entering the 3rd floor. The Six-Path Sage is missing, but isn't he still here? A player who is familiar with the background of the game immediately asked. This kind of opportunity to dig out the truth of the legendary history is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The current Six-Path Sage was just a capable god under the previous Six-Path Sage. He took the position of Six-Path Sage after the Six-Path Sage disappeared. However, because he does not have enough deterrence, only the god of war stands by his side now, and the goddess of healing and the god of assassination have each acted on their own. The forces in the ninja world are now like a pile of loose sand. The players immediately learned a very important thing from Yan Xin's words, that is, a war of the ninja world war will definitely break out soon, and the situation of the various forces in the ninja world is very unsatisfactory. So everyone was ready to listen carefully to Yan Xin's next words, but Yan Xin seemed to have no intention of continuing, which made everyone disappointed. It seems that physical magicians believe in the god of war, medical magicians believe in the goddess of healing, and only we ninjutsu masters have no faith. Isn't this a bit strange? Mina saw that no one asked a question, so she immediately asked a question. Yes, I remember my teacher said that when the last Six-Path Sage was still in office, the patron god of our human empire was the god of war. At that time, the god of war was just a lower-level god, just like the goddess of healing and the god of assassination. At that time, all of our ninjutsu masters believed in the Six-Path Sage, and all of our taijutsu masters believed in the god of war under the god of light, while the ninja swordsmen believed in both the god of war and the Six-Path Sage. At that time, the Six-Path Sage's ninja sect spread throughout the ninja world. What happened later? Later, when the new Six-Path Sage came to power, our ninjutsu masters' ancestors broke away and became a profession without faith, and from then on, the ninja swordsmen disappeared. And various new professions also differentiated from the original professions and became a marginalized profession between faith and disbelief. In fact, the ninja swordsmen did not completely disappear. After all, the ninjutsu masters still had swordsmanship skills. Is it still possible to become a ninja swordsman now? Mizuna asked immediately. This was too tempting for him. No, unless you switch to the dark forces, where the profession of ninja swordsman is still preserved. Yan Xin looked at Shui Na in surprise. Then I'd better be a ninjutsu master. Shui Na had also watched some videos of the dark forces. The environment there was a bit gloomy, and it was inevitable that some dark shadows would appear in her heart if she stayed there for a long time. Hehe, the break is over, let's continue, our goal is the 3rd floor. Yan Xin's words made everyone's face change. The 2nd floor was already so difficult, let alone the 3rd floor. However, no one would raise any objections. After all, an elite jonin would not bring them in if he was not sure. There is a treasure chest there. Yan whispered to Shui Na, but from Shui Na's reaction, he should have seen it, but he might not have mentioned it because of Yan Xin's presence. Are you interested? Yan Xin obviously heard Yan's words and actually glanced at the treasure chest. It was a golden treasure chest. Yes. Mizuna said what was in her heart. It seemed that among those who were here, only Mizuna dared to talk to Yangzhen casually. It's a pity that our ninjutsu masters don't have the skills to unlock. If we use ninjutsu, this treasure chest may be destroyed. Yangzhen said something that made Mizuna a little scared. Can the treasure chest be destroyed? So everyone came to the golden treasure chest. As for the boss of the magic wind wolf guarding here, he was repelled by Yangzhen. Yangzhen had no intention of killing him at all, which made all the players a little disappointed. These treasure chests are gifts left to us by the god of Chakra, and only those who are destined can see them. Yangzhen squatted down and stroked the pattern on the golden treasure chest with his hand, saying with some nostalgia. The god of Chakra should be the game system. This thought flashed through the minds of all the players. Can we use ninjutsu to open it? After seeing this golden treasure chest, the dragon wanted to try the method Yangzhen said. No, I suggest you don't do this. This is a gift from the god of Chakra. If you force it open, it would be disrespectful to the god of Chakra. Yan Xin suggested, but Shui Na knew that these words would have no effect on the players. Why not let her try it? Shui Na saw that no one was doing anything, and immediately brought out Yan, the god of luck. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Yan, which made her very uncomfortable, and she couldn't help but glare at Shui Na. Oh, does she have a way to open this treasure chest? Yan Xin couldn't help but say in surprise. I have to try this. Shui Na remembered that Yan should only have a silver key in her hand now. Okay, please. Yan Xin made way, and he was also very curious about how a medical practitioner could open this lock. Yan walked to the front of the treasure chest under the gaze of everyone, and then took out a silver key and tried to unlock it. Everyone only heard a click sound, and the lock disappeared after Yan opened the lid. She took out 4 items from it. They were 2 brocade boxes, a skill book and a necklace. Yan and Shui Na couldn't help but look at each other at this time. They were just busy opening the box, but they didn't think about what would happen after opening it. Haha, yes, these things are gifts from the god of Chakra to you, use them carefully. Yan Xin immediately knew the meaning of the expressions on the faces of the 2 people, and couldn't help but speak out. However, Yan Xin was also surprised. For this kind of key, Yan Xin had heard of it. It was a craft passed down from the god of Chakra, a craft that had been forgotten. In fact, even if he didn't say it, the people present didn't dare to say that they wanted to divide the items in front of him. After all, they didn't contribute. But if Yan Xin wasn't there, it would be hard to say. At that time, it would be another battle between capable people. Mina and Yan immediately distributed the items in private chat. Mina asked for a pill that adds 10 points of strength and the water-based intermediate ninjutsu skill book, while Yan asked for a pill that adds 10 points of agility and a necklace that can increase spirit. After the 2 of them finished the distribution, everyone continued to move forward. However, it was obvious that many people tried to get close to Yan. However, when everyone knew that the keys belonged to Mina, Mina just said one sentence to make them give up the idea. I won't sell these keys. Mina and his group have come to the edge of the barrier shield on the 3rd floor. This barrier shield gives them the feeling that it is as thick as a wall. It should be very dangerous in here. Mina looked at the barrier shield and said a little uneasily. In terms of the strength of this shield, it can be said that it is more than 3 times that of the 2nd layer, which immediately changed the originally optimistic mentality of the group. Yes, everyone knows that once the ninjutsu master level reaches the advanced ninjutsu master, it means that you can already master more powerful ninjutsu, but many people are stuck at this position. It can be said that the advanced ninjutsu master is a hurdle. If you pass it, even if you really enter the world of ninjutsu masters, if you can't pass it, you will always be just a second-rate ninjutsu master. Yan Xin said very matter-of-factly. Then it's okay for us to go in. Mina knew that his words were a bit rude, but when Mina glanced at the people behind him, he knew that this was what everyone thought, but they didn't dare to say it. After all, the thick and scary barrier shield in front of them already showed the danger inside, and they couldn't help but retreat. Don't worry, we're just walking around the periphery. After all, we're just letting you see it, there's no need to go too deep. Yan Xin said very easily. The task of the 3rd level of the trial forest is not to hunt the magic wind wolf here, but to get a stone from a designated place. This stone is the material used to make your senior ninjutsu master badge in the future. So simple. Shui Na immediately thought of her stealth ring. As long as it is used properly, it should not be a big problem. Oh, are you sure now? Yan Xin asked when he saw Shui Na was thinking hard about something. Can I try it? Shui Na certainly would not miss this opportunity. Yes, but if you go deeper, I can't guarantee that you won't get hurt. Yan Xin also wanted to see what way Shui Na could complete this task. No problem, if it doesn't work, I will retreat immediately. This is not because of Mizuna's confidence, but because she wants to challenge this trial forest and feel the depth of the water here. After Mizuna finished speaking, she began to change her equipment. Equipment that increases ninjutsu damage and spirit here is useless. So Mizuna immediately changed those equipment, equipped with the rings and necklaces that burst out from Yanlong, and then put on the cloak of the speed dragon that increases acceleration and agility. The rest of the equipment is also equipped with physical defense. For the monsters here, the equipment that increases ninjutsu defense is basically made of paper, so it is better to add more physical defense. Yangzhen saw that Mizuna had already equipped, and he couldn't help but admire her more. As a ninjutsu master, you must have a strong pursuit of the unknown, and only such a pursuit can make a ninjutsu master go further. But this pursuit is not blind, and Yangzhen also saw from the changes in Mizuna's equipment that he is a cautious person. This is a fixed-point teleportation scroll. If there is danger, you can use it to teleport to my side. Yan Xin gave Shui Na a scroll, and the power emanating from this scroll could be felt by everyone. For veteran players, the fixed-point teleportation scroll is an item that will only appear in large quantities in the middle and late stages of the game. Before that, there were random teleportation scrolls, but now, the most players have is the Return to the City scroll. Chapter 107 Space-Time Ninjutsu. Then I'm leaving. Shui Na said and walked away. After Shui Na left, Yan Xin asked everyone to rest on the spot. However, he was not idle. He saw something that looked like an eyeball in his hand, and the eyeball flew directly out of Yan Xin's hand at a speed that no one could see. On the way, Shui Na had taken out the old ninjutsu master's ice shield and the ice crystal sword, and after making sure that nothing was missed, Mina went into stealth mode, but this scene was seen by the eye behind her. Interesting guy. Yan Xin sighed in his heart. This person's equipment is not simple at all. Even the ice shield that he knows is difficult to make. The eyeball behind Mina did not disappear because Mina was invisible. It was still hanging behind Mina at a very slow speed. Boom, boom. Several loud noises suddenly resounded through the third floor of the trial forest, which forced Mina to stop and understand the situation. Roar, a voice mixed with rage and unwillingness rushed out from the depths of the trial forest to the surroundings. At the same time, after the sound wave, there was a suffocating pressure. When Mina came into contact with this pressure, she immediately thought of the black boss in the Fountain of Darkness. Without saying a word, Mina immediately put away her equipment and turned around. What a joke! Shui Na thought as she ran. It seems that the big boss here is not ordinary. The people near the barrier shield naturally heard these loud noises. They all thought it was Shui Na who made it. However, seeing Yan Xin's relaxed look, everyone immediately knew that this phenomenon should be very common here. However, they immediately saw Shui Na appear on the road, and she looked behind her from time to time, as if she was being chased by something. How do you feel? Yan Xin asked Shui Na, who was a little out of breath, with a smile, but there was no mockery in his tone. Don't mention it. I felt that terrifying breath before I took a few steps. If I don't come back, it will be too late to leave then. Shui Na looked palpitating, and returned the fixed-point transmission scroll while speaking. But his words puzzled Yan Xin. Logically speaking, they are unlikely to encounter creatures of this strength. Have you ever encountered creatures of that strength before? Yan Xin couldn't help asking. Well, unforgettable. Shui Na nodded. What's that sound just now? It sounds like there are creatures fighting. The main task of the dragon is to find out the situation here and then summarize the corresponding strategies so that more members can successfully upgrade. Yes, they are competing for the position of leader here. For them, only by becoming the leader can they get more resources and become stronger. This is the survival rule of their magic beasts. Yan Xin stood up after speaking, and the staff appeared in his hand. When everyone saw Yan Xin take out his weapon to fight for the first time, they immediately got ready and stood behind Yan Xin. Wait a minute, you will take a good look at the strength of the magic wind wolves here. They are not easy to deal with. If you want to gain a foothold here, you must make good use of your brains and your skills. If you blindly use ninjutsu to bombard it, you will only end in failure. As soon as Yan Xin finished speaking, a magic wind wolf as tall as a person appeared in front of everyone along the walking route of Mina. However, this magic wind wolf was obviously worried that there were too many opponents, so it did not appear completely in front of everyone, but only half of its body came out. Look, this place is actually very suitable for using ninjutsu. Yan Xin said, and a high-level ninjutsu explosion bomb suddenly appeared on the weapon. The explosion bomb, which was as big as a human head, actually flew directly to the left of the demon wind wolf. The explosion bomb that was off target disappointed some people, but some people felt that their eyes were brightened. With a boom, the explosion bomb first hit a big tree, and then exploded suddenly in the next moment, directly breaking the big tree in half. The demon wind wolf was obviously very careful about the explosion bomb, so it was ready to jump to the open space on the right when the explosion bomb hit the big tree. However, another explosion bomb arrived at the place where it was going to land faster than it. After the boom explosion, a wave of air spread wildly from the explosion point to the surroundings, and as a result, the demon wind wolf in the air was blown away and flew back to its original place, and the big tree above its head had already pressed down. With a bang, the 60level magic wind wolf was crushed by the tree and had 1/4 of its health reduced. When the magic wind wolf was crushed under the tree, Yan Xin did not continue to attack, but just watched the magic wind wolf struggle. When seeing the injured magic wind wolf continue to attack, Shui Na saw Yan Xin sighing and shaking his head. Another explosive bomb. This time the target of the explosive bomb was still not the magic wind wolf, but it exploded on a rock. Fist-sized stones shot around like bullets, and injuries of varying sizes emerged from the head of the magic wind wolf. Such an attack made Shui Na and other players almost pop their eyes out. This technique of converting ninjutsu damage into physical damage has too much impact on hearing and vision. The seriously injured magic wind wolf seemed to have no idea that Yan Xin had shown mercy. Now the eyes of the magic wind wolf were red like a fireball. If the eyes of this demon wind wolf could fire a fireball, I believe this place would definitely become a sea of fire. This injured demon wind wolf has been blinded by bloodiness and did not use its own ninjutsu ability, but flew directly towards Yan Xin. However, would Yan Xin let it come so easily? This was obviously impossible. Another explosive bomb flew into the air, flying higher than the body of the demon wind wolf. When the body of the demon wind wolf appeared under the explosive bomb exploded directly. The air wave generated by the explosion rushed towards the demon wind wolf with flames, and directly bounced the body of the demon wind wolf to the ground. The demon wind wolf was beaten and lay there motionless. However, for players like Mina, the blood volume of this demon wind wolf was not exhausted because of this, and there was still about 1/5, but it was pretending to be dead. Of course, Yan Xin, as a ninjutsu master who has lived for decades, would never be fooled by this. I saw another explosive bomb appear on Yan Xin's weapon. When the demon wind wolf sensed this ninjutsu, it also jumped up quickly, intending to dodge this ninjutsu. However, no matter how fast it reacted, it was not faster than the air wave generated by the violent explosion of the explosive bomb. The air wave of the explosive bomb lifted the demon wind wolf to the rock beside it. When the magic wind wolf hit the rock hard, another explosive bomb arrived, and the gravel bullet directly ended the life of the knocked-out magic wind wolf. From beginning to end, none of Yan Xin's explosive bombs hit the body of the magic wind wolf, but he used the air waves of the explosive bombs to completely control the entire battle. This is a very classic teaching material for Mina. No, I believe that the ninjutsu masters present have already used the video recording function in the game to record this battle in full. I believe that in the near future, this way of fighting will become a trend. Yan Xin just glanced at the body of the magic wind wolf and did not deal with it. After Mina asked, Yan Xin said awkwardly, "I have never learned life skills." This sentence made Mina a little unacceptable, but she thought about it and understood that in order to become more powerful, these NPC ninjutsu masters can only spend time learning and practicing ninjutsu, and there is no time and effort to learn other things. "I'll get it for you," Shui Nai said and went to get the crystal core. With a ding sound, Shui Nai gave the thumb-sized blue crystal core to Yan Xin. This crystal core was the purest Shui Nai had ever seen. "Haha, it seems that you have practiced your life skills well." Yan Xin happily put away the crystal core. "Okay, now we should go back, do you want to go with us?" Now Shui Nai and his group have returned to the first level of the trial forest. The harvest in the trial forest this time is greater than they expected. Okay. Shui Nai and Ye Yan's mission had been completed long ago, and now with Yan Xin, an elite ninja escorting them, they are naturally not afraid of the assassins outside. But now Shui Nai is worried about Ye Yan. After all, the dragon has seen her and Ye Yan act together, which can easily affect innocent people. In addition, her gains in the trial forest are also easy to make people jealous. At the same time, Mizuna also paid attention to the dragon and found that his eyes changed immediately after hearing Yangzhen's words, becoming a little gloomy, but he quickly hid his face in his hood. So, Mizuna followed them out of the entrance of the trial forest and obtained the mission certificate from the entrance guard. Now what they have to do is to hand these certificates to the Ninja Master Guild or the temple, and let the NPC record and issue badges, so that they can be considered to have completed the upgrade mission. By the way, you should all go directly back to the elemental city, right? Yangzhen suddenly asked everyone. When everyone nodded, Yangzhen said, then I will send you off. After that, he began to make a seal that he had never seen before. Everyone felt that the space around them began to distort. When the surrounding environment was severely distorted to the point of becoming a paste, the scenery in the space began to return to normal, but when they saw the surrounding scenery, they couldn't help but be shocked. This is the sky above the elemental city. They can already overlook the entire city from this height of 100 meters, but there is no support under their feet, which makes everyone feel empty. Hey, sorry, there are too many people, so there is a small problem with the control of the teleportation location. Yan Xin stood in the middle of the crowd, but from his very tired expression, this teleportation was indeed a bit reluctant. Chapter 108 Promotion to Chunin. When the players heard this, they were a little overwhelmed. At this time, I don't trademark to know whether it was the player or the NPC who suddenly said, time. Space-time ninjutsu, you are quasi-psychic level. At this time, the rest of the people remembered one thing, that is, only people at the quasi-psychic level can use space-time ninjutsu directly without using props. They always thought that this NPC wearing a Jonin costume was just an elite Jonin, and never thought that he would be quasi-psychic level. What is the concept of a sage? A level 200 creature. According to the data given in the game introduction, hundreds of Jonins should only produce one elite Jonin, and a dozen elite Jonins can only produce one quasi-psychic level. This already explains the problem. This ratio should be better for players, but it can't be much higher. Haha, no one has called me that for 30 years. Yan Xin took a breath and said that the fixed point transmission of 30 people was still a great burden on his body. 30 years. Shui Na couldn't help but be a little surprised, which means that Yan Xin had already entered the quasi-shadow level more than 30 years ago, but his words "no one has called me like this for 30 years" made people a little confused. Is there any hidden secret? Hehe, I have been in seclusion for 30 years. I think it's time to come out, so I came out. Yan Xin's words are not simple at all, and the information in them seems very important. For a quasi-shadow level to be in seclusion for 30 years, it seems that this information is very interesting. Okay, it's time for us to go down. Yan Xin waved his hand, and everyone felt that their bodies began to float down. When they were about to land on the square of the elemental city under the gaze of the entire elemental city, a guard composed of NPCs immediately controlled the players and other NPCs around the square and vacated the open space in the center of the square. Lord Yangzhen, our city lord hopes to meet you. An NPC guy dressed as a steward stepped out of the crowd, holding a golden invitation letter in both hands. Judging from his servile attitude and flattering tone, this person's mission this time seems to be very important. Well, I have something to do these days and can't spare time, so please tell your city lord. Yangzhen said in a calm tone. It seems that he doesn't take this city lord seriously at all. However, judging from the tone of both parties, there seems to be some problems between them. Anyway, the atmosphere is not normal at all. Everyone, go and do your own thing. Yangzhen turned around and said to Shui Nai and his group with a smile. When these people heard Yangzhen's words, they immediately left this place of right and wrong. Then Yangzhen took Shui Nai to the headquarters of the Ninja Master Guild under the admiration or fear of everyone. Are you okay? Yan suddenly asked in private chat. What will happen to me? Shui Na asked in confusion. Although Yan Xin's performance in the square just now was a bit problematic, it shouldn't involve her. I don't know. I think the lord of the elemental city should have some problems with Yan Xin. Yan just felt a little strange. A quasi-shadow level person came to a town for several days, but did not say hello to the lord of the city. This is very abnormal. And Yan Xin is not an arrogant person. I'm afraid he doesn't even have a shelf. But such a person actually ignored the cordial invitation of a city lord. Is there a big problem here? Don't worry, we are players, they should have their own restrictions, so I am not worried about this problem. Instead, I am worried that you will not. We plan to transfer when I become a mid-level medical practitioner. Transfer. There is no future in the Dark Dragon Guild, and I have long planned to quit. Now an acquaintance asked me and my sister to go over, so we planned to transfer. That's good. Mina didn't want to become the enemy of their guild, it was too hurtful. Really? Then you will know how terrible it is. Yan's tone made Mina feel trembling. This. Don't tell your sister about what happened today. Otherwise, she will annoy you to death. Shuinai and Yan's sister Yamei are quite familiar with each other, so she is well aware of the powerful ability of the witch Xiaomei. Once she gets entangled with her, it is impossible not to lose a layer of skin. Before, there was always the shield of the Dark Dragon Guild, so there was no worry in this regard, but now. It depends on the situation. She will definitely dig deep into the matter. Just pray. Yan said and then did not respond. While Shuinai was talking in private chat, Yan Xin had turned around several times to pay attention to Shuinai. Do you think that I have offended the city lord by doing this? Yan Xin thought Shuinai was worried about this. Ah. No. However, Shuinai did not come back to her senses at first, so Yan Xin interpreted another meaning from Shuinai's somewhat guilty expression. In fact, there is no offense. Anyway, if there is an offense, it has been decades. Yan Xin's tone sounded a little old, as if this matter was very heavy for him. What can I say? I have a blood relationship with the city lord's family, but unfortunately these so-called blood relationships are not as good as the title of city lord. Alas! Yan Xin's words immediately made Shuinai realize the crisis. No way, I can also encounter this. The plot of this game is too rich. Shuinai was a little speechless. Just from Yan Xin's words, it can be known that his family should have lost in the competition for the position of city lord, and the most effective way to deal with family losers is naturally to cut the grass en route. However, from the fact that Yan Xin is still there and has become a quasi-shadow level, that action was still unsuccessful. Haha, don't worry. The current city lord is a woman. She may not have much strength to suppress the people around her, so she wants to recognize me, an old man, as her backer. Yan Xin didn't take this matter to heart at all. Okay, let's finish the upgrade task quickly. Yangzhen said to Mina as soon as he entered the headquarters of the Ninja Master Guild. Mina also wanted to learn the several skill books in the backpack quickly, especially the intermediate water skill called Recovery, which is basically a ninja master's version of a medical master skill, and the lightning arrow. With this, I believe that even if I face a shuriken master, I should be able to protect myself. However, it is more troublesome to practice it to be instant. Mina handed the task certificate in the backpack to an NPC next to Yangzhen, and saw that the NPC immediately recorded the relevant content in a book with a chakra halo. When he finished recording, he took out an unopened box from a metal box. Judging from the size of this box, it should be a box used to store intermediate ninja master badges. The NPC opened the seal of the box under the witness of Mina, and then took out the intermediate ninja master badge from it. Item, Intermediate Ninja Badge, Special Item. Usage Restriction, all owned by Mina. Usage Level, Level 20. Weight, 1. Item Description, this is the identity certificate of the Intermediate Ninja, and it will not fall off after wearing. Item Wearing Effect, increases the wearer's chakra value by 20%, chakra recovery speed by 10%, and damage plus 20. Mina immediately picked up the badge. When he placed the badge in the accessories column, the junior ninja badge immediately turned grey and automatically returned to the backpack. A golden light hit Mina, and Mina successfully completed the intermediate ninja upgrade task. After that, Mina immediately checked the system message and calculated that the upgrade bonus effect of this ninja badge is to permanently increase 3 points of spirit and 20 points of chakra limit for each level. This is too important for Mina. 3 points of spirit is really too important for Mina, an agile ninja. This is a gift box from our Ninja Master Guild. The skill book in this gift box is unknown to us. I hope you can get a useful skill. The NPC took out another gift box after seeing that Mizuna had put on the badge. Open it and take a look. When you finish reading it, I also have a gift for you. Yangzhen's words were a little excited. Mizuna knew that everyone who successfully upgraded to become an intermediate ninja master would receive a skill gift box from the Ninja Master Guild. The skills in this gift box were all random, some were top-notch and some were useless. Top-notch ones were like the Great Fire Extinguishing, Water Dragon Bomb or Soil Rising and Digging. These three were powerful skills in the intermediate ninjutsu, and the damage to a single unit was extremely high. As for the useless ones, it was hard to say. After all, many things could only show their abilities under special circumstances. Mizuna immediately opened the skill gift box, and saw that there was a skill book for the water vortex shield in the gift box. Although it was not a top-notch skill, it was a skill that Mizuna needed more. Haha, this is very suitable for you. Okay. These two skill books are what I got before. Now you can choose one of them. There are two skill books in front of Yan Xin, one is the Great Flame Arrow Technique, and the other is the Great Fireball Technique. Why do you want to give it to me? I shouldn't have completed any tasks. Shui Na didn't take it. After all, it's better to ask clearly. Well, I like you, so I want to give you something. It's a gift from an elder. Yan Xin said without caring at all. Shui Na didn't expect Yan Xin's answer to be this. I like you and give you skills. You are too creative. Element City, Dark Dragon Guild, Meeting Room. From the latest information, Shui Na has completed the upgrade task, and he has a close relationship with the quasi-shadow level strongman named Yan Xin. At the same time, I got news from the Magic Dragon that a member of our guild has some relationship with him. Nguang summarized the intelligence information in his hand so that all colleagues present could understand some of the main issues of the incident. Chapter 109 Blood Specialization. Why, before it was the Sword Saint, now there is a quasi-shadow ninjutsu master, is it true? Why do these NPCs like to gather around players like him? Why? Shenlong gritted his teeth and said, Sword Saint, quasi-shadow master, as long as there is one who can build a good relationship with him, that potential power can make the Dark Dragon Guild really become the strongest guild in the whole server. If you can treat these NPCs as people, you should be able to get to know a few of them. Tianlong suddenly said leisurely. Now he has completed the arrangement of the blood limit ninjutsu masters, and now he is waiting for the efforts of these ninjutsu masters, so he is very leisurely when Shenlong does not cause trouble. Are NPCs people? Can they be treated as people? Shenlong immediately refuted. So, don't think about this Sword Saint or Junying anymore. Think about how to go in the future. Tianlong seemed to want to guide Shenlong out of that misunderstanding. After all, these high-ranking NPCs were not so easy to get to know. If you made a mistake and offended them, it would be a disaster. Great. Humph, let's not discuss this for now. By the way, what's the name of the member that the demon dragon mentioned, and why is he involved with Shui Nai? Shenlong asked Nguang in a somewhat gloomy tone. That member is called Xiao Yezi. I heard from the demon dragon that they met in the trial forest, and then they entered the depths of the trial forest with Yan Xin demon dragon and his group. However, from the demon dragon's observation, he found that Yan Xin paid more attention to Shui Nai, and should have cultivated Shui Nai as his disciple, so. Xiao Yezi? Another troublesome guy. When Shenlong heard Xiao Yezi, he said it in a voice that only he could hear, so he didn't pay attention to Nguang's words. Then President, should we deal with this member? Nguang saw that Shenlong didn't know what he was thinking, so he had to remind him. No, don't touch that woman first, let's find out first. Shenlong's words made everyone feel that the sun rose from the west, which was completely unlike Shenlong's style. Therefore, everyone began to have concerns about this player named Xiao. So, do we not need to pay attention to Shui Nai now? Nguang said weakly. The current situation is not very stable. After all, the players who came down from heaven have begun to suppress the territory of the Dark Dragon Guild. Several places where bosses are produced have been taken away by them. Don't pay attention to it for the time being. Let him fend for himself. Tianlong said to Nguang. After all, Shui Nai has too many backers now, and he himself is not an easy person to deal with. Tianlong naturally hopes to avoid conflicts in this regard. Well, listen to Tianlong. Now we should prepare for the matter of the arena. Now immediately list a list of elite players suitable for the competition. In these last few days, we must focus on training them. Shenlong is still quite concerned about the matter of the arena. After all, this arena competition is a good place to become famous. Let's talk about the future after this. Understood. Everyone answered together. Use a fire bomb on me now. Yangzhen brought Mina to the back garden of the Ninja Master Guild headquarters, which is a good place for the internal staff of the Ninja Master Guild to rest. Okay. Mina didn't know why Yangzhen brought him here, but Mina still felt that this NPC was trustworthy. Mina immediately used a fire bomb, and before the fire bomb flew out, Mina received a system message. System, your fire bomb technique has reached the hidden setting conditions of the system, and the fire bomb technique has merged with the sword energy. Mina didn't think about it, and threw the fire bomb to Yangzhen directly, and immediately went to check the properties of the fire bomb technique after the mutation, and saw that there were a few more lines of words in the introduction of the fire bomb technique in the skill column. Introduction to the blood limit. After continuous efforts, I finally realized the true meaning of basic ninjutsu and obtained the title of Scorch Release Ninjutsu Master. Fusion effect. The cooldown time of all ninjutsu is reduced by 15 seconds, the seal time is reduced by 5 seconds, all fire ninjutsu is changed to burning ninjutsu filled with sword energy, the ninjutsu effect is increased by 30%, and an additional 5 seconds of forced burning effect is added. No way! Mizuna screamed, what kind of attribute is this? After that, Mizuna tried the Thunder Ball technique and the Lightning Sword energy, and also produced this kind of fused bloodline limit, which are Thunder Release plus Sword Energy Storm Release, Thunder Release plus Fire Release Shock Release. And when Mizuna's 3 basic ninjutsu completed the fusion of bloodline limits, Mizuna's 3 bloodline limit ninjutsu masters actually disappeared, and directly formed a new title Bloodline Expert Ninjutsu Master. This Bloodline Expert Ninjutsu Master is just a title that does not add any attributes, but the effect of the fusion of Mizuna's 3 bloodline limits is already powerful enough. Haha, it's true, you people who come from another world, your understanding of ninjutsu is indeed different from ours. Yangzhen saw Mizuna so happy, and immediately knew that his guess was correct. Another world? You know about this? Mina was shocked. He had always thought that this term was only used by players. Yes, I am a member of the country's top leadership, so I naturally know these things. But I didn't expect that the prophecy of the Six-Path Sage was true, and I encountered it. Haha, I don't know whether it is lucky or unlucky. Yan Xian's smile was a little strange, but from his words, we can know that these NPCs don't know that they are just lives in the game world. Why do you say it is unfortunate? Isn't the prophecy just this little bit? Mina immediately used his brain, found out one idea after another, and then selected the most suitable one. Yes, because the prophecy says that if we humans don't want to be destroyed by darkness, we have to cooperate with you from another world to fight the enemy together. Darkness. Yes, darkness is now much stronger than our ninja world. The news from the border of the evil country has shown that the current situation is not optimistic, otherwise I would not come out. After all, we old immortals have caused too much damage to this world. But if we are also thrown into the battle, it means that our ninja world has no much hope. So the people of our Ninja Master Guild plan to select from you, the people from another world. Some talents that can be cultivated will come out, and let these people attract all the visitors from the other world, and you are my cultivation target. Yan Xian's words surprised Mina a little. After all, he was just a novice, but thinking about the attitude of those veteran players towards NPCs, I am afraid that even if the enthusiasm of NPCs is high, it will be exhausted. This is also the reason why they will find themselves. Don't worry, we will also contribute to this second home. Mina said very righteously, but he still had a sentence in his heart: people who don't accept this kind of task are probably stupid. For this kind of war involving the country and even the entire ninja world, players can get too much from it: money, reputation, honor, value, and even power. There are too many benefits in it. And large-scale wars like this are often the kind of situation where there is no end to the death. As long as you are a hostile force, then it is either you die or I die, there is no third way. With your words, I feel relieved. Yan Xian had participated in the last War of the Dead, and was very aware of the horror of the evil kingdom. The ninja world has a large population, and this human wave tactic is a great advantage. But if it is against the evil kingdom, then the human wave tactic will only accelerate the demise of the ninja world. But if there are these people from another world to help now, with their qualifications and special abilities, as long as they have enough time to grow up, they can definitely resist the invasion of the evil kingdom. However, there is one thing that Yan Xian does not know, that is, some of these so-called people from another world are growing up in the evil kingdom. By the way, please do not disclose the matter about the evil kingdom to others just now, which may cause unnecessary panic. In order for the empire to have a stable space, this approach is necessary. Please understand. Yan Xian reminded Mina. I understand, don't worry. Mizuna naturally knew the seriousness of this matter, but that was for NPC residents. For players, it was an opportunity. After Mizuna left, she learned all the skills that could be learned in her backpack. The original 3 ninjutsu became the burning style burning bullet technique, the storm style storm light sword chi, and the shock style shock wave technique. Now Mizuna's active skills have added thunder arrow, recovery, water vortex shield, and great fireball technique, and Mizuna took a look at their cooling time and seal time, all of which were grey. Instantaneous, only ninjutsu masters who have tried it know the taste of instantaneous. However, Mizuna has never heard of this great fireball technique in the game introduction, which proves that this great fireball technique is not a common ninjutsu commonly used by ninjutsu masters, and it is very likely to be created by Yangzhen himself. The reason why Mizuna chose this ninjutsu is because the introduction of this skill book says that this ninjutsu belongs to a large-scale ninjutsu. It is the only intermediate ninjutsu that Mizuna knows that can attack in groups, a real group attack ninjutsu. This ninjutsu, which has never appeared before players, will surely give opponents a surprise. After learning the skills, Mina tried to contact the unscrupulous profiteer through communication, but because the unscrupulous profiteer was not in the country, he could not contact him. Mina looked at the date. There were still 7 days before the full month of the server. In these 7 days, Mina had to hone all his skills and prepare tactics for different opponents. Mina used the return scroll to return to Lanluo village. Now he had to practice his skills. Whether it was elementary ninjutsu or intermediate ninjutsu, there was room for appreciation. He could not give up just because it was already instant. Chapter 110 Ant vs Wild Boar. However, not long after Mina returned to Lanluo village, he saw a black cat as big as an adult's thigh flying over and scratching his body fiercely. Mina didn't react for a moment, and was knocked to the ground by the impact of the black cat. Mina didn't expect that the black cat would be so powerful, and couldn't help but use the reconnaissance technique to look at the black cat's information. Oh my god, it doesn't need to upgrade so fast. According to the information obtained by Mina's reconnaissance technique, the current level of this black cat is 13, and its upgrade speed can definitely be described as riding a rocket. Mina had no choice but to take out the last piranha boss, and then said to it directly, regardless of whether it could understand or not, "This is the last one. If you want it, you can only catch it yourself." However, what almost scared Mina to death was that the black cat actually nodded, and then absorbed the piranha boss. Mina no longer knew how to use the word eat to describe it. This black cat simply absorbed, and absorbed directly, and only this word was suitable for its eating appearance. After that, Mina talked to Xiao Ai, who was practicing skills hard, and took the black cat out. When leaving the village, Mina habitually entered the stealth state, but when he thought of the black cat, he immediately looked behind him, intending to put it in the novice robe, but the black cat that was originally following him half a step away disappeared, and there was nothing behind him. Meow! A cat's cry came from the front of Mina, but when Mina turned his head, there was nothing. Meow! Another cat's cry appeared in front of Mina. This time Mina was sure that the cat's cry was in front of him, and from the sound, Mina could hear a hint of impatience. "No way, you can also be invisible." Mina squatted down with some curiosity and looked at the place in front of him where there was nothing. With a pop, Mina's head was hit, and the stealth state was immediately broken, and it was the black cat that broke the stealth state at the same time. "Fuck, I won't say that you can be stealth, but you can actually see my stealth. What race are you, cat?" Mina said dissatisfiedly, but he didn't care about the cat's rough behavior just now. After all, a person can't care about these things with a cat. "Let's go, but this time you will be invisible on my shoulder, so that I can know your position," Mina said as she hugged the black cat on her shoulder. When Mina was about to approach the ant nest, he suddenly felt a strong vibration coming from the front. The vibration seemed to be caused by something heavy hitting the ground, but the weight sounded too heavy. Now Mizuna's movements were a little unstable, shaking up and down. No way, ants fighting wild boar bosses. Mizuna didn't expect to see this ongoing battle as soon as she came out of the dense forest. As soon as Mizuna saw this scene, she immediately activated the stealth ring. The black cat turned invisible much faster than Mizuna, and once it turned invisible, it jumped off Mizuna's shoulder and hid somewhere unknown. This made Mizuna curse the black cat for its disloyal behavior. Mizuna, who was sneaking under some tree shadows, quickly put on the equipment she had just taken off, and all of them were equipment that increased physical defense or ninjutsu damage. After putting on the equipment, Mizuna just hid in the tree shadows and watched this battle with huge size differences. As far as the current situation is concerned, the ant nest is at a serious disadvantage. Although the 3 wild boar bosses coming from the wild boar territory are at a serious disadvantage in terms of number, they have more blood and thicker defense. And with one kick, hundreds of soldier ants will become mud and dust wherever the shock wave passes, and they can't die anymore. Now, more than half of these ant nests have collapsed, and 2 of them have been completely pushed down by the wild boar boss. The queen ants inside were also picked out by the wild boar's long tusks and stabbed or trampled to death. Mina glanced at the corpse of a queen ant 10 meters away from her. The queen ant was about 30 centimeters long, and her whole body seemed to be surrounded by a thin layer of semi-black armor. Its upper body was a plump female body, with facial features and even hair on its head, but the pair of antennae on it looked a bit weird, and its 4 limbs had become human-like arms. However, its lower body was a huge abdomen that was very inconsistent with its body shape, and there were 2 pairs of sturdy feet under the abdomen, which were enough to support its body. From the first time Mina saw it, a word appeared in Mina's mind, Ant-Man. While Mizuna was observing and studying the queen ant, 2 more queen ants were picked out of the ant nest by the wild boar's tusks. One of them was pierced through the chest by the wild boar's tusks and was thrown over by the wild boar. Mizuna saw the seriously injured queen ant flying towards him, and instinctively caught it with his hands. When he saw that the queen ant in his arms was not dead after suffering such an injury, and was still trying to struggle out to fight, Mizuna's consciousness moved, and the light of life was directly activated, completely healing the dying queen ant. Mizuna, who used the skill, immediately came out of stealth. When the queen ant saw a big hand appearing in front of her, she immediately looked behind her. Fuck, what kind of eyes is this? Mizuna now had only this thought in his mind, because he saw sadness, fear, but also joy in the little eyes of the queen ant. Mizuna's hand shook, and the queen ant fell directly to the ground. Mizuna immediately threw a reconnaissance spell over, no way, a level 13 ordinary boss. However, a voice that frightened Mina even more appeared. Thank you. Thank you. A light and somewhat ethereal and stiff voice appeared in Mina's mind. Yes, it appeared directly in Mina's mind, not heard by the ears. No way, today's creatures have all become so strange. Mina glanced at the black cat that was fighting one of the wild boar bosses, and couldn't help but shudder. Can you talk? Mina picked up the queen ant, and then observed the black cat fighting with the wild boar boss. The black cat seemed to have joined the war when Mina appeared. Fortunately, the wild boar boss was huge, but it had no power to fight back against the small but very agile black cat. The queen ant nodded slightly. Oh, it's amazing. Mina carefully observed the queen ant in her hand again. It seemed that a layer of translucent and crystal green appeared on its body, which was different from those dead ones. But it was only a shallow layer, and if you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice it at all. At this time, a slight chirping sound appeared under Mina's feet, and the queen ant in Mina's palm also made the same chirping sound. Mina immediately lowered her head and caught another queen ant in her hand. After it was injured, Mina immediately added the intermediate ninjutsu recovery technique to it. A burst of blue water vapor appeared on Mina's weapon, and then immediately rushed into the body of the injured queen ant. The frightened queen ant actually showed a shocked expression and fled around the blue water vapor, but soon it found that the water vapor was beginning to repair its body, so it stopped struggling. The health of these queen ant bosses was too low, and Mina only used 10 recovery techniques to complete it. Now Mina's recovery technique is only level 1, which can only restore 50 health points each time, and it still takes 10 seconds to complete, and it cannot be attacked during the period, otherwise the effect of the ninjutsu will be invalid. But it has an ability that other medical ninjutsu and Bing Liangguan do not have, that is, infinite stacking. However, after Mina used the recovery technique, a little blue light flashed on the antennae of the treated queen ant, but this phenomenon was not seen by Mina. Mina put the 2 queen ants, who were no longer in danger of death, on the ground and said to them, "Can you trap these wild boars? How to trap them? It would be best to dig a pit and bury them, so that I can take action without worry." I saw a flash of inspiration in the eyes of the 2 queen ants, which was the inspiration of sudden enlightenment. Unfortunately, Mina did not focus on these 2 little guys. He was paying close attention to the 3 wild boar bosses in front of him, looking for the right opportunity. These 3 wild boar bosses are just ordinary white bosses, but in the vast space here, their fighting power is not something Mina can resist, so Mina must find a suitable entry point. Now, due to the participation of the black cat, one of the 3 wild boar bosses slowly moved away from the main battlefield and went to catch the cat. The other one was entangled by tens of thousands of soldier ants. It kept running and jumping around, trying to shake off the soldier ants on its body. However, due to its size, this low jump could not reduce the number of soldier ants on its body. Instead, it trampled many ants on the ground to death. The last wild boar boss did not have enough troops to deal with it. Every time it attacked the ant nest, it would cause serious damage to the ant nest. This boss was what Mina had to deal with. Mina went around the side of the wild boar boss wearing a soldier ant coat, and saw that the 3 points formed a straight line. Mina immediately controlled the height and angle of release, and poured the ninjutsu across the wild boar boss to another boss. One by one, the damage values continued to appear on the wild boar boss that attacked the ant nest. This boss had obviously discovered Mina who used ninjutsu, but because the position of his companions just blocked its sight, it had to give up attacking the last ant nest and look for the hidden Mina. When it wanted to bypass its companions to attack Mina, Mina immediately walked in the opposite direction. However, it was not an easy job to maintain a straight line between the 3 points while the wild boar boss was running around. While Mina was playing hide and seek with the wild boar boss, the ants on the other side began to dig a big pit under the command of the 2 shadow queens. Chapter 111 Corrosion Pearl. Mina now had no time to attack the wild boar boss with ninjutsu. Instead, he was chased by the boss and ran everywhere. However, because of the wild boar boss who had been blinded by the soldier ants and the holes on the ground that were trampled by the wild boar boss, Mina was not caught up by the wild boar. However, the depth of these holes was too shallow, which could only trap the wild boar boss for a short time and was only enough for Mina to run to a relatively safe place. Since Mina had caused great damage to the wild boar boss, the boss had already held a grudge against Mina, and even forgot the purpose of coming here, and desperately chased Mina. What was originally a great battle became a chase with the participation of 1 man and 1 cat. After 15 minutes, Mina's amazing endurance won him the final victory. Now the wild boar boss who was chasing Mina had successfully fallen into the big pit. This was a big pit big enough to bury the 3 wild boar bosses. It took 15 minutes to dig. Mina glanced at the layer of slowly crawling ants above the big pit. After a while, the big pit was covered with a layer of ants, covering the hole. If Mina hadn't known that there was a big hole here, he probably wouldn't have thought that it was empty. These ants are so smart that it's a bit astonishing. Mina glanced at the 3 wild boar bosses in the pit, and threw down large fireballs as big as basins like hail, turning the pit into a fire pit. The 10 queen ants on the side surrounded the pit. As soon as they saw a wild boar put its head on it, they would immediately spit out corrosive acid from their mouths to prevent it from moving further. The black cat would also come out to harass the wild boar boss at this time, and Mina would use ninjutsu to drive it back. The height of the pit is 2 meters, more than twice the height of the wild boars. No matter how they bounce or step on the backs of other wild boars, it is not so easy to get out. In addition, there are various obstacles on the side, and their death is a foregone conclusion. However, whether it is a human or a monster, they will struggle before dying, so Mina is very serious about such dying monsters and will never take it lightly. Mina's magic did not stagnate with the support of the chakra recovery pill, but because Mina's current fireball technique is a group attack ninjutsu, the damage is not as high as that of a single one, and it is a bit weak when fighting. Now Mina began to know the importance of powerful ninjutsu to a ninjutsu master. If he continued to attack at this frequency, it might take more than an hour to finish off the 3 wild boar bosses below, but there was no way to do it. He couldn't give up because of this. I believe that many players who have played games for a lifetime have never encountered such a situation where there are 3 bosses for you to fight. Mina comforted herself in her heart, and there was still no sign of relaxation in the release of ninjutsu. Afterwards, Mina felt a little bored and observed the queen ants of different sizes. The queen ants all looked similar, but some were bigger and some were smaller. However, Mina soon discovered some differences in the tentacles of these queen ants. The tentacles of each queen ant reflected different colors in the sun. The tentacles on the heads of these queen ants were not the same color. Some were red, some were blue, and some were golden. And now Mina also found that the queen ants with red tentacles were closest to the fire pit, as if they liked the fire pit very much. An idea flashed through Mina's mind, and she immediately turned this idea into action. Lightning arrows began to replace the previous fireballs. Although the wild boar's skin had a high resistance to the lightning escape ninjutsu, after the previous queen ant's acid attack, their skin was no longer intact, and Mina also picked these wounds to attack. The damage was still good, but without the group attack effect, the health of the other 2 wild boar bosses began to rise again. However, Mina's idea was also confirmed. When Mina changed the ninjutsu, the queen ants with red tentacles began to retreat, while those with golden tentacles began to move forward. It seemed that they were reacting to the ninjutsu in the pit. Afterwards, Mina immediately thought of the time when she used the light of life to save the queen ant. It should have obtained part of the energy of the tree of life and absorbed the energy of the tree of life into its body, so the body would have green patterns. If this is the case, then there is a lot of room for growth for these queen ants. Mina immediately thought of the aspect of summoned beasts. The game introduction introduced that each player can have up to 5 summoned beasts, and the summoner can have unlimited. There is no requirement for these 5 summoned beasts, but you have to open 5 summoned beasts in your summoned beast column, and those summoned beasts are willing to sign a contract with you. This is entirely up to the player. However, Qin Hao felt that the strength of these queen ants was not high for the time being, so he would continue to observe and make plans after they grow up. Another half an hour passed, and Shui Nai had already dealt with the second wild boar boss, but his endurance was at its limit. Without pine cone wine, he could only hand over the remaining boss to the queen ants, while he helped on the side to prevent the wild boar boss from using the corpse of his companion to come up. The 10 queen ants began to chirp together, summoning their people, calling all the soldier ants who were repairing the ant nest, and then turned into a black tide and rushed into the big pit. Shui Nai only saw the wild boar disappear in the sea of ants in an instant, and the damage values of 1 or miss kept popping up above. This phenomenon lasted for a full 20 minutes, but only a quarter of the soldier ants came out of the big pit. The loss was still too great, at least 100,000 soldier ants died as a result. 10 ant queens saw that the pit had calmed down and immediately jumped down from the pit. No one knew what they were doing. Out of curiosity, Shui Na immediately stuck her head out from the pit. "No way, you guys also play the absorption upgrade." Shui Na saw that the flesh and blood on the bodies of the 3 wild boar bosses below disappeared little by little, and soon only a skeleton was left. In addition, the bodies of the 10 ant queens also grew a bit bigger. Shui Na immediately used the reconnaissance technique to check their levels. The highest was already level 15, and the lowest was level 12. In terms of the current state of the ant queens, the largest one was the one that had been treated by Shui Na's light of life. Now the translucent crystal green on its body has become lighter, but the antennae on its head have all turned emerald green, and even a few of its hairs have turned emerald green, but they are not conspicuous among the many hairs. The second largest one was the ant queen that had been treated by Shui Na's recovery technique. Its antennae just showed a blue luster, and its hair was still black, but Qin Hao could imagine what it would look like when it was fully grown. Mina watched their somewhat bulky bodies continue to climb upwards, but from the current situation, it was impossible for them to climb up by themselves, so Mina had to go down and help. When Mina sent all the queen ants to the ground, Mina heard that voice again in her mind. Thank you. You're welcome. Anyway, we are all acquaintances, and we can be considered half friends. Mina said indifferently, and then looked at the somewhat embarrassing environment around, which was already in a mess. The ant nest had all collapsed, leaving only a piece of broken bricks and tiles, which was very desolate. Friends. Its tone was a little puzzled. It's the kind of relationship where you will help when you are in trouble. Mina said a little guilty, and it seemed that she came here with the idea of practicing skills at first. Are we friends? Yes. Mina simply sat next to it, and the other queen ants had gone back to take charge of the overall situation. By the way, are you the only one who can speak? Mina held this somewhat different queen ant in her hand and looked at it, and touched it with her hand. The skin of its body was very smooth and soft, and it didn't look like the epidermis that insects should have at all. It nodded in response, obviously it was not used to speaking in that way. It's really amazing. Mina thought to herself. Whether in terms of expression or action, the queen ant looked like a little person, and its face was also very delicate, with the feeling of a doll, but its body was only half the similarity to humans. Do you want these crystal cores? Mina suddenly thought of the crystal cores in her backpack. She wondered if they could absorb them. If they could, Mina would definitely not be stingy with them. After all, if you want them to be your pets, you must make them stronger. The queen ant picked up the crystal core that was as big as her arm with her hands, looked at it carefully for a few times, and touched it with her tentacles. She looked so cute. I can't eat, it will explode. Mina immediately understood what it meant. The energy of this crystal core was too great. At their current level, they would be blown up by the energy after eating it. Oh, I'll give it to you later. Shuinai immediately thought of the black cat, but when he went to look for it, he didn't find it. Hey, stinky cat, where are you? Shuinai shouted to the empty space. A dissatisfied cat called meow and appeared behind Shuinai, and also grabbed Shuinai's shoulder fiercely. Hey, can you eat this? Shuinai ignored its rude behavior and shook the crystal core in the palm of his hand at the black cat. The black cat shook its head, and then spit out 2 smooth beads from its mouth. Shuinai immediately picked them up and took a look. Item, corrosion bead, complete. Chapter 112 Green. Item, corrosion bead, complete. Quality, ordinary. Weight, 1. Item, this is a gem with the power of corrosion. Its power can corrode equipment. It can be embedded in equipment for use, or placed in the accessories column for use. Gem effect, after being embedded in a melee weapon, there is a 50% chance that the target will have an equipment corrosion effect. When equipped on non-weapon equipment or accessories, plus 10 points of corrosion resistance. Equipment corrosion effect 1, reduce the durability of the target's non-defense equipment by 10 points, reparable. Equipment corrosion effect 2, reduce the defense of the target's defense equipment by 5 points, lasting for 15 seconds, can be stacked, and reduce the durability by 5 points, reparable. Hey, what are you doing? Mina suddenly saw that the black cat took advantage of his inattention and swallowed one of the corrosion beads directly, and Mina heard a crackling sound coming from its mouth before it swallowed it. Ah! Damn, you stinky cat! Mina screamed, threw the black cat directly to the ground, and immediately looked at his injured palm. The glove on his hand had been corroded with a small hole. When the black cat swallowed the bead of corrosion, Mina picked it up with some worry, but she didn't expect that after swallowing the bead of corrosion, the sharp claws on its limbs also developed strong corrosive ability. Not only did it burn a small hole in Mina's gloves, but it also corroded Mina's hands, deducting more than 10 points of Mina's health, and the feeling of being corroded was very clear, and Mina was about to scream in pain. Mina watched the soil under the feet of the black cat corrode and produce green smoke, and soon formed 4 small holes, which showed its strong corrosive ability. But this made Mina feel a little incredible. Because from the introduction of this bead of corrosion, it can be seen that this corrosive power does not seem to be very strong. Then there is only one possibility, that is, after the black cat ate this bead, it has undergone a certain mutation and strengthened this corrosive power. Tisk tisk, it looks very strong, but you can't play with Xiao AI anymore. Mina looked at the black cat struggling on the ground in front of her, and when she thought of its previous behavior towards her, she immediately said with gloating. With an angry meow, the black cat stared at Mina, and walked towards her step by step with 4 smoke columns. Hey, you better control your new ability, don't mess around. Mina immediately hugged the queen ant in her hand and ran away. Do you want this? Mina saw that the black cat did not chase after her, and immediately pointed at the corrosion pearl and asked the queen ant in her hand. The queen ant shook her head first, then pointed to her abdomen and said, "There, is it? Okay, then I'll take it." Mina immediately put the corrosion pearl in her accessories column. By the way, should I give you a name, otherwise it will be troublesome to call you in the future. Mina glanced at the black cat and thought whether she should also change its name. Okay. The queen ant said. Then call you Green. Shuinai glanced at the emerald green antennae on its head. Lve did not refuse, but nodded very docilely. After a good rest, Shuinai took the black cat king who had solved the problem of the power of corrosion, half of the queen ants, and a large group of soldier ants behind him to seek revenge on the wild boar. As for the reason why the black cat was called the Black Cat King, it was because it did not like the dozens of names Shuinai gave it at all. It directly asked Lve to send the name it thought of to Shuinai's brain, and asked Shuinai to call it that in the future. Judging from the way it spoke to Lve arrogantly, this name should have been thought of before. Thank you for your hard work, Lve. Lve took several minutes to fully express the meaning of the Black Cat King just now. The string of sentences was really long, which made Lve, who was not very proficient in using consciousness to speak, suffer a lot. But I really didn't expect that you can directly communicate with other creatures. Shuinai was surprised that Lve could actually talk to the Black Cat King. Any living thing, can be. Lvi's voice rang in Mina's mind, and as it continued to use this ability, its speech became less stiff. Powerful. Mina thought to herself, this queen is a very good spiritual beast. One man, one cat, and many ants followed the path that the wild boar boss had violently opened up before and came to the wild boar's territory. Okay, Lvi, tell them to dig a big hole here, I'll go in and take a look at the situation. Shui Na pointed to the open space in front and gestured to Lve. This is the edge of the wild boar territory, and wild boars rarely come here. As for the 3 wild boar bosses just now, it is obvious that something big happened in the wild boar territory, so they ran to the ant nest, and then were treated as food by the soldier ants. As a result, due to the huge difference in strength, they were almost wiped out. This is Shui Nai's speculation. Now is the time for him to go inside to verify it. As for asking Lve to dig a pit, it is just in case. If a wild boar boss takes a fancy to it, at least he can use the pit to kill it. Hey, you don't have to follow me first. You have to let Lve and the others out now, and protect them at the same time. Shui Nai called the Black Cat King who had entered the stealth state and wanted to follow him. A meow sound appeared in the open space, and the voice was full of dissatisfaction. Be obedient, I'm leaving first. Shui Nai said, then entered the stealth state and left. What a strange feeling. Mina muttered in his heart. Green and Black Cat King gave Mina the feeling that they were a bit like high-level NPCs like Fal and the old ninjutsu master. He also felt that they were like a group of children who had not grown up and needed his care. Just as Mina was walking and thinking about these thoughts, he suddenly found that this wild boar territory was no longer the one he had seen before. The ruins that were originally in the center of the wild boar territory disappeared. It disappeared completely, leaving only the big pit that was smashed. Fuck, no way. Even the wild boar king boss was not spared. When Shui Nai approached the pit, he immediately saw the body of the wild boar king and several items scattered on the ground. Shui Nai jumped down without saying a word, ignoring the damage he suffered when he fell. After collecting the items on the ground as quickly as possible, he hurriedly dealt with the body of the wild boar king boss. The sound of ding, ding, puff, puff was endless, but Shui Nai's mind was no longer on this. Now he was thinking about what had just happened in the wild boar territory. From the scene, it seemed that someone had the idea of taking advantage of this relic, so he came and dug it up. But obviously this wild boar king boss refused, and as a result, the wild boar king boss was directly killed. At present, the person who can kill the wild boar king boss and take away the entire relic must be a high-level NPC. This also explains why no one wants the items dropped by the wild boar king boss. Shun and the NPCs are too high-level, so they disdain these low-level equipment and don't even want to take a look. Fuck, I can't go up. Mina saw that the wild boar king boss had been refreshed by the system, and all the items around him were put into his backpack. But then he realized that he couldn't climb up this 4-meter deep vertical pit at all. After that, Mina tried running and jumping, climbing the pit wall, but there was no effect. Finally, he even tried to call for help, but there was no creature, not even the wild boar came to respond to him. Finally, Mina had to focus on the scroll back to the city. Just when Mina was about to activate the scroll back to the city, a familiar voice appeared behind Mina. Do you want to go up? Why are you here, village chief? Mina turned around and immediately thought that with the village chief's strength, he should be able to deal with this wild boar king boss. I felt a strong breath here this morning, so I came to take a look. Fal said calmly while sending Mina to the pit with chakra. However, Mina still read a trace of uneasiness in Fal's eyes. Even a swordsman like Fal, the village chief, felt uneasy. You can imagine the seriousness of this matter. What happened? Mina asked. Actually, I don't know. I just hope that this relic will not fall into the hands of bad people. Fal did not tell Mina about this. Mina's strength is too weak now. If he knows something beyond their ability too early, it will affect his growth. So for Mina's sake, he can't tell him at this time. By the way, what are your summoned beasts doing there? Fal suddenly asked Jin Hao. Spirit beasts? Ah, I forgot about them. Shui Nai ran back immediately after saying that. Most of the wild boars in the wild boar territory had fled, and there were only about 40% of the usual number, so Shui Nai didn't even need to sneak and ran back directly. When Shui Nai returned to that place, Shui Nai saw the Black Cat King and the Queen Ants trapping the lone wild boars according to the method she taught them. There were already several wild boar skeletons in the deep pit. Judging from the size of these skeletons, they should be just some ordinary wild boars. They are. Fal had been following Shui Nai slowly, but even though he was knowledgeable, He had never heard of such ants before. He just felt the breath of other creatures around the black cat, so he thought it was Shui Nai's summoned beast. Newly made friends. Qin Hao said as he used ninjutsu to kill the wild boar in the pit, and then waited for the queen ant to go down and absorb the wild boar's flesh and blood. And the black cat had already gone somewhere to attract monsters, and didn't care about Fowl's existence at all. This is... Fowl took a look at the situation in the pit and found that the queen ant inside was slowly getting stronger after sucking the wild boar's flesh and blood, but the increase was very weak. Chapter 113 I'm back. They seem to be able to notify this way to become stronger, so I plan to train them. If possible, they will become good companions. Shui Na also looked at the queen ants sucking below. However, their way of becoming stronger is somewhat like dark creatures. I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble. Fowl frowned and said, now the black cat has begun to grow up. In the case of not knowing whether it is a blessing or a curse, I didn't expect Shui Na to get a few monsters that are obviously of dark creature bloodline to be friends. This is clearly a wave of troubles. Dark creatures. Shui Na was very surprised. Actually, there's no need to worry too much. I don't know the habits of these creatures. It's very likely that I saw it wrong. Fowl looked in the direction of the ruins, hoping that he really saw it wrong. Okay, I've been out for a long time. It's time to go back. You have to be careful. After Fowl finished speaking, he floated up and flew towards the direction of Lan Luo village. At the entrance of Lan Luo village, the old ninjutsu master's workshop was pitch black because there was no light inside. What's wrong? The old ninjutsu master spoke in the dark. The ruins are gone. When I arrived, I could only feel that there were 3 very powerful auras left there. Alas, this ruin has been destroyed by us, so it doesn't matter if they take it away. But what I'm worried about now is that they are ready for the next war, and we don't have the strength to fight at all. The old ninjutsu master said a little uneasily. By the way, I suspect that some of the creatures in the ruins may have escaped. This is impossible. We have checked it very clearly back then, and no creatures were missed. The old ninjutsu master and Fowl spent a lot of effort to clean up the damn synthetic creatures in the past. Fowl, who had just become a sword master, almost died in it. Fowl told about the queen ants, and the old ninjutsu master pondered for a while and immediately said, let's observe this first. If they can be used by us, we can't give up these powers. After spending a day with the black cat and the queen ant in the wild boar territory to kill countless wild boars, Mina's level finally rose to level 21. However, since the black cat did not form a contractual relationship with Mina, the black cat could not gain experience from these wild boars. The queen ants who used the corpses of creatures as experience had no such problem at all, but with the reduction in the level, the queen ant's upgrade speed has also slowed down a lot. Mizu now invested 2 points of his newly acquired attribute points into agility, spirit, and constitution. Now that his physical fitness was already very high, he did not need too much care. Seeing that he was about to go offline, Shui Nai took the black cat king and the queen ant back to the ant nest. When he arrived at the ant nest, Shui Nai began to check the items he had obtained today in his backpack. There was a skill book in his backpack, and Shui Nai remembered that he had picked it up from the Wild Boar King boss. This is an intermediate passive skill book called Physical Strengthening, which can increase the learner's physique by 50 points. It is definitely the favorite of Blood Shield players. I believe that many big guilds will scramble for it. Shui Nai suppressed the idea of learning it and put the skill book back into his backpack. Then he took out a set of equipment that was obviously a set from his backpack. This set has a total of 3 pieces, namely Wild Boar King Armor, Wild Boar King Shield, and Wild Boar King Leggings, all of which are warrior-type equipment. These 3 pieces of equipment seem to be special rewards for defeating the Wild Boar King, otherwise it is impossible to explode all 3 sets at once, but this also means that the Wild Boar King boss will never appear again in the future. The Wild Boar boss also dropped 3 chakra gems, but they were all physical gems, just different levels and qualities. For these gems, Mina stuffed 2 of the complete gems into her accessories column. As for the fragment, she threw it into her backpack. The 2 physical gems, which added 10 and 25 points respectively, increased Mina's health by 175 points. As for other items, since they were only targeting ordinary wild boars today, not many items were dropped. Basically, 1 item was dropped after hitting 3, and there was no pleasure of dropping a boss. In the next 3 days, Mina stayed in the wild boar territory. With the help of the queen ant and the army of soldier ants, Mina had begun to clean up the wild boar boss in the wild boar territory. At the same time, under the strong protest of the Black Cat King, Mina also captured the piranha pond in the wild boar territory. Now the wild boar territory has become their territory, but because the level of Mizuna and the queen ant has increased, they can no longer be satisfied here. However, since Mizuna still has to prepare for the ring, she has no intention of leaving here. Now Mizuna no longer participates in their hunting operations. After all, her current level has reached level 23, and there is no profit in beating these wild boars. It is better to practice the spell seal skills on the side to prepare for the ring. LVI, the number of soldier ants has decreased a lot. Now you can ask Bingjing to bring another batch over, otherwise there will be too few soldier ants and problems will easily occur. Mizuna looked at the two newly dug pits in front, one of which was managed by the queen ants and the other by the Black Cat King. Although the level of this Black Cat King did not upgrade because he killed a monster alone, its corrosive power became stronger and stronger. Now the Black Cat King can completely rely on his own corrosive power to get rid of an ordinary wild boar. And it was because of the way that she had seen the Black Cat King fight by crushing the opponent with skills that Mina put away her restless heart, and concentrated on practicing those useful life skills, and studied some videos of masters in the forum, hoping to learn some skills from them. It's over, wow, faster than yesterday. The Black Cat King jumped out of the pit and lay beside Mina. Mina also took out a piranha boss from her backpack. Before, Mina deliberately didn't give it fish to tease the Black Cat King, and as a result, none of her clothes were intact. Since the Black Cat King began to absorb the piranha boss, its temper has become more and more bad, but it is still very good to those people or creatures it knows, at least it will not attack for no reason. But it's hard to say for those it doesn't know. If it is in a good mood, it may be fine, but if it is in a bad mood, it will be like the wild boar just now. In fact, the wild boar just roared at it, but it directly pitted and killed it once. Hey, your behavior is too violent. When will you turn back into the kitten you used to be? Mina looked at the Black Cat King who was eating fish with his mouth, and said with some nostalgia. The current piranha boss can no longer make it stronger, but it likes to use it as a snack. Meow meow. The Black Cat King raised his paw and said dissatisfiedly, while the green beside him began to translate synchronously. This world is the world of the strong. I will never turn back into that kind of weak existence. What about Xiao Ai? If she knew you would think this way, she would be sad. This is my decision. I want to become a strong man. It's up to you, but don't try to hurt humans in the future. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to help you then. Mina glanced at the monster symbol on the Black Cat King. It has become a monster in the wild, no longer a pet in Xiao Ai's arms. This is my only advice to you. Mina didn't want it to become the prey of the player. The Black Cat did not respond to Mina's words, but ran directly into the wild boar's territory to attract new monsters for the queen ant. Becoming stronger isn't good. Lui asked Shui Nai with some doubt. Since it woke up and faced this world, there was a voice in its heart telling it to keep getting stronger and stronger. It's not bad, but I think that Stinky Cat attaches too much importance to strength. In this way, it is very likely to go astray. It will be difficult to save it when it is doomed. Everything must have a limit. If it is exceeded, it will become a bad thing, Shui Nai muttered in his heart. Although I don't understand, but I will remember it. By the way, can you absorb this crystal core with your strength now? Now Lui's level is already 20. Although its body shape has not changed much, the color of its upper body is getting lighter and lighter, a few points whiter than before, and the green hair on its head is also increasing. Yes, but we have all completed elementalization. There may be problems after absorption. Lui said with some difficulty. In that case, forget it. After all, I just want to try. Okay. We can breed new companions. Really, but is there no problem? I mean, are there no restrictions? Shui Nai immediately thought of this aspect. After all, LVE was talking about breeding, not refreshing in the system. No problem. It's just that the strength will drop by half. Now it can be replenished soon. Okay, then you can ask me for the crystal core. Shui Nai looked at the time. There were about 30 minutes before going offline. Shui Nai gave the life light of the Ring of Life directly to LVE. Although for the time being, LVE's elementalization did not bring any powerful abilities to LVE, Shui Nai believed that this was because the number was not enough to cause qualitative changes, so Shui Nai would use these auxiliary skills on them as soon as possible to help them improve the degree of elementalization. With a beep, Shui Nai's text message system received a message. Shui Nai opened it immediately. I'm back. Unscrupulous Profiteer. Chapter 114 Floating Stone Fragments. Levi, I have something to do. I have to leave for a while. See you tomorrow. Levi nodded to show that she understood. Long time no see. Shui Na said immediately after seeing the unscrupulous profiteer. Not long, just a few days. But I can bring back a lot of good things this time, I guarantee you will be surprised. The unscrupulous profiteer said proudly. Really? I have some surprises for you too. Shui Na also said proudly. Well, put them together in the trading window and see whose is the most exciting. The unscrupulous profiteer naturally knew what the surprise Shui Na was talking about, but he was absolutely confident in the equipment he brought back. Okay. Shui Na was the same. Fuck. Damn. Two voices appeared at the same time. Lurking mask, lurking cloak, elven wooden staff, elven wooden armor, natural headdress, are these all special products of the Elven Empire? They are much better than those of the Human Empire. Mina said excitedly. These equipments are very suitable for Mina to use. And the lurking mask and lurking cloak are special items. The lurking mask is a small silver mask, a mask that only reveals the lower half of the face. This mask has no decoration. It has a smooth surface, soft lines, and a silver light is looming on it. The function of this mask is to hide all the information of the user. Even if others use reconnaissance skills, they cannot get any information about the user, even if they want the user's name. And as long as the user wears it, even if he kills the player will not know his identity. It is an excellent artifact for assassins to kill and rob. And the lurking cloak is a cloak that can absorb the light of the surrounding environment. Its dark color like the night can be well integrated into the shadow, thereby enhancing the effect of stealth skills. At the same time, this cloak can also weaken the user's body temperature and breath leakage ability, reducing the possibility of being discovered by agile creatures. The elf wooden staff and the natural headdress are both good equipment that can increase spirit, which is very important for Qin Hao, a low spirit mage, and the elf wooden armor is a kind of equipment with higher defense ability than cloth armor. Although it is still not as good as leather armor, it is much better than cloth armor. Needless to say, the elves are a well-known ninjutsu race, but their ninjutsu is not as diverse as that of the Human Empire. And I also bought a large number of commonly used equipment and plan to open a store in the Elemental City. I should be able to make a lot of money this time. By the way, where did you get this set? It's not ordinary stuff. I picked it up. When I went there, the big boss was dead, but the things it dropped were not even looked at, so I got it at a bargain. What about this physical strengthening? The unscrupulous profiteer was speechless. What kind of luck would it take to encounter this, but he immediately asked about the skill book again. I also picked it up. It dropped together with the boss. What? About the crystal core. The unscrupulous profiteer was about to collapse. I got it from the trial forest. Mina's tone was flat, as if it was just a very ordinary thing. Isn't the trial forest a well-known forbidden place for ninjutsu masters? You are there to get crystal cores. Are you a ninjutsu master? Is there something wrong? Seeing the unscrupulous profiteer's expression was very strange, the ninjutsu master couldn't help but put away all the elf equipment and looked at the unscrupulous profiteer. Nothing, it's just a big blow. Do you know the value of these items? The unscrupulous profiteer worked hard outside, but the profit he got was not as big as what Mina picked up. How could he not be shocked? I don't know. Mina said frankly. Hey, do you know how much money I can earn conservatively? After deducting the cost and the expenses on the road, I can earn about 500 gold coins, but your suit is worth this much. And that general skill book, those skill books that increase attributes are the most valuable now, not to mention the skill book that increases physical fitness, which is necessary for blood shield. This skill book is worth more than 50 gold coins, and there is still a lot of room for appreciation. Brother, I'd better get along with you in the future. It's not that expensive. It's just a set of equipment. Mina felt that the unscrupulous profiteer was a bit exaggerated. No, this equipment is very valuable at this stage. Maybe you haven't paid attention to the ranking on the leaderboard. Do you know the strongest suit on the leaderboard? I'm afraid it's not as strong as yours. I believe that after this week, when the leaderboard is refreshed next week, your suit will definitely become famous. The Wild Boar King suit, you know it's the first choice for Blood Shield. I believe that many guilds will ask about it. It seems that it's better to make a move after a while, so as to whet the appetite of those people first, haha. But it's a pity that the experience of the big boss is lost. By the way, I still have a bunch of Wild Boar King materials on me. Do you want them? Don't be ungrateful for what you have. Think of your Wild Boar King materials as making half of the people in the server jealous of you. Give it to me, and I'll find a few guilds to deal with it for you. Then, what about the crystal cores? I remember they should be very expensive. Seeing that the unscrupulous profiteers didn't care about the crystal cores, Mina asked immediately. Mina hoped to use these crystal cores as tuition. Well, it's hard to set a price. Crystal cores are basically the materials for curse seals. There are not many players playing curse seals now, so it's hard to sell them. I'll ask the guilds about the situation and then set the price. Okay, that's enough. By the way, did you say you wanted to open a store in the Elemental City? Yes, but I need your help. What can I do? Mina asked in confusion. Fight in the ring, and get into the top 10. Top 10? No way, this is my first time playing, you know it. And the rewards for the top 10 have nothing to do with this. Mina was shocked and immediately analyzed the words of the unscrupulous profiteer. No, it does matter. Currently, only nobles can buy out a piece of land in the city. It's a real buyout. Unless there is a war, NPCs have no right to take back your land, and you don't have to pay rent. This is the shop I want, a shop that I have the final say in, and I don't have to be told what to do by NPCs. The unscrupulous profiteer's eyes seemed to suddenly have a supernova, and the eager light even made Mina feel ignited. I remember that the top 10 players can get an imperial letter of introduction, and then the players can use this letter of introduction to the designated nobles to complete the tasks they require, and then they can get a noble title, right? Mina immediately recalled the reward introduction of the arena. Yes, your ultimate goal is this letter of introduction, and then find the great nobleman and complete the task he gave you, so that he will recommend you to become a nobleman of the human empire. Although this noble title will never be too high, as long as you are a noble, you can buy land from the city lord. So, brother, I can only beg you now. The unscrupulous profiteer said as he took out several gems of different colors and sizes from his backpack. These are. Mina took one of the gems she had never seen before from the unscrupulous profiteer. This is a fragment of floating stone, which can make the inlaid items have a slight floating ability, that is, to reduce the weight of the items. But I heard from the players that if it is inlaid in a ring or necklace, it will produce some special effects. No way, this is the core component of the floating city in ancient times, where did you get it from? Mina couldn't believe that this little bit of gem fragments would have such a powerful effect as the legend. Hehe, the core components of the floating city are certainly not inferior goods. I got them from players, so they are not rare. But the stealth ring in your hand is very rare. If you inlay gems on it, there may be some surprising effects, and I am thinking of this special effect. Do you know what the bonus effect is? I don't know, so I bought 3 in my hand. I plan to try them one by one until I can try them. Also, I have 2 brilliant gems in my hand. Stone, which can strengthen those special items, is enough to strengthen your stealth ring to 2 stars. Brilliant gem? Upgrade? 2 stars. Mina was confused. Hehe, special items can be a very special item in the game setting, but the abilities of these items are generally difficult to keep up with the development of the game, so there will be gems that upgrade special items. However, the general explosion rate of these gems is unimaginably low. However, I don't trademark T know if it trademark S my luck or your luck. I actually used 2 gold coins to trick it from the Elf Empire. Hehe, it trademark S terrible to be uneducated. This kind of gem can actually be used as marbles. I think educated hooligans are more terrible. By the way, I have another special item on me. I haven't trademark T told you before. Mina took out the Ring of Life and put it on the palm of her hand. Ring of Life, damn, it turned out to be on you. The unscrupulous profiteer didn't take it, but he could tell its name, and he seemed to know its properties very well. Hey, how do you know its name? Shui Na remembered that he hadn't told the unscrupulous profiteer about this equipment. It seems that you don't know that there is now a special equipment ranking list in the game. No way, when did it happen? Shui Na had never thought of such a thing. He had always used the stealth ring to do many unimaginable things, but if people knew the ability of his special equipment, then his advantage would disappear by more than half. At least when they wanted to surround him, there would definitely be a human wall that even ants couldn't get through. Chapter 115 Inlaid Floating Stone. Hehe, don't you use those equipment in the ring. The unscrupulous profiteer immediately understood Shui Na's thoughts. In fact, even if people knew about the stealth ring, what would happen? Didn't those assassins come here in the same way? There is no need to worry so much. The vastness of darkness is not what you can imagine now. Hey, that's right, I still rely too much on the stealth ring. Mina knew that the current stealth ring was only effective for players, and it had no effect on those higher level NPCs. So in the later stages of the game, the stealth ring could only deceive some newcomers. Don't worry, the special item ranking list has already stated that it will only show the original state of the item. Special items that have been enhanced with brilliant gems or inlaid with other gems will not show their enhanced effects. So, this is actually an intelligence trap. Sometimes it is much more terrible to not get accurate intelligence than to not know any intelligence. The unscrupulous profiteer stuffed all the gems into Mina's hands. I'm going offline now. I'll take you to strengthen the ring tomorrow. The unscrupulous profiteer looked at the countdown in the sky, and there were only a dozen seconds left. See you tonight. Mina also waved to the unscrupulous profiteer, and then disappeared together. Uncle Qin, are you there? As soon as Shui Na and the unscrupulous profiteer came online, they came to Qin's sundry shop. After thinking about it during the day, Shui Na remembered that Qin was also a good craftsman, and judging from the items he sold, he was involved in basically all biological skills, so Shui Na immediately persuaded the unscrupulous profiteer to change the plan to go to the elemental city. Is there anything? Qin opened one of the wooden blocks and glanced at the two people in front of him. Yes, we want to ask Uncle Qin if he knows the craft of gem inlay. Shui Na took out the stealth ring and the life ring, as well as 5 gems. Yes. When Qin saw the 2 rings and 5 gems, a gleam of brilliance appeared in his eyes. The two followed Qin inside and came to Qin's workshop. They saw that the materials and ores inside had filled up half of the workshop. Although the surrounding environment was very chaotic, the various tools on the workbench were very neat and clean, and the tools for each life skill were placed meticulously. Qin gestured to put their items on the workbench, and then he picked up the stealth ring and the life ring, carefully stroked them for a long time, and carefully looked at every bit of them. Then, Qin found a book made of unknown metal from the drawer under the workbench, but the cover of the book was written in a language he had never seen before. Qin looked at the rings while searching in the book. Qin's actions were very serious, and he didn't take the 2 people standing opposite him because there was no chair seriously. Sure enough, these 2 rings are items left behind by the dwarves on this continent. I really didn't expect that you would find them. Dwarves, Haven trademark T. They disappeared from this continent. I remember that they have become part of the dark world and become part of the darkness. The unscrupulous profiteer immediately remembered the background setting in this game. But they were forced into the darkness by us humans. If it weren't trademark T for our human empire trademark S greed for their wealth and their craftsmanship, I trademark am afraid the dwarves would not have left their homeland of the bright continent and plunged into the darkness. Ethan, what is this book? The unscrupulous profiteer immediately thought of this metal book with a huge hammer engraved on the cover, as well as the situation when Qin checked the ring just now, and he already had an idea in his mind. An idea. Yes, this book was snatched from the treasury of the last dwarf kingdom. It is said that this is the holy book of the dwarves. It is for this reason that the dwarves lost hope in light and turned to darkness. Qin glanced at the unscrupulous profiteer, and then at Shui Na. Shui Na and the unscrupulous profiteer looked at each other in surprise, although Qin said it very easily, without any fluctuations in his tone. But the war between races, just thinking about it, will think of the scene of blood flowing like a river and corpses all over the ground. They never thought that this empire that claims to be bright and just would actually do such a heinous act. Is human nature also perfectly displayed in this world? At this time, Shui Na finally understood the main reason why Yan Xin said that the ninja world has become a mess. I am afraid that it is the human empire's aggression against other races that has made the camp on the bright continent exist in name only. Okay, now is not the time to discuss these historical issues. Are you sure you want to use these floating stone fragments to strengthen this stealth ring? Qin asked. It is a good idea to use the power of floating stones to embed them in the stealth ring, but the power of these floating stone fragments is too weak and they are not worthy of the stealth ring at all. Any questions? The unscrupulous profiteer immediately heard a hint of regret in Qin's tone, knowing that this NPC should have his own opinion. It's a bit wasteful. The power of these floating stone fragments is too weak to match this ring. If they are embedded, I'm afraid it will only make the user feel lighter, but I think that effect is almost the same as not having it. After Qin finished speaking, he walked to a box and took out a small bag from it. Judging from the protruding shapes on the outside of the bag, it should be filled with gems. I can sell this floating gem to you, as long as you can help me collect materials of equivalent value. Qin pinched a complete floating stone with his thumb and index finger. When the floating stone was taken out of the bag, Shui Na and the unscrupulous profiteer felt a slight floating feeling on their bodies, as if the gravity of this world suddenly weakened. This gem is too valuable, I'm afraid we. The unscrupulous profiteer could see at a glance that this floating stone was not an ordinary commodity. Maybe this floating stone is the raw material of the core components of the legendary floating city. After all, only gems of that quality can have this ability to affect the surrounding environment. Unfortunately, it has no meaning to me. The strongest function of this floating stone is to build a floating city, but now the technology of the floating city has disappeared. It's useless for me to come. It's better to exchange some materials I like. Qin said and gently pushed the floating stone, and the floating stone actually flew to Shui Na and the others out of thin air. Shui Na reached out and took it, and immediately looked at its properties. Item, floating stone, complete. Quality, top quality. Weight, 1. Item, this is a gem with floating power. It can be embedded in equipment or equipped in the accessories column. Gem effect, since this is a floating stone with super high purity, whether it is embedded in equipment or placed in the accessories column, it can greatly reduce the weight of the wearer and enter the light gravity state. The effect depends on the weight of the use. Note, this is the synthetic material for synthesizing the core components of the floating city. This is the first time that Mina has seen a top quality gem. I didn't expect that this top quality gem would have such a powerful attribute. Compared with it, those fragments are not even slag. Mina showed the top quality floating stone to the unscrupulous profiteer, and the unscrupulous profiteer immediately knew that this gem was what he wanted. Because at the beginning, the unscrupulous profiteer's plan was to allow Mina to move more lightly in stealth mode. In the assassin profession, there is a skill that reduces the weight of the body, thereby speeding up the assassin's movement speed. It is said that the highest level of this skill can leave no trace on the snow, and only this kind of assassin can be called the most competent assassin. In fact, the reason why I brought these fragments back is to embed them in the stealth ring to see if I can produce this light gravity state. If successful, such a stealth ring can be considered perfect. But now this floating stone itself already has this effect, I think it is better not to embed it. After all, such a top-grade gem cannot be used casually. The unscrupulous profiteer said while putting the top-grade floating stone in the air. No, actually I have the same idea as you. Gemstones inlaid in rings and necklaces can produce unexpected effects. I have never experimented with this statement, so I have always wanted to try it, but I have never had a suitable carrier to inlay my gemstones, and now this stealth ring is absolutely worthy of my floating stone, and will never let this gemstone be ashamed. However, that effect is random and no one can control it. If a useless effect is formed, it will be a great waste. The unscrupulous profiteer is not a gambler, he is a down-to-earth businessman, and what he hates most is this kind of gambling behavior. For the experiment, this is necessary. Qin has begun to prepare tools for inlay. Mina and Wu, the good and unscrupulous merchant, saw Qin first fix the ring on the workbench, and then take the floating stone aside to cut and process. Qin put all his heart into every cut, so Qin's movements were indescribably serious. Every cut was very light and slow, but he never paused. Every step seemed to have been practiced hundreds of times in his mind, and there was no need to stop and think about the position and strength of the next cut. Qin first removed the outermost layer of the floating stone, leaving only the core of the floating stone, and then it took Qin half an hour to inlay the stealth ring, which surprised the unscrupulous merchant, because the unscrupulous merchant had just checked the inlay information in the game introduction. In the game, the inlay of gems is a very direct process. The craftsman only needs to hammer the gem directly into the item to be inlaid. It is completely different from Qin's laborious half-hour to complete this inlay. Chapter 116 Phantom Ring. Shui Nai was a little surprised. He remembered that it was called Qin inlaid gemstone, but why did this ring become like this? Now this is no longer the stealth ring he is familiar with. Its new name is Phantom Ring. Item: Phantom Ring, Special Item. Occupational restriction: none. Usage level: none. Weight: 0. Item description: this is a ring that perfectly integrates the floating power with the stealth ring through the dwarf technology. Item use effect: allow the wearer to permanently attach a light body aura, which can increase the movement speed by 20%, and reduce the endurance consumption by 50%. At the same time, the wearer has the Phantom Stealth skill and the Hanging Air skill. Phantom Stealth: make the wearer enter the stealth state, increase the movement speed by 200%, and the whole body is in a light gravity state. It consumes 2 chakras per second. The effect is invalid when attacking, receiving damage, chakra is exhausted, or using skills, and the Phantom Stealth state is automatically exited. Can be used in combination with the Assassin's Stealth skill. The stealth effect will be enhanced when stacked. Skill cooldown: 15 seconds. Air lingering: allows the wearer to ignore gravity and stay in the air for a period of time. Air lingering effect: stay in the air for 20 seconds. Skill cooldown: 1 hour. Hey, are you okay? The unscrupulous profiteer saw that Mina lost consciousness immediately after getting the ring, and couldn't help but push him gently. Mina didn't answer him, he didn't know how to answer him, so he had to put the phantom ring in his hand. Oh my god, I'll go find a few binding stones tomorrow. This artifact is too powerful. I really don't dare to use it without binding it. The unscrupulous profiteer's hands trembled a little. Under normal conditions, it adds 20% of the movement speed and reduces stamina consumption by 50%. This effect alone is amazing, especially the 20% speed bonus, which becomes more and more powerful in the later stages. Moreover, the two skills are already top-notch in themselves, with Phantom Stealth and Hanging in the Air, a perfect match. Whether it is escaping or defeating the enemy with a surprise move, this is a completely surprising skill with no surprises. It's a pity that this ring-like item can only be inlaid with 1 gem, otherwise, I plan to add a few more gems into it. Qin touched the bags of gems. The Phantom Ring just now was perfectly modified, which can be said to be his most perfect masterpiece at present. Enough, if you put another gem in, it will be painful to use it. The unscrupulous profiteer put down the ring reluctantly, because he saw Qin pick up the Ring of Life. It's a pity that there is no suitable gem to transform this ring, otherwise I can turn this ring into the Ring of Immortality. I have seen the Ring of Immortality in this dwarf scripture, and it is said to have the effect of resurrecting life and death, and turning flesh and bones into flesh. It's a pity that I don't have the Gem of Life. Anyway, once you find this kind of gem in the future, you must bring the gem and the ring over. Qin's words immediately made Shui Na and the unscrupulous profiteer think of the resurrection technique, but they did not forget that this might be a hidden task. So starting today, there is one more item in the purchase list of the unscrupulous profiteer. How can this brilliant gem strengthen these 2 rings? It was the unscrupulous profiteer who came out of his trance the fastest, and he immediately asked about the next task. Strengthen the 2 skills of Ring of Life and Phantom Stealth, this should be your idea, right? Qin immediately guessed the unscrupulous profiteer's idea. However, I think you should take out the items on your body first. I have to see if there are other items on you that interest me. I can't waste these 2 brilliant gems. Qin thought he should take a look at their items first. If there are better items than these 2 rings, he will use the brilliant gem on them. After Mayuna and the unscrupulous profiteer looked at each other, they immediately took out items from their backpacks one by one for Qin to look at. If Qin nodded, they would put these items aside, and if he didn't nod, they would throw them directly into the backpack. Not bad, wow, this is the first time I've seen such good experimental materials. Qin's eyes were already burning, completely different from his previous indifferent demeanor. Crystal core, ice crystal sword, wild boar king materials, elf equipment, wow, so good. Qin's eyes were very enthusiastic, which frightened Shui Nai and the unscrupulous profiteer opposite him. However, what they didn't expect was that Shui Nai had no interest in the wild boar king suit that the unscrupulous profiteer highly praised, and even the ice shield and ice crystal sword of the old ninjutsu master were not interested. Qin looked at the equipment one by one, but he soon returned the ice crystal sword and the elf equipment to Shui Nai. It seemed that he had picked out the items that interested him more. Uncle Qin, that lurking mask and lurking cloak, are you not interested? The unscrupulous profiteer saw that Qin just took a second look and ignored the two special items, and couldn't help asking. They are just some low-end stuff in the dwarfs, far from being comparable to the stealth ring and the life ring. It's better for me to study the holy book than this. As for the ice crystal sword, I can't make it even if I study it, so I'd better not waste my time. Qin didn't look up, but his tone was very matter-of-fact. By the way, where did you get these materials? Qin asked the unscrupulous profiteer curiously. He made them all. I'm just a businessman who handles these materials. The unscrupulous profiteer said sourly. The crystal core was obtained in the trial forest, and the one from the wild boar king was picked up. Shuai has already put the phantom ring on his finger, and he is now familiar with the effect of the ring. Oh, very good, if your luck is still so good, I don't mind teaching you what I know. I found that the most important thing for a craftsman is luck. Without luck, it's impossible for you to make a better item. Qin actually laughed, which surprised Shuai. By the way, what are you going to do with these crystal cores? I remember that these crystal cores seem to be useful only to people who use curses. Yes, but I don't know if you have heard of this saying, all the craftsmanship in this world originated from the dwarves. Oh, I understand. Qin now has a dwarven holy book, is there anything Qin can't make? However, I don't need so many crystal cores, I only need 10. It's a pity that I don't have the design of the chakra cannon, otherwise, I would also like to make one. Chakra cannon, the ultimate way to use elemental gems and crystal cores. Qin said something that made the other two people shudder. Can't even you design it? The unscrupulous profiteer said in disbelief. No, that thing has been designed by predecessors, I don't want to waste my time to design one, I like to modify or create something new. This is what a craftsman should do. Okay, you keep these materials, and the floating stone is yours. Qin carefully sorted the materials on the table into his storage equipment. But this is not equivalent. The unscrupulous profiteer said immediately, this is not an equivalent transaction at all. You are willing, and there is no need for equivalence or not. Qin said naturally. Okay, I'm very short on time now, let me help you strengthen the phantom ring and the life ring first. Qin now had no scheming at all, and his mind was now on the materials in his backpack. Qin first ground one of the 7-color brilliant gems into powder with a tool, and then threw the ring of life directly into the small container containing the powder. As soon as the brilliant gem powder touched the ring of life, it actually gave off a 7-color flame, which surrounded the ring of life at once. When the 7-color flame went out, the color of the ring of life became more emerald green, as if the branches of the tree of life inside had come alive again. Shuai took the enhanced ring of life from Qin's hand, and saw that there was a star pattern behind the light of life skill. Although the effect of the life recovery aura was not enhanced, the number of uses of the light of life increased to 2 times a day. After Shuai handed the 1-star life ring to the unscrupulous profiteer, she immediately watched Qin's action of strengthening the phantom ring. However, Qin did not throw the phantom ring into the container, but said a word instead. For items with more than 2 abilities, the strengthening effect of the brilliant gem can only randomly strengthen one of them, but each ability can still be strengthened 3 times, so you'd better pray now. After Qin finished speaking, before the two of them came to their senses from this sentence, he threw the ring into the container. What does this mean? Uncle Qin. The unscrupulous profiteer still didn't understand. In other words, the brilliant gem can only strengthen one of the abilities at a time, and it is randomly selected, and the upper limit of each ability is 3 times. Oh, I understand, but there is no need to pray, after all, these 2 skills are good, and it doesn't matter which one is strengthened. The unscrupulous profiteer said indifferently. After the colorful flames went out, Qin took out the ring and looked at it, with a disappointed expression on his face. It seems that our luck has run out. Qin handed the ring to Shuai, but when Qin Hao saw that there was a star pattern behind the phantom stealth skill, he immediately put his heart back to square one. Now there is a stealth-enhanced text behind the star pattern of the phantom stealth skill, it seems that the stealth has been enhanced, so that it will be even less likely to be discovered by others. Uncle Qin, isn't this a successful enhancement? Shuai asked immediately. This is just a successful enhancement of the ability, but the main body of the ring has not changed at all. This can only be considered a general success. If the main body of the ring is also enhanced, it will be perfect. Qin is a person who likes to pursue perfect works, so he cares more about this aspect. Chapter 117 The Boss. Okay, your work has been completed, you can leave. Qin directly ordered to leave. Wait, I want to buy something, it will be quick. Shuinai said immediately. How does it feel? The unscrupulous profiteer asked Shuinai in a private chat. Shuinai has now entered the phantom stealth state. It's cool, it's as fast as flying, you try it. Shuinai immediately came to the unscrupulous profiteer and lifted the phantom stealth state. Fuck, is this the legendary peerless light skill? That air lingering skill is useless to you. The unscrupulous profiteer has already floated to an unknown place, and his voice is full of excitement. You try it first, I'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. Okay. This phantom ring is simply the most precious artifact of the assassin. With it, you can go anywhere. The unscrupulous profiteer played with it for more than 10 minutes before he was willing to come down. In the state of light gravity, even with his weight, he can jump to more than 2 meters in the air with a light jump. With a strong jump, it is not a big problem to jump to a tree 7 or 8 meters high. And he can step on the leaves and make movements like the peerless light skills in ancient times. It's as cool as you want. As for the hovering effect, if used properly, it is simply a short-distance flight ability. Just now, the unscrupulous profiteer was on the top of the tree, in the state of phantom stealth, and jumped into the air, and at the same time activated the hovering. His body slid straight in the air for 20 seconds, and waited until the hovering effect disappeared before slowly dropping it to the ground. During this period, he had slid for more than 100 meters. However, in the state of light gravity, no matter how high you jump from, you will not suffer too much damage, which makes the unscrupulous profiteer want to jump from the highest peak in the world. Hey, this is fun, but the chakra value is used up too quickly, it is more suitable for ninjutsu masters. The unscrupulous profiteer who could not maintain the phantom stealth could only return to Mina. Who told you not to level up? Mina put away the phantom ring. Now there is a pile of magic locust stones on the ground, but their retention period is too short, and the ones at the bottom have turned back to the original stones. By the way, give me a floating stone. Mina said to the unscrupulous profiteer while turning off the halo of all equipment. Here you go. The unscrupulous profiteer lowered his head and sorted out the things in his backpack, and then threw 2 backpacks over. Mina opened the backpack in confusion. There were many soldiers' food pills in it, and they were the brand of the elf empire that Jinhao had never seen before. This is... Mina looked at one of the chakra replenishment pills. This pill can actually instantly restore 500 chakras, which is much stronger than the slow recovery pills of the human empire. This is for you to use when you fight in the ring. This is a specialty of the elf empire. I still have a lot of it. This time, just selling this alone can be worth the 200 gold coins in transit fees. The unscrupulous profiteer thought that he would become the first player to sell instant recovery pills in the human empire, and he seemed to have seen gold coins flying over one by one. It's a pity that you can't use your own potions in the ring. Otherwise, do you think it makes sense to fight like that? Mina already knows the rules of the ring very well. Every time in the ring, you can only use the 3 life recovery pills and chakra recovery pills given by the system. No, I didn't read the rules. I just took a look at the introduction of the reward. The unscrupulous profiteer blushed rarely. This kind of mistake is very unimaginable. By the way, these 2 backpacks are all mine. You gave them to me. Don't you need them? Mina glanced at the 2100 slot backpacks, which were much more advanced than her own. No, my backpack is already full. These 2 are specially bought for you. With more space for you, I will naturally have more items in my hands. The unscrupulous profiteer said shamelessly. By the way, what are your plans after the fight? The unscrupulous profiteer suddenly asked. Go outside and find some ninjutsu monsters to fight. There are only intermediate ninjutsu in the store now. You have to find all the advanced ninjutsu outside. My ninjutsu lacks powerful attack types, so it's too slow to fight monsters. That would be great. I heard that the Ninjutsu Guild has issued a task to hunt down lich apprentices. In addition to rich experience rewards, you can also get honor points. By the way, how much honor do you have now? 1,386 points, all of which were earned by fighting the Dark Dragon Guild. Speaking of the Dark Dragon Guild, they don't seem to bother you now. It seems that they are much more interested in the arena than you are, but be careful if you meet them in the arena. I understand. I'll leave first. After saying this, Mina said goodbye to the unscrupulous profiteer and disappeared quickly. Since Mizuna's weight is much lighter than that of the unscrupulous profiteer, the light gravity state is also much stronger for Mizuna. Mizuna jumped directly to the top of the tree in the dense forest, stepping on the leaves, and his speed was amazing. I am afraid that even the assassin player with the highest level and the strongest strength in the whole server can only eat dust behind Mizuna. Mizuna first came to the ant nest, but did not see the black cat king and the queen ant, so he stepped heavily on the branches at the edge of the ant nest, and the whole person slid through the air like a flying bird. This is what Mizuna just tested. He glided in the flying posture of birds, which can reduce air resistance, making him faster, and at the same time, the distance of jumping in the air is also increased a lot. Mizuna, who came to the wild boar territory, saw the 3 big pits on the ground from a distance. The previous pits were refreshed by the system. Now the queen ant can use the soldier ants to kill 2 pits at the same time, which shows that the quality of the soldier ants has been greatly improved. As soon as Shui Nai landed on the ground, he did not immediately resolve the phantom stealth state. He wanted to try whether his enhanced stealth could escape the eyes of the Black Cat King. However, as soon as Shui Nai landed on the ground, the Black Cat King actually gave up the prey in the pit immediately, came out of the pit with unusual agility, and kept patrolling around. Judging from its slowly red eyes, it should have discovered some intruder, and it was an intruder that it could not see, which made it extremely nervous. Meow! The Black Cat King screamed angrily, and all the queen ants formed a defensive camp. After seeing this scene, Shui Nai finally knew that his current stealth ability was already good, at least the Black Cat King could no longer see him. However, when Shui Nai saw the Black Cat King's nose twitching, Shui Nai immediately felt that he was now in the upwind direction of the Black Cat King. At this time, he wanted to leave here immediately. However, as Shui Nai's feet moved, the Black Cat King's sensitive ears immediately captured Shui Nai's instant position at this time, and rushed forward without any hesitation. When Mina jumped up and looked forward, the Black Cat King had already entered stealth mode. Where was the Black Cat King? Fuck, it seems that I have angered it this time. Mina thought to himself. Now he just wanted to run to the woods, so that he could at least fight it with branches. However, because he used sliding when he came down from the tree before, he was far away from the woods now, and he had to jump at least 3 times to reach the edge of the woods. Just when Mina landed after the first jump, Mina found that the sand and stones in an open space not far in front of him suddenly sprayed backwards, as if something had stepped hard there. Mina also found this abnormal movement in the second jump, but the distance was closer. And Mina seemed to have felt a slight sound of breaking wind in front of him. With a bang, Mina was hit hard to the ground by the Black Cat King's body before he could react. When he recovered from the dizziness, Mina rubbed his head that was hit by the tree trunk. However, when he could see things clearly, the sharp claws of the Black Cat King appeared in front of Mina, and they quickly slashed back and forth. Ah! I won't dare to do it again in the future, please let me go. Mina had been tortured by the corrosive claws of the Black Cat King for several minutes, and now she could only beg for mercy weakly. When the Queen Ant saw that the Black Cat King dragged Mina back as if she were a corpse, they also felt relieved and continued the unfinished task. Mina, who was dragged back, had figured out on the way why she was caught by the Black Cat King. That was because she had not yet mastered the ability of the Phantom Ring. In fact, judging from the situation just now, even if the Phantom Stealth could not get rid of the pursuit of the Black Cat King, it would never be so easily cracked by the Black Cat King. But at that time, he only wanted to leave quickly, so he only used the shortest path to move, without any flexibility at all, which allowed the Black Cat King to find this flaw and catch him with his own speed that was no less than his own. This is because Mina is not used to the Phantom Stealth, especially when the speed is faster and the space for thinking is smaller. It is even more difficult for Mina to get used to it immediately. However, after thinking it through, Mina is no longer worried about this. Isn't it just a habit? I have too much chakra. If it doesn't work in one day, I will continue tomorrow. This is Mina's simplest idea. However, since the Black Cat King is squatting on Mina now, Mina has no chance to practice the Phantom Stealth. Now Mina is very afraid of the Black Cat King's cat claws full of corrosive power. A scratch is a heart-wrenching burning feeling, which makes Mina feel pain all over the body when she thinks about it. Meow! After the Black Cat King called to the Queen Ants, all the Queen Ants commanded the soldier ants to rest. This made Mina stunned. When did the Black Cat King become their leader? I should be your leader. Although Mina thought so in her heart, she didn't dare to say it out loud. The Black Cat King likes to solve the monopoly, which Mina already knows very well. Chapter 118 The Grand Competition begins. But this is not bad, at least this Black Cat King looks better than those. The Queen Ant is much smarter and more cunning, so even if Shui Nai is not here, there will not be any big problems. By the way, LVE, can you eat this thing? Shui Nai saw LVE coming over and immediately took out the floating stone. LVE just shook her head, but Shui Nai immediately found that there was a glimmer of light in the eyes of the Black Cat King, but the proud one would not ask for this from him. Here you go, greedy cat. Shui Nai threw the floating stone fragment to the Black Cat King. In fact, he was going to give it to it at the beginning. After all, what the Queen Ants need now is the elemental gems, and only the Black Cat King can digest this special gem. I saw the Black Cat King easily bite the floating stone fragments from the air, and after a few crackling sounds, the Black Cat King's body actually floated up uncontrollably. Seeing the somewhat panicked Black Cat King, whose limbs were constantly dancing, Mina suddenly felt that the resentment accumulated in her chest had dissipated when she saw it like this, and instead she was very happy to see the Black Cat King in the air. However, the Black Cat King soon mastered the power of floating in the air. It jumped from the ground, made a pounce in the air, and then landed perfectly. Then, it moved quickly in the open space, so that Mina could only see a black snake-like shadow flashing back and forth, so fast that Mina wanted to cry. Who can cure this stinky cat in the future? Mina shouted in her heart. Today is the first month of the opening of the ninja world, and now many players are gathered in the squares of various main cities. They all came for the same goal, that is, the ring competition in the ninja world. In order to improve the players' skills and the popularity of the game, and let more people know about the powerful and playable games in the ninja world, the company decided to launch a publicized ring competition today and in the next few days, when all the ring competitions will be broadcast live. The game company wants to be famous, and the players in the game want rewards. Everyone takes what they need, so the scene is still very lively. And Mina is in the square of the Elemental City. Now he is holding a participation certificate and waiting for the opening time of the ring competition. In fact, this participation certificate of 10 gold coins alone has defeated many players. 10 gold coins are very difficult to accept for those players who have no luck, and they can only watch the live video broadcast on the side, or go to the monster area where there are no more players to fight monsters and bosses. While waiting, Mina is practicing the curse seal skills while chatting privately with the unscrupulous profiteer, Yayan Xiaomei and others. They have no interest or ability to participate in such a competition, so they have become Mina's cheerleaders now. Now, with the help of the Black Cat King, Mina has completely mastered the ability of the Phantom Ring, but the price is that several bottles of life-restoring ration pills and several repair hammers in the backpack of the elf clan have disappeared. At the same time, due to Mina's unremitting efforts, she finally practiced the curse seal skills to the level of a curse seal student. Now Mina's chakra locust stone has an effective shelf life of 5 minutes, which is much better than the previous 3 minutes. Moreover, the effect of the chakra locust stone has been strengthened. Now the fireball locust stone has 60% of the fire of the great fireball technique. However, since Mina has no time and place to practice these active skills in the past few days, neither the level of the great fireball technique nor her own level has changed much, but Mina believes that her overall strength has definitely risen by more than 1 level compared to before. Hey, remember to bring me the first place, otherwise, Xiaomei's words made Mina realize that the ring competition was about to begin. In the past few days, Mina has been preparing for the ring competition as an excuse to not go to dungeons with Xiaomei and others. This made the arrogant little girl's anger rise step by step, but since she couldn't find any suitable reason, she had no place to vent, so she had to keep harassing him with such words. However, Mina ignored her threatening words naturally. Time is almost up, let's talk later. Mina said to everyone and immediately turned off the voice communication. Now he has to calm down his mood so that he can go to the ring in the best condition. With a ding sound, Mina received a system text message, which was a notification from the system to gather the contestants, and some introductions about this ring competition. Now there is only 1 minute left before the ring competition begins, and the countdown in the sky is decreasing second by second. At this time, Mina immediately recalled some rules of this ring competition. In the early elimination rounds of the ring competition, due to the number of registered players, the ring at the beginning was a survival battle. At that time, 100 players will appear on the stage at the same time, but only the last 10 players can enter the next round of eliminations. Those who fail will not have the opportunity to revive. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. One after another, white light came from the elemental city. At the same time, more than 100,000 beams of light rose in the square. Such a spectacular scene was immediately photographed by the surrounding players. When Mina opened her eyes after the light of the teleportation disappeared, she immediately looked at the number of the arena, 5031. This arena is about 200x200 square meters with the naked eye. Now on this arena, there will be a semi-transparent player standing there at intervals, and Mina's position is in the center of this arena. And the situation outside the arena can't be seen. According to the introduction of the game, the space outside these arenas is a dimensional space, so if you leave the arena, you will be torn apart by the violent energy in the dimensional space. Mina immediately looked down and checked the skills and items in the backpack. At present, except for the return scroll and the non-system sent military ration pills that have turned grey and unusable, everything else is normal. Even the chakra locust stone she just made can be used immediately. However, when Mina saw the 6 system-issued soldiers' ration pills, Mina immediately entered a petrified state. Item: Life Soldier's Ration Pill. Usage level: Unlimited. Item description: Can instantly restore 100% of the user's health. Item effect: Health value is directly restored to 100%. Item: Chakra Soldier's Ration Pill. Usage level: Unlimited. Item description: Can instantly restore 100% of the user's chakra value. Item effect: Chakra value is directly restored to 100%. In other words, the players on the ring now have 4 lives, and now the game is to see which player's health value can last to the end. As Mina's body became clearer and clearer, a loud gunshot appeared above the ring, indicating that the time for the game had come. So Mina immediately summoned the water vortex shield after hearing the gunshot and blessed it on her left hand. Now Mina's water vortex shield is only level 2, and its durability is 50x, skill level, x, professional level, equals 200 points, which means it can absorb 200 points of damage from the water vortex shield. This ninjutsu can last for 15 minutes, which is much weaker than the ice shield technique of the old ninjutsu master, which has no time limit. However, what surprised Mina was that the players in the ring did not start fighting immediately, but instead looked for their friends everywhere. The ring is now full of players' shouts, but there is no sound of fighting. In the ring, all communication systems will be forcibly closed, so the players in the ring have to use the most primitive way to summon their friends. For Mina, it should be only Oiwa, a friend, who will participate in this ring competition, but if Mina wants to see this friend in the ring, she can only play the elemental city and become the top 100 players in this elemental city before she can enter the melee between the main cities. Now, the people on the stage are all players from the elemental city, but none of them are Mizuna's friends. Instead, there are a few enemies. Mizuna saw several players from the Dark Dragon Guild approaching the center of the stage carefully. It seems that their initial plan was to gather in the center of the stage first, and then fight together. Mizuna suppressed the idea of wearing a lurking mask. He couldn't use those elf equipment yet. No, it should be said that Mizuna didn't intend to let those equipment appear in this arena competition. He had a plan, a very important plan. So, now Mizuna lowered his head so that the hood could block the sight of those who were interested, and then immediately left the center of the arena. As time went on, there were already many players from different organizations in the center of the arena. They all used their respective guilds as their base camps. Some had more people, some had fewer people, but no one dared to launch the attack first. At present, the guild with the most people is naturally the Dark Dragon Guild. They have a total of 12 people, and have formed a very regular attack formation, including physical magicians, ninjutsu masters, and medical magicians. As for the assassination magicians, no one knows where they are. Shui Na has been watching these people coldly from outside, paying attention to the current situation, and then looking at the chakra to make the chakra locust stone. Now Shui Na dare not enter the phantom stealth, because this ring competition will last for several days, and the situation on this ring is still live broadcast, so the life-saving skills are used at the end, which means that the higher the chance of winning. Ding! The player Zufeng used the reconnaissance technique on you. Shui Na suddenly received such a system prompt, and a 5-second countdown appeared in front of Qin Hao. Chapter 119 Temporary Alliance. Shui Na immediately turned around and saw that among the surrounding players, there appeared a male assassination magician with the words Zufeng written on his head. However, the words Zufeng on his head disappeared quickly. Mizuna also reciprocated the favor and used an advanced reconnaissance technique to see the information on him clearly. It turns out that he is from the Dark Dragon Guild. Mizuna took a look. Zufeng, who was about to enter stealth mode, felt a little unhappy. Why did he always run into this group of people? However, what was even more unhappy was the assassin named Zufeng. His reconnaissance technique failed just now, and he did not find out any information about Shui Nai. But when Shui Nai looked up at him, he immediately knew the identity of this player. It was the player he expected. Shui Nai. Boss Yanlong, I just found the player named Shui Nai. Zufeng rushed to the base camp of the Dark Dragon Guild as fast as possible, panting. Really, there? When Yanlong heard Shui Nai's name, his eyes immediately burst into a terrifying light. Let's go. After Yanlong said that, he took a group of people and walked directly to Shui Nai's position just now. However, Shui Nai was not the kind of stupid person who would wait to die, so when Yanlong came here, he immediately said to his men, start from here, kill one by one, and we will clean up the players here now. Yanlong took a fierce look at the unorganized players around him. The first scream from the ring number 5031 started from this moment. As the first scream sounded, the organized guilds also began to clear out the players without guilds on this ring. Anyway, the Dark Dragon Guild had already started, so it didn't matter who would be the second to attack. For a while, the screams on the ring number 5031 increased. And Mina played hide-and-seek with the people from the Dark Dragon Guild on the edge of this ring. Anyway, her stamina consumption was low and her movement speed was fast, so she was not afraid of grinding with them. Of course, there would be some guilds that were already readied and wanted to attack Mina, but their bloodthirsty behavior could not stop Mina. Only players who thought they were extremely powerful would stop and fight with them, but Mina just thought he was a weak player, so he chose to run away very rationally. There were still several people walking around the ring like Mina. After all, they were also playing the last 10 lists, so naturally they would not waste time and energy at this time. However, as the idle players turned into white light and left, there were only 5 players without guilds on the stage, and Mizuna was one of them. He was now gathering towards the players without guilds. Similar performances were also being staged on other stages. In this stage where equipment did not explode and levels did not drop, the fierce battles between the players were unprecedentedly interesting, and the players watching the live broadcast outside were screaming and enjoying it. Hey! Mizuna sighed fiercely. This was the third assassin that Mizuna had solved. Mizuna had now formed a temporary alliance with the remaining 4 idle players. These 4 players were a physical magician, a swordsman, a barrier magician, and a ninjutsu master who also had the title of Blood Limit. In fact, these people had been forced to a desperate point. As long as the guild alliances were more ruthless, they would have no choice but to jump off the stage. However, it is unknown which guild's ninjutsu master launched the ninjutsu on the Dark Dragon Guild, and the result was that this ninjutsu ignited the unstable guild alliance. The people of the Dark Dragon Guild immediately launched a devastating attack on the unfamiliar guilds around them, and for a time, the guild alliance collapsed directly. Because they had been on guard against each other before, one guild took action, and the second and third guilds naturally appeared. Mina and the other 5 players naturally hoped that they could fight more fiercely, and it would be best if all of them died. But they did not relax their vigilance because of the melee between them. And these dead assassins were the great results of their vigilance. Hey, friend, you did a good job. The ninjutsu master said to Mina. This ninjutsu master was a female player, but because of the novice robe, Mina could not see her appearance and figure clearly, but judging from the pleasant voice, she should not look too bad. Just now, a lightning arrow from Mizuna saved her life, and now she came to thank Mizuna. You too. Mizuna said as she cast a recovery spell on the most seriously injured barrier magician in front, and then cast a few more on the lightly injured swordsman. This female ninja magician is very powerful. A continuous fireball can directly kill an assassination magician, and her timing is impeccable. She often attacks when the enemy has no time to resist, and one move is fatal. I didn't expect that ninja magicians also have blue dotting skills. Because of Mizuna's recovery ninjutsu, the physical magician has now been freed from the profession of nurse and turned into a full-time physical magician. Yes, this recovery skill is very good, and your casting speed is too amazing. The barrier magician raised his shield and said that although Mizuna's recovery spell would be interrupted, if Mizuna's recovery overlapped, it would not be comparable to ordinary healing spells. Haha, don't underestimate the blood limit, we are all very strong. The female ninja master said, and hit a taijutsu master who appeared in her attack range with an ice cone. The guild organization had been disintegrated, and now he was the only one left. However, he did not expect that those idle players would dare to attack, so before he could react, more than 5 melee weapons were directly chopped down, sending him away, leaving only a corpse. This ice cone was beautiful. The swordsman watched the man die under the chaotic swordsmanship and said very happily. Just now, he was the one who forced him all the way and finally forced him into this temporary alliance. You said we will face which guild in the end? I think the people of the Dark Dragon Guild have a higher chance of winning. The physicalist saw that everyone was watching the melee over there, so he raised this question. I agree, but there is a problem. I think there should be more than so few people here. There should be some assassination magicians wandering around here, trying to fish in troubled waters. The female ninja master was very concerned about these assassins who like to dodge. In fact, the ring competition has this requirement. Each survival ring competition lasts for 2 hours. After the 2 hour stipulated time, if there are more than 10 people on the ring, they will be ranked according to the number of kills. Only the top 10 players will enter the next game. Why not do this? Let's do our best to knock down the visible players in front. The physical master immediately said to everyone that their temporary alliance now completely lacks the determination to win in one battle, which is a very dangerous factor for them. In this situation, there is no possibility of victory. I agree. But let's wait a little longer. After all, they are fighting so fiercely now. If we get in, we will become their flood outlet. The swordsman seemed to be more silent and very cautious. Just like the one-handed sword in his hand during the battle, he was both offensive and defensive, and refused to reveal a flaw to the enemy. I have a way, but I don't know how much power you have. Mina suddenly interrupted, and asked about the sensitive topic of the 3 players' attribute points, but the chakra locust stone in Mina's hand dispelled some of their thoughts. Great! The barrier magician immediately raised his thumb when he saw the hidden weapon. What's the use of this? The female ninja master obviously didn't question Mina's plan. Needless to say, just throw it over. The barrier magician was obviously the most powerful player here, so he also began to take the chakra locust stone that Mina gave him. No, you have to throw it up first, and then let it fall to their side. The swordsman immediately understood Mina's trick. In a melee, no one would notice a small stone in the sky. This plan that can harm people without getting blood on it is still very powerful. Hehe, all the chakra locust stones I made are ice bomb locust stones. This ninjutsu does not have a strong halo effect like fireballs and lightning bombs. It is more suitable for sneaking up on people at this time. Okay, let me do it, but it's hard to say what the hit rate is. The barrier magician immediately understood their plan. It doesn't matter, these things are easy to expire anyway, and there's no use keeping them. Mina directly told everyone the weakness of this item. Then let me do it. Under the cover of the crowd, the barrier magician slowly approached the enemy in the melee and threw ice bombs and locust stones into the air. But the hit rate is really low, and it's good enough to hit one person with 5. And those who are hit by this hidden weapon will shiver from the sudden cold, and then they will find that their movements have slowed down. The only result of slowing down in the fierce battle here is to be knocked to the ground and become a corpse on the floor. I didn't expect that the attack formation of the Dark Dragon Guild was so powerful. This is the 3rd guild organization they have knocked down. The physical magician has a good vision and can see the situation on the battlefield very well. The barrier magician is still throwing ice bombs and locust stones. However, I found that the people of the Dark Dragon Guild have reached some kind of agreement with the Red Flower and Falling Leaves Guild. They have completely turned their backs to each other. Shui Na's advanced reconnaissance technique allows him to see more than he actually does. Chapter 120 Fighting the Flame Dragon Again. Red Flower and Falling Leaves? Now it seems that they have indeed formed a stable alliance. The swordsman responded immediately after hearing Shui Na say this. The Red Flower and Falling Leaves Guild is a loyal subordinate guild of the Dark Dragon Guild. This is not bad. At least when you die, you can pull a few more people back together. The barrier magician licked his lips. He is a very passionate player and naturally would not talk about giving up so easily. Haha, you made a conclusion so quickly. I don't think so. We still have a chance to win. The female ninja master said very easily, but judging from the hand holding the weapon tightly in her sleeve, she was still very nervous. It will come sooner or later, let's give it a try, everyone. Mina looked at the enemy who had slowly opened the attack formation towards this side and said something. By the way, my name is Mina, if we meet again in the next round of eliminations, let's add each other as friends. Mina said. As he said this, he added an ice shield to the human magician. As long as the physical magician didn't die, the player in front would have a lot more health points. However, unfortunately, players on this stage cannot trade, otherwise Shuai could give them the 3 life-saving pills. It's time to kill the little mice over there. Yanlong said loudly, as if reminding Shuai that the reason why the 5 of them stayed here was because he deliberately kept a hand. This sentence made the players who had been suppressed by the guild angry. The reason why these idle players didn't join the guild was because they didn't like the guild's various behaviors that hurt others and benefited themselves. However, this is understandable for a guild. In the game, interests are the root of everything. Shuai, we meet again. Yanlong looked at everyone with contempt as if he was looking at an ant. Yet, last time we met, you seemed to die in my hands? What, now that your wound is healed and it doesn't hurt, you want to die again? Seeing his expression, Shuai knew that he was still holding a grudge against the last kidnapping. In this case, Shuai would not miss the opportunity to provoke Yanlong and others. You. Yanlong never thought that Fan Chen would dare to talk back to him at this time. At first, he thought Shuai would be humble. So he was very angry at Shuai's words. His face, which was still quite generous, turned red and was distorted to a certain extent, making him look a little hideous now. Are you interested? Let's fight again. This time, you and I will fight alone. Shuai bit the single challenge very hard, so I hope you don't look for help anymore. This is a live broadcast. If you want to avenge your shame, now is the best opportunity. Humph, if that Qing Feng Sword Saint was still there last time, you would have died long ago. An assassin who participated in the kidnapping operation immediately came out to rescue Yanlong. Really? Do you want to test my true strength now? Mina naturally would not miss the opportunity to weaken the opponent's strength. She immediately left the protection circle of the physical arts master and confronted the people of the Dark Dragon Guild. A small ninjutsu master dares to shout in front of the assassination master. Now I want you to know how terrible the assassination master is. The assassination master actually did not sneak, but wanted to cross the distance of more than 30 meters with his agility advantage to have a direct battle. Idiot! The female ninjutsu master couldn't help but laugh softly when she saw that the assassination master did not use the most powerful stealth skill, but rushed to Mina like a target. She was the closest to Mina just now, so she knew very well that Mina's attributes were not ordinary mainstream ninjutsu master attributes. If she didn't know, it would be unknown who would fall to the ground if she approached rashly. Be careful, his. When Yanlong saw Minna calmly watching the thief approach, he immediately wanted to remind Minna that it was the blood ninjutsu master's business, but Minna's ninjutsu was much faster than his words, and more direct. Minna fired 2 ice bombs at the open space in the direction of the assassin's advance, but the assassin also reacted immediately and knew that the open space in front had the effect of forced freezing, so he immediately jumped into the air, intending to use the high-speed rune up to jump directly over the floor covered by the forced freezing effect. But Minna certainly wouldn't let him do what he wanted, and a lightning arrow was instantly released and shot out. With a light bang, Minna's lightning arrow hit the leather armor on the assassin's chest, but because the leather armor had a certain insulation, this ninjutsu did not cause the assassin to suffer too much ninjutsu damage. The assassin who was paralyzed by the electric current was immediately happy when he saw that his health was still about 90%. After all, if the ninjutsu master could not kill an assassin in one blow, then the assassin's sharp blade would be waiting for the ninjutsu master. Just when the assassin was about to knock Mina to the ground and stab him directly, the assassin suddenly found that the ninjutsu master in front of him had disappeared, and he could not control his neck because of the electric current paralysis effect, and went to look for Mina. With a snap, the assassin's body had landed, but his wishful thinking did not work. Just as he was freed from the short electric current paralysis, a chill surged from his back. After the assassin shivered, he immediately found that his body was frozen and his speed ability was weakened by half. Then Mina aimed at the back of the assassin's head, and several fireballs fired at almost zero distance took away all the assassin's health in an instant. Is there a next one? Mizuna glanced at the lifeless corpse burned by the fireball at her feet, and then calmly looked at the people of the Dark Dragon Guild. Mizuna glanced at Yanlong. As far as we can see now, Yanlong's equipment is the most powerful. Only the rings and necklaces are blue, and the rest are all purple or above. Moreover, Yanlong deliberately maximized the halo effect of his equipment, and he has become the dazzling star of this arena. But now, Yanlong, who is wearing a strong outfit, but he did not respond to Mina's challenge immediately, but seemed to be waiting for something. However, after a long time, Yanlong still did not see what he hoped for. Yanlong, stop casting spells. Now your people have lost their determination to die. You should come out by yourself. Mina saw that his chakra value had almost recovered, and it was time to take action, so he made a gesture to the allies behind him. Now Mina only has 5 people, and the Dark Dragon Guild and the Red Flower and Fallen Leaf Guild Alliance have a total of 20 people, 10 on each side, just right. But the people of the Dark Dragon Guild are a little unstable, that is, no one is willing to come out to die. After all, the 10 names on the stage are already in the Dark Dragon Guild's pocket. But if he is killed before the end of the stage, then the quota will only fall to others, and he can only leave tragically. And now the strength of the 5 people on Mina's side is beyond doubt. After all, people with weaker strength and luck have already been lying on the floor. In fact, it was not that they did not want to bite the bullet at the beginning, but they knew that if they continued to fight, they would definitely kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of their own. This situation was naturally the worst for other ambitious foreign guilds, so they wisely chose to put them at the end. As long as they could get rid of the people from other guilds, the victory would naturally be theirs. But what they did not expect was that at this last moment, the people on their side had no determination to fight on, and everyone hoped to protect themselves until the end of the arena. However, Mina and the others would naturally not do this. After all, if they did so, only the people on their side would leave. Their kill count was too small, and it was definitely not up to standard. Humph, don't think you can get that shitty luck again this time. Yanlong already had a plan in his mind. As long as he did not get too close to Mina, kept a certain distance from him, and approached steadily, as long as he had time to react, he would naturally not be afraid of his extremely fast but single-direction ninjutsu attack. Moreover, Yanlong was very confident in his equipment. His current equipment was specially prepared for the ring. He was very confident in both physical defense and ninjutsu defense. As long as he was not hit by the lightning ninjutsu, other ninjutsu could not do anything to him. At the same time, he also replaced the metal gloves on his hands with leather gloves to prevent the weapon from being hit by the lightning ninjutsu and transmitted. Give me an ice shield. Yanlong planned to use the ice shield to fight against Mina's lightning magic. This time I will watch you die in front of me. After Yanlong made up his mind, he immediately walked towards Mina steadily with the ice shield in his hand. The swordsman behind Mina looked at Yanlong, who was also a swordsman, and sighed in his heart. The swordsman was agile and powerful, but looking at Yanlong's battle just now, he immediately found that Yanlong was a pure power swordsman who only wanted to kill the enemy with one sword. This kind of person can have great lethality in a melee, and it is not a big problem to knock one down with one sword. But if you play this kind of single player without the cover of your companions, it can only be said that you are courting death, especially for a highly agile mobile turret like Mina. Mina watched Yanlong slowly approaching, and naturally knew what he was thinking, so he immediately changed his strategy. Mina used fireballs to attack Yanlong's body, and then continued to throw stones one by one with his other hand. However, from the surface, because Mina's strength was obviously insufficient and the accuracy was too low, only a few of the stones thrown by Mina could hit Yanlong. Chapter 121 Close Cooperation. Yanlong used the heavy sword in his hand to scatter the oncoming fireballs one by one, and only used the ice shield to resist those that he couldn't reach. As for those stone attacks that could only produce miss damage effects, Yanlong didn't take them seriously at all, and just pushed forward. That guy named Yanlong is too simple. The female ninja master whispered. As an alert player, she should have noticed Mizuna's meaningless action quickly, but Yanlong just didn't notice this detail. Although Yanlong didn't notice it, his companions behind him did. Boss Yan, be careful, there is a trick, there is something strange about those stones. A medical player immediately added a medical ninjutsu to Yanlong, and also added a medical guard. This ninjutsu can temporarily enhance the player's resistance. Yanlong was shocked, but he didn't find any effect of those stones, so he just regarded Mizuna's approach as a trick and didn't consider it. However, Mizuna's prelude has been played, and now it's just waiting for Yanlong to reveal his flaws. Puff, this is the sound of the third stone crushed by Yanlong, but this sound is very unclear. Yanlong was shocked, and just as he was about to retreat, he felt a scorching heat coming from the metal boots under his feet. A fireball the size of a basin suddenly emerged from the ground and severely burned Yanlong's left lower body. A 90 injury. The damage value appeared on the head of Yanlong, and it burned off only of Yanlong's health in an instant. This sudden appearance of the fireball surprised everyone on Yanlong's side. Although Mina had been casting fireballs on Yanlong just now, they were sure that the big fireball just now was not released by Mina, but suddenly appeared from the ground. Yanlong was startled by the sudden appearance of the fireball, but then he found that his body was paralyzed. It turned out that Mina saw Yanlong crushing the big fireball locust stone, and in order to avoid the flames, a gap in defense was exposed, and Mina's lightning arrow found this gap and drilled in. Mina would not treat the enemy with the attitude of a cat playing with a mouse. He had only one way to deal with the real enemy, that is, to send him back to the city directly. The ice bullets of Mina's staff hit Yanlong one after another, causing the damage on Yanlong's head to emerge one by one. However, due to the high defense of Yanlong's ninjutsu, and the ice bullet technique is only a primary ninjutsu, it is not strong enough against the intermediate ninjutsu medical protection, so the damage values on Yanlong's head are all in the single digit. Just when the players behind Yanlong were about to step forward to rescue, Mizuna also moved. Mizuna handed the weapon to his left hand, and then rushed to Yanlong at the fastest speed. Just when everyone didn't react to what he wanted to do, Mizuna directly pulled out the ice crystal sword of the old ninjutsu master from his backpack and stabbed Yanlong's unprotected neck fiercely. With a puff, the ice crystal sword successfully triggered the lethal effect of fatal damage, and a 563 damage used up Yanlong's remaining blood. After succeeding, Mizuna immediately waved the ice crystal sword and retreated, but the big fireball technique on the weapon in his left hand never stopped for a moment, and one basin-sized fireball hit the players who wanted to avenge Yanlong. I saw these big fireballs flying bigger and bigger in the air, until in the end, if they didn't hit the enemy, they would burst in the air, and the scattered flames filled the space. However, the damage of those big fireballs had nothing to do with its surging momentum, but showed the opposite trend. The bigger the fireballs swelled, the less damage they did. However, the effect that Mina wanted also appeared. I saw the three assassins in stealth withdraw from stealth one by one after being damaged by the fire of the big fireball. However, the continuous fireballs flying from Mina's back would immediately cover them and catch them off guard. "Brother, a beautiful hit to kill instantly." After saying this, the fastest swordsman behind Mina jumped high from the ground, directly stepped over Mina, and then slashed the assassin who was frozen by Mina's ice crystal sword with a sword, and a 230 damage appeared. At the same time, an armor-piercing ice cone of the female ninja master also chased up and hit the assassin master's head, clearing his blood volume in an instant. Just now, the people of the Dark Dragon Guild and the Red Flower Falling Leaf Guild were eager to protect their master, so their attack formation has been disrupted, and the ranking of the three types of physical masters is completely messed up. Moreover, the fastest assassins were all forced out by Mina's big fireball technique. The female ninjas behind them naturally would not let them have the opportunity to sneak, and shot lightning arrows at them one by one with a very fast speed. In addition, Mina has now changed her profession, holding the ice crystal sword in both hands and dealing with another assassin in front. Now for Mina and the others, the most troublesome assassin has basically been useless. I saw that the swordsman and the barrier magician had already broken into the alliance of the Dark Dragon Guild and the Red Flower Falling Leaf Guild, and suddenly launched an attack before they unfolded their formation. The barrier magician knocked out a physical magician with a barrier, and the swordsman's fire attribute fighting spirit slashed him immediately when he couldn't react. Then the barrier magician immediately added a knife, ignoring the attacks of those around him until the holy light was killed. In such a chaotic situation, it was difficult for the ninjutsu of the ninjutsu to hit accurately, so they didn't dare to use ninjutsu indiscriminately. After all, there was no such thing as locking in this game. You couldn't hit the enemy, but you hit your own people. Without the attack of the ninjutsu master, the barrier magician was naturally not afraid of the physical attacks around him. However, the swordsman's physical defense was not as high as that of the barrier magician, so he immediately withdrew from the battlefield, and the physical magician who helped Mina solve the assassination magician walked into the battlefield and blocked their somewhat chaotic offensive together with the barrier magician. After playing the role of a warrior, Mizuna immediately returned to her original position. She quickly filled up the swordsman's health with one reply after another. Then the swordsman and the taijutsu master exchanged positions very tacitly. The taijutsu master came out and the swordsman went in. When they exchanged positions, Mizuna's precise ninjutsu still took a lot of effort. The taijutsu master used primary treatment on the barrier master, and Mizuna restored the taijutsu master. The taijutsu master's health was instantly restored, so when the Taijutsu master saw that the barrier master's health was full, he immediately joined the battle again. When he just walked in front of the enemy, the recovery technique had just filled up his health. One link is closely linked to another, but the two sides cooperated seamlessly and there were no mistakes. After coming out of the nurse profession, Mizuna immediately dropped ice bombs and lightning sword energy into the enemy camp again, hitting those physical masters so hard that they couldn't even cry out. "Ah, help!" Such a scream suddenly appeared in the back of the Dark Dragon Guild, and some people immediately looked over there. However, Mizuna and the other four had no intention of looking around, or they knew about this a long time ago. It turned out that in their plan, the task of the female ninja master was to harass the ninja masters behind the enemy after solving the threat of the assassination master. If possible, it is best to kill the medical master, and the physical master who is confronting Hedon is responsible for solving the few medical masters, with the goal of making them unable to heal, thereby weakening their endurance. After losing the highly mobile assassination master, the ninja players of the Dark Dragon Guild and the Red Flower and Fallen Leaves Guild immediately understood the horror of the Blood Limit Ninja Master. Intermediate ninjutsu burst out from their weapons without a break, making them groan constantly, but they were unable to counterattack effectively. The players who could release ninjutsu did not have the ability to hit the target. The people of the Dark Dragon Guild immediately knew what Mina and the others were planning, but they had no spare energy to consolidate their defense, because the taijutsu profession in front of them found that they had been suppressed by someone using a very formal and steady boss-beating tactic, and the person who suppressed them was Mina, who only used elementary ninjutsu to harass them. These elementary ninjutsu were not very effective for them, who were already intermediate professional players, but Mina's idea was to use freezing paralysis harassment tactics, and the real main force was the taijutsu practitioners in front. Now the people of the Dark Dragon Guild and the Red Flower and Fallen Leaf Guild can only continue to use the advantage of numbers to save those teammates in danger, otherwise those who were targeted would easily be eaten by the three wolf-like taijutsu practitioners. And because they had a large number of people and wanted to form an attack formation, this made their formation a bit bloated and chaotic. On the other hand, the four people on Mizuna's side, due to the vast space, were able to advance and retreat in moderation, leading the enemy step by step. And because Mizuna's ninjutsu was instantaneous, she could control those players who wanted to break through by herself, and then let the swordsman with the highest mobility kill them. As the light of the medical ninjutsu that descended on the Dark Dragon Guild and the Red Flower and Falling Leaves Guild became less and less, the darkness in their hearts became more and more intense, just when they were about to fight to the death. A series of fireballs suddenly appeared behind them, exploding one by one in them. When the physical arts master in front looked back, the bodies of his companions were scattered all over the ground. The female ninjutsu master was so fierce that she killed the mages behind her by herself. At the same time, Mizuna also ate a chakra ration pill. Before the chakra was fully replenished, the lightning arrows were already at full fire, cooperating with the female ninjutsu master's continuous fireballs to kill the enemies who had little fighting spirit. Ding! The number of people on the ring 5031 has reached the system's designated standard, and the 10 players on the field have successfully advanced. When Mina and the others were about to kill the last escaping Dark Dragon Guild player, the system notification finally came out. Chapter 122 Successful Promotion. Damn, it hurts so much, I shouldn't have adjusted the sensitivity so high. The barrier magician moved his left hand that was cut by a swordsman. He just held the barrier shield with his left hand. However, due to the great pressure on both sides, it was inevitable that there would be omissions, and the swordsman bypassed the barrier shield and cut his arm. Hey, that time was a long time ago now, and you are only shouting now. Your nerve transmission is too slow. Seeing this, the physical magician came out and said, it was he who used the primary healing technique to save his life value just now. I didn't dare to shout at that time, for fear of scaring you. The barrier magician touched his big bald head and said with a red face. As the bodies on the ground were swept away by the system one by one, 6 milky white light columns descended from the sky and enveloped the 6 injured people in Mina's group. At the same time, the 4 assassins who were sneaking appeared in the 4 corners of the arena. Mina and others only felt a warm and comfortable feeling from the light column flowing into their bodies, and their fatigue was immediately eliminated. At the same time, the damaged equipment on their bodies was also repaired by the light column. However, Mina felt a little unhappy that Mina's ice crystal sword did not restore its durability because it was not a system-defined equipment. Ding! The arena will be sorted out soon. Do you want to recycle the locust stones on the arena? A pleasant but somewhat formulaic female voice suddenly sounded in Mina's ears. Yes, Recycle it immediately. Although Mina still had a lot of stones in her backpack, there were still 3 survival arena matches to go, and the more inventory the better. Ding, recycling is complete. The system's voice was very concise. As soon as the system finished speaking, Mina and 10 other people were teleported to another place by the system. As soon as Mina and the others opened their eyes, they immediately saw the special space marked as a rest area on the map. This space gave Mina and the others it feels very modern, many times more modern than real life, with a high-tech atmosphere. They never thought that in the quaint world of ninja, there would be such a space, so they looked around in surprise, just like people from the countryside. In front of Mina and others is a silver-white metal door marked with lounge number 5031, and there are many such doors in this modern corridor. This is a temporary space for players to rest. Please relax here. There are still 35 minutes before the next ring match. Mina and others immediately received a notification from the system. Mina and others also took a curious look at the metal door that had been opened automatically, and saw that behind the metal door was a leisure room with very complete functions. There is a bar area, a billiard area, and other movie areas, basically everything you can think of. At this time, Mina's text message system actually rang. Hurry up and open the voice communication system. Yu Mei is Xiao Mei's name in the game. When she saw this text message, Shui Nai immediately had a headache. Hey, why is your beautiful and handsome ice crystal sword different from what Xiao Ye said? Do you have two? Can you give me one? Xiao Mei asked immediately when she saw Shui Nai coming out. The ice crystal sword just now has usage restrictions. It will break if used too much, so I dare not use it casually. Shui Nai explained the reason helplessly. What about the one called Ice Crystal Ninja Sword? Can you help me get one? That weapon should be very cool to hold. Xiao Mei's mind was full of the scene that Ye Yan had described, but Shui Nai and it was shamelessly replaced by Xiao Mei with her own figure. Vanity. Shui Nai said in her heart, but she could only say it in her heart. I'll ask when I have a chance, but I don't think the chance is great. Shui Nai immediately found a decent way out for herself. By the way, why does your stone have the effect of ninjutsu? Did you make all of this yourself? Just seal the curse on the stone. You can try it when you have time. Mina said perfunctorily. Facing this energetic witch, Mina naturally showed this kind of spiritlessness. Oh, then I'll try it now. If it doesn't work, hee. Xiaomei left a threat and disappeared. What, is it your girlfriend? The barrier magician asked with a smile. Mina sat directly on the chair next to the barrier magician, took a sip of the delicious drink, and then said, No. Then why were you so scared just now? I thought you had tracheitis. The barrier magician said without any politeness, as if he had been friends with Mina for more than 10 years. Brother, I haven't even gone to college yet, it's too early for this kind of thing. It's not too early, my stinky daughter is only 17 years old, and she brought a boy home, but I beat him away. Young people nowadays, ah. The barrier master's tone was a little disappointed. If this is sincere, there is no problem. The female ninja master's idea is still relatively comprehensive and objective. Okay, I think it's time for us to discuss business. Mina looked at the time and suddenly said in private chat. Well, it's time, otherwise it's time to discuss it on the battlefield, that's looking for death. The physical master also interrupted. For them, the 5 of them are now a good team, and the tacit understanding between them is pretty good, so they all have the idea of cooperating with each other to get through these survival elimination games. Mina glanced at the 4 people around him, and saw that they all nodded in agreement. Then report your name. Mina said immediately. He didn't find any traces of anyone using reconnaissance skills on the ring just now. Sword of Glory. Blade of the Edge. Beauty. Big Shield. These names are respectively the physical arts master, the swordsman, the female ninja master, and the barrier magician. Okay, let me analyze the possible situations in the next match. First of all, we have a great chance to face the Dark Dragon Guild. After all, it is now the largest guild in the Elemental City, and this is also a problem we must deal with. After all, we killed so many of them this time, and it is impossible for them not to seek revenge according to their character. Mina said. It doesn't matter. In the arena, except for our own people, the others are enemies, so just sweep them away together. The barrier magician said very proudly. Well, although the direction is correct, we should not show our hostility too early. After all, the result of 95 people against 5 people is very obvious. Hanjian also knew that he was joking, but this question is more important, so it is better not to talk nonsense. In fact, it's not that scary to face the Dark Dragon Guild. After all, it's impossible for all of their elites to appear in front of us. As long as their elites are mixed with those ragtag troops, the situation just now will only happen again. It just depends on who can deal with them. The Sword of Glory is still very happy to be able to stand on the stage now. Conservative, after all, if they were facing the people in the elite group, they would definitely die. There are big differences between the behavior of elites and ordinary players. If we rashly let them act together, it would not allow the elites to play their strengths. Since everyone has the same goal, that's good. The biggest problem now is how to gather on the ring. After all, the ring is too big, and we have to be careful of other people's attacks. This is more troublesome than the Dark Dragon Guild. Jianren Pianfeng said the second situation of Mina. It's fastest to gather in the middle, but it's easy to face the people of the Dark Dragon Guild. If we engage in a firefight with them at the beginning, it will be very disadvantageous for us. Hanjian said what they were worried about. Let's do this. There are 5 of us in total. We all go to the 4 corners. Once 2 people are gathered, we will go clockwise to find other people. This is safer, but we can't get too close to the edge, otherwise an assassin can push us down. Mina said a method, which is still quite reasonable. No problem. Anyway, we can protect ourselves. In the early stage of the ring, no one should fight desperately at the beginning, unless they meet a great enemy. Jianren Pianfeng also said that after all, everyone is trying to enter the next ring. Using all their strength at the beginning is not what normal players would do, but things are unpredictable, and they all know this. By the way, do we need to watch the videos of those rings? This can help us understand our opponents better and formulate detailed tactics. Mina glanced at the 5 people on the opposite side. They have also formed another team and are now discussing the battle videos of different rings. No. Jianren Pianfeng answered immediately. This is not very useful. After all, we will keep a hand, so it is better to wait and see the situation on the battlefield. It is too early to talk about the detailed tactics now. A general tactic is enough. After all, people's fighting style can change. The Sword of Glory continued Jianren Pianfeng's words. After the Sword of Glory finished speaking, none of the 5 people wanted to talk anymore. They all closed their eyes and thought quietly. In the second round of the survival elimination match, there will only be stronger and more cunning opponents. They can't take it lightly. After all, this game world is too big and anything can happen. Such things have happened to Mina a lot. The ring that can be used for stealth, the ninjutsu props that can be used as close-range weapons, and the title of blood-stained ninjutsu master on his body, these will not be obtained by Mina alone, and other lucky people will definitely appear on the ring. And these people are the biggest threat to him. Chapter 123 Death God. Now Mina is familiar with the properties of all the special items on the special item ranking list. In fact, there is no strongest or weakest ranking on this special ranking list. Their ranking is arranged according to the time of appearance. After all, their value is not comparable to general equipment, and there is no comparability. But fortunately, the special items on his body are the best in terms of quality and survivability, which can definitely allow him to fight out of the elemental city. Ding! The second round of the survival elimination match will start in 1 minute. All the players who have advanced will be ready to be teleported. The voice of the system immediately woke up all the players. See you on the ring. The Sword of Glory looked at the light column coming down and said to the people around him. Mina glanced at the ring called 3052, and the translucent figures were distributed in various areas of the ring. Now Mina's eyes can see, and all other movements are imprisoned by the system. Mina looked up at the clock in the center, and there were about 30 seconds left. In the last 30 seconds, 10 more white lights appeared on the ring. After each white light, a translucent figure would appear. It seems that these people were the qualifiers selected by the system after they lasted until the specified time of the ring competition in the previous round. However, their appearance only made Mina take a curious look. Now Mina's sight was once again on the back of the man in black clothes 20 meters in front of him. His figure was not tall, but he had a temperament like a mountain. What attracted Mina's attention the most was the strange green ring on the black-clad man's hand. It was a strange green, so strange that it was a little scary. Mina immediately thought of the toxic fang on the special item list. It was a ring made from the poisonous fangs in the mouth of a poisonous dragon, which could infuse physical weapons with poisonous power. Mina now pays close attention to rings and necklaces, and this is the main reason why Mina pays attention to the black-clad man. The ring is too prominent. And Mina immediately guessed the profession of the black-clad man. Just because he didn't use gloves, Mina could be sure that he was an assassin, a top assassin. Mina once saw in some discussions that a top assassin would not use leather gloves that affect the feel of the hand. That's because assassins are this profession is a profession that requires very high technical requirements. This profession pursues passion under extreme speed. In the case of a critical moment, to make the corresponding action, you must have a very quick reaction, and the feel, as an important part of the reaction, must be guaranteed. A slight mistake may be the end of a life. This man in black is definitely a player who pursues the ultimate, because Mina found that the black clothes on his body are just ordinary clothes without attributes, the same as the function of the novice robe. At the same time, Mina can see the white skin inside through the black clothes, which shows that he is not wearing those purely defensive equipment that will affect the speed. Only those who are fully confident in their own strength and skills dare to do this. Facing this kind of master who is most likely a master of the previous game masters, Mina's first thought is to leave here immediately. Bang, a gunshot, just when Mina was about to run outside. Mina immediately found that the man in black had disappeared, and Mina instinctively wanted to enter stealth mode, but before he could activate the phantom stealth, he immediately saw a green light shooting straight at his chest. The knife was so fast that if Mina had not been paying attention to the direction of the man in black, he would not have seen the creepy green light. Mina's left foot immediately tightened and bounced, and his body tilted to the right and flew out. This barely avoided the piercing blow of the green light, but the green light still nailed his left arm. A 200 point physical damage appeared on Mina's head when the flying knife hit Mina, and then 50 points of poison damage appeared on Mina's head every second. Waves of numbness immediately spread from the wound to the whole body, but Mina had no time to deal with it, because Mina immediately found that no less than 4 white lights flashed around him, leaving only the corpses. Now, Mina could only brush up her health while taking out the ice shield of the old ninjutsu master to take a defensive posture, hoping to find the unknown black-clothed man through the changes around her. These corpses have one thing in common when they were alive, that is, they were hit in the chest by the green light, and the surface of the skin of all the corpses was covered with that kind of weird green, which was very creepy. Haha, it's very good. A ninjutsu master can actually dodge my attack. A vague voice appeared behind Qin Hao, and it was behind him at 0 distance. A dagger with green light was placed on Mina's neck at some point, and the light reflected by the green dagger made Mina's eyes sting. But Mina did not move rashly, and continued to brush up the health to resist the damage of the continuous toxin, as if the man behind was just an illusory existence. Not bad, you are brave. I am a little interested in you. It may be a good choice to wait until you come to me before killing you. Haha. The man in black smiled softly beside Mina's ear, and disappeared like a phantom, leaving nothing behind, not even the sound. However, his words with a look of contempt for the world hit Mina hard. The poison damage that lasted for 10 seconds also failed at this time, but in these short 10 seconds, Mina realized the distance between her current level and those real masters. The distance is still too far, so far that she must look up. It took less than 15 seconds from the sudden attack to the disappearance without leaving any trace, but there were already 5 corpses on the ground to witness his strength. And from the white light that appeared from time to time on the ring, almost connected into a line, it can be seen that the killing speed of this murderer was so fast that it made people dizzy. Looking at the white light that kept appearing and the words left by that person at the end, Mina was really dizzy and had a headache. At this time, Mina finally had the leisure to pull out a flying knife from her left arm. It was a silver-white single-edged flying knife, about 20 centimeters long, and quite heavy. Now the flying knife no longer had that weird green color. It seemed that the poison added to it had all reached Mina. Item: Advanced Flying Knife, Hidden Weapon. Usage Level, Level 0. Durability. Weight, 10. Item Description: An advanced hidden weapon made using dwarven technology. The sharp tip of the knife gives it good armor-piercing ability, and hitting the vitals can easily cause fatal damage. Item Effect: Fixed physical damage of 200 points. Throwing distance, related to the user's strength, 2 points of strength can throw 1 meter. Fixed damage, no way. Although this hidden weapon does not have the same high growth as the Chakra Locust Stone, its armor-piercing ability and high damage for current players have made up for its low growth. However, due to its high weight, the force required is also increased accordingly. Mina immediately checked the system records, but there was no record of the previous battle. It seems that the man in black also has a special equipment that can shield his own information from being leaked. Mina glanced at the corpses on the ground. All of them were pierced through the heart by the flying knives of the man in black. Dirty, the accuracy of the flying knife made Mina feel incredible. Whether it was a ninjutsu master or a taijutsu master, these high defense professions, all were killed by the sudden knife, and they died before they could react, and the powerful continuous poison was just a cameo. After seeing the properties of these flying knives, Mina didn't care whether they would be taken away by the system, and took away all the flying knives that could be seen around. Then he walked towards the nearest corner. Now the white light road has no idea where it extends to. Anyway, looking up, the living player in the center is steadily descending, which means that his killing road has not ended. On the way, Mina has tried to seal the curse on the flying knife. Mina really likes this flying knife made of unknown materials. The flying knife with the lightning arrow attached to it was nailed to the floor in front of it with a hissing electric light, and then the flying knife crackled, and weak electric currents shot out from it to the surroundings. Looking at this flying knife that can enhance the effect of the lightning seal, Shui Na immediately thought of Qin's studio. Moreover, the material of this flying knife is not made of anything. For those stones, after an intermediate ninjutsu is added, 20 points of durability are gone just like that, but this flying knife only loses 5 points of durability every time an intermediate ninjutsu is attached, and its durability seems to be very high. Shui Na waited in that corner for a long time, and finally saw two familiar faces. No way, you are also targeted by the god of death. Jianren Pianfeng looked at the silver flying knife in Shui Na's hand with interest. So? Shui Na said with some doubts, but when he saw Jianren Pianfeng also had a silver flying knife in his hand, he could only smile bitterly. Why didn't I encounter it? Dai Dun, who came with Jianren Pianfeng, immediately looked at the two flying knives, but he couldn't see anything strange about them. If you had encountered it, you would have left the scene. If you don't have speed against the god of death, you will only be lying on the floor. Jianren Pianfeng touched his chest. The flying knife just now was nailed there. If it wasn't for his hand blocking it quickly and not letting the flying knife hit his heart, he would have died long ago. Chapter 124 Queen of Ninja. Do you know him? Mina saw that Jianren Pianfeng seemed to know him very well. No, but according to some of my friends, in a popular game called Magic God, all the top 100 players were killed by him once. He has always been a mythical existence in that game. Impossible, why haven't I heard of it? I have played that game too. Dai Dun touched his bald head and said immediately. No, this rumor is circulated among top masters, so people outside have never heard of it. This is not surprising. After all, each top master is hard to come by. If you want him to say that he was killed by an unknown master, it would be more difficult than killing him. Jianren Pianfeng said in a nostalgic tone. Is he called the god of death? Mina asked immediately. That's a code name we gave him. None of us knows his game name, but he likes to use flying knives, and he is very good at it, so some people call him the flying knife death god. But he has a quirk, that is, he will only attack those who he is interested in, regardless of the occasion or place. As long as he is interested, he will try to kill anyone, and he will only attack once at a time. If he fails, he will never attack again, but he will tell the other party that he will come again next time. You are also. Yes, you can understand it as a challenge letter. The reason why he is killing people everywhere now is probably to select some opponents he is interested in, so that he can enjoy them slowly in the ring. Haha, being targeted by such a perverted monster, I have no mood at all. Jianren Pianfeng's words were very bitter. It seems that this ring is about to end. I wonder what happened to Guanghui and Hanjian. Dai Dun suddenly glanced at the survival countdown above the center of the ring. The number of living players is not far from 10. Let's wait here. Jianren Pianfeng also saw the countdown of the number of survivors. Now there are only 15 people present. But now it is less than 15 minutes before the start of the ring. Ding, the number of people on the ring 3052 has reached the system's specified standard, and the 10 players on the field have successfully advanced. When Mina and the other two heard the system's voice, they didn't look happy at all. Now they don't know how to face the flying knife death god. Should they treat him as an opponent? Obviously, it is impossible. The strength difference is too big. My friend, that is even more impossible. After the teleportation beam disappeared, Mina, Dadun and Jianren Pianfeng had been teleported to the rest area, and the dozen silver flying knives in Mina's backpack were also brought back by Mina, but Mina didn't feel happy at all. Hongyan and the Sword of Glory are not here, which means they have left sadly. Now except for Mina and the other 3, the other 7 everyone is an assassin, including the flying knife death god. Don't be unhappy, I think Hongyan and the others are lucky. Look at us, we still have to fight with that pervert before we have a chance to leave. I'm so nervous now. It feels so uncomfortable to be stabbed in the heart. I think we are very tragic. The swordsman patted Mina's shoulder and said in a private chat. As soon as he finished speaking, he followed the flying knife death god into their leisure room. However, Mina didn't read the feeling of trepidation from his back. Mina thought about it and it was right. Anyway, against such an opponent, it was only a matter of time before he died early or late. Even if he ran away, he didn't know if he could escape. His speed was so fast that it made people feel weird. I'm afraid he could only fight when he was in the phantom stealth state. As soon as she entered the lounge, she was bombarded with messages from Xiaomei, causing Shui Nai to curse in her heart, fuck. Who is that cool assassin who plays with flying knives? He's so handsome. Can you introduce him to me? Just say that the most attractive girl in the world wants to team up with him to fight monsters. Can you help her? Xiaomei's tone was full of charm, and Shui Nai felt as if her ears were washed with honey, and she had goosebumps all over her body and shivered. Xiao, can you help me get rid of your crazy friend? I feel cold when I hear that. Shui Nai had to ask Ye Yan for help. Alas, I can't help you. She may be in this situation for a long time. I suggest you turn off the voice communication, otherwise. I wish you good luck. Ye Yan immediately turned off the voice communication after making the suggestion, completely ignoring Shui Nai's plea. Seeing this, Shui Nai had to quickly close the voice communication and put Yu Meier's name into the blacklist of the text message system. It seems that the woman cares about you very much. Why are you frowning? It's good to have someone care about you. You should cherish the person in front of you. Jianren Pianfeng handed a drink to Shui Nai and said gossipingly. If you knew her requirements, you would know why I am so miserable. Shui Nai looked at the back of the flying knife death god. He was now checking something in the movie area. A circle of no one formed around him naturally. All the players deliberately stayed away from him, as if avoiding the plague god. No way, your girl is so strong. She dared to meet this. I heard that the number of ignorant women who died in his hands can be described as countless. Those who dare to harass him, whether men or women, will only have one way to go. Jianren Pianfeng also unconsciously lowered his voice in the private chat. Shui Nai spit out saliva with difficulty and felt that it was a very wise choice to ignore Xiaomei. At this time, Shui Nai, Dadun, and Jianren Pianfeng received a private chat invitation from Hong Yan. Haha, it seems that you are lucky. Hong Yan said with a smile as soon as she appeared, without any sadness. Alas, that pervert is right next to me now, and I feel very depressed. Jianren Pianfeng glanced at the figure over there, and felt a burst of chill coming from there, making the leisure room as quiet and terrifying as a morgue. I don't know whether it was because of the gaze of Shui Nai and others, or for other reasons, Fei Dao Reaper suddenly turned his head, a cold smile hung on his handsome sword, and his eyes were like a sharp sword with ice power. He glanced at everyone, making Shui Nai and others tremble. By the way, I heard a gossip about the reason why Fei Dao Reaper appeared in the elemental city this time. Hong Yan suddenly said. What is the reason? When Dadun heard that he could inquire about other people's gossip, the god of gossip immediately possessed him. For a woman who is called the Queen of Ninja. I only knew she came here and participated in the competition after watching the video. No way, the King of Ninja is also here. If I knew these perverts were here, I would not have come long ago. Jianren Pianfeng said a little disappointed. Is the Queen of Ninja very powerful? Mina looked at Jianren Pianfeng's expression and immediately asked Hong Yan. Hehe, it is said that she is the only player that Fei Dao Shen failed to kill, and she is also a ninjutsu master? Then do you think she is powerful? But some people say that their relationship is a little ambiguous, I don't know if it is true or false. Hong Yan's words were a little gloating. Why do these perverts come out? Don't they like to be in the limelight? Don't they like to fade out of the world? Do something we can't imagine. Jianren Pianfeng couldn't accept it. When he met such a perverted opponent, it was still good to watch from the side, but when he faced him, there was only pain. Well, you can ask those perverts. I don't know anyway. I wish you good luck. I'm going to level up. Let's team up to play dungeons in the future. Hanjian said and left. There's still more than an hour left. I don't know how to get through it. Dae Dun looked at the somewhat depressing leisure room and wanted to play billiards, but immediately found that neither he nor others were interested in this. Sleeping, speaking of which, sleeping in the game is a pretty good thing. Jianren Pianfeng said after that, he laid the massage chair flat, then lay down and really fell asleep. I'm sleeping too, how about you? Dae Dun glanced at Mina. I'll go check something. Mina said and walked towards the movie area, where there were several instruments similar to game helmets, which could be used to watch videos and surf the internet. When Mina put on the video helmet, he entered the world of the internet. However, Mina did not notice that the flying knife death god not far away touched his smooth chin and looked at him curiously. Ding! The third round of survival elimination will start in 1 minute, let all the advanced players prepare to receive the teleportation. The system's voice immediately made Mina exit from the network, and then walk to Jianren Pianfeng. We can only look at ourselves later. Jianren Pianfeng said to Dae Dun and Qin Hao, which also meant that their temporary alliance was about to disband. Well, everyone be careful. After saying that, Shui Na looked at the other people around him. He saw that all the assassins, except for the flying knife death god, had weapons in their hands, and their eyes were fixed on the back of the flying knife death god. You have to be careful too. Jianren Pianfeng had already taken the sword in his hand. This sword was very light and might not have high attack power, but it had the ability to increase the user's speed, so it was a good choice to use it to break the flying knives. After a beam of light came down, all the players in the leisure room appeared on the stage. Hey, fortunately, he's not here. Shui Na looked around immediately after the confinement was lifted, and did not find the man in black and the white light when those people died. Chapter 125 Death God vs King of Magic. So, Shui Na found a place and tried some of the flying knife skills he had just learned. I saw Mina pinch the tip of the blade with her fingers, throw it from the inside out, and after the knife turned 180 degrees in the air, the tip of the knife hit the stone floor not far in front of her fiercely. With a ding sound, the flying knife was accurately nailed to the floor, but it failed to hit the center of the floor. It's not too difficult, it should be almost the same after a few more tries. Ever since Mina saw the man in black using the flying knife, he immediately liked this thing, so he went to the internet to find some relevant information to learn. Ding! The player Hypen Gongza used reconnaissance on you. Just when Mina was practicing hard, she suddenly received such a system prompt. Mina immediately looked at the people around her and soon saw the figure of a male ninjutsu master, but he had already walked away. Mina ignored him, just put away the flying knife and walked towards the side of the ring where there were fewer people. Now there are already a group of people of all kinds here, it seems that this is their gathering point. Qin Hao, who was not far from the center of the ring, immediately saw some people gathered there, forming a circle. From time to time, there were halo effects and slight explosions from the ninjutsu. Mina saw that the people over there were not fighting, so she walked over curiously to take a look. But when Qin Hao saw that figure, he never walked away. It was a figure that was so beautiful that it was easy for people to have wild thoughts. Although the elegant and luxurious ninjutsu master's outfit blocked her beautiful figure, her full chest and beautiful and delicate face could successfully seduce the eyes of most men present. These eyes kept scanning her body, just to see her figure revealed in the battle, which was hidden and very tempting. I saw that her slender hand with skin as smooth as ice and snow was holding a silver-white weapon. The colorful magic halo flashing on the weapon from time to time made her beautiful face covered with unpredictable beauty. Maybe in the eyes of others, Mina's eyes have also been attracted by the stunning beauty. But if someone looks at Mina's eyes closely, he will know that Mina is not staring at her chest at all, nor at her hips that are looming due to movement, but at her movements and steps every time she dodges the green light. Those green flying knives can't hit her graceful figure at all, but her ninjutsu can often force the figure of the god of death to appear. She twisted her waist and turned around once to let the flying knife that went straight to her abdomen pass by her clothes. In this critical process, she actually calculated the position of the god of death, and pulled the weapon to the left suddenly. 5 fireballs were actually arranged in a fan shape and swept towards the position where the flying knives were shot. I didn't expect that the continuous fireballs could be used as a group skill. Mina was indescribably amazed. He has always been complacent about having a group skill ninjutsu earlier than others, but now he finds that if the ninjutsu is used properly, it can also be used as a group skill. Seeing that he could not dodge the attack of the fireballs, the god of death immediately used a flying knife to shoot 2 of the fireballs, but this also exposed his approximate position. The flames from the 2 fireballs had not yet dissipated, and 3 lightning arrows once again passed through the flame space in a fan shape, shooting straight away like lightning. Moreover, the width of the fan this time was much smaller than the last time. It seemed that the female ninjutsu master had locked his specific position. The Grim Reaper would not be hit by the 3 lightning arrows. A green blade light immediately shattered the lightning arrow farthest from him, and then dodged past. But a sudden lightning flash came straight down from the sky, leaving a burnt black lightning mark on the floor. And the Grim Reaper was obviously hit by the lightning, breaking his stealth state. However, he just sneered, entered the stealth state again, and disappeared without a trace. The battle situation was deadlocked again. Now the center of the ring has become the battlefield for the 2 of them to fight, and no one dared to approach. However, the situation on the ring was changing, and some uneasy factors were quietly growing. After re-entering the stealth state, the Grim Reaper had already dodged to an unknown place, but Mina felt that he would not give up so easily. It seems that our crisis is over. A familiar voice appeared behind Mina. It was the side of the sword. Really? Then this woman is the Queen of Ninja. Mina didn't look back. He kept looking at the female ninjutsu master. He wanted to know how she found the trace of the Grim Reaper. How could it not be? Only this kind of pervert can make the Grim Reaper show his true strength. He was just playing around in the previous battle, so he didn't do anything cruel to us. What about now? He won't stop until he kills us. Jianyan Baifeng was also looking for the figure of the flying knife Grim Reaper. However, before learning the advanced skill of pupil vision, the stealth of ordinary assassins was already difficult to be discovered, let alone finding these stealth masters. I saw that the female ninjutsu master added a lightning shield to herself. The 4 lightning bullets rotated fast and slow with her as the center of the circle, and the radius of rotation was also very variable. Sometimes they would advance outward a little, and sometimes they would shrink inward a little. Even the user couldn't control it, but this also made the melee profession more elusive. Tisk tisk, your ninjutsu skills are really powerful. This skill specifically for dealing with assassins makes me want to change my career. Jianren Pianfeng has been watching the movement trajectory of the 4 lightning bullets, but he can't find any pattern at all. Thunder, lightning shield, continuous fireballs, lightning arrows, I think she is very capable. I can't find these skills now. I want to find them. Mina was very jealous of the skills he didn't learn, but both Mina and the unscrupulous profiteers have tried their best, but still can't find these skills. Sometimes, money is not omnipotent. Haha, for them, this kind of thing is just a matter of willingness. Damn, it's okay to release ninjutsu like this. God, you want us melee professions to survive. Mina immediately knew why Jianren Pianfeng was so pessimistic. She saw that the Queen of Ninja Law put 2 lightning shields on herself, then threw a few stones at the open space around her, and then actually put a few lightning shields on the stones. I saw 4 lightning shields guarding the 4 directions of the Queen of Ninja Law. In this way, if the God of Death wants to get close, his movement trajectory will be severely restricted. The Queen of Ninja Law wants to use this method to keep the God of Death away from her. By the way, what is the ability of this lightning shield? Jianren Pianfeng suddenly asked Mizuna, who is a mage. Lightning shield, a mid-level defensive ninjutsu, can form 4 lightning bullets to protect the target. Chakra consumption is 30 points. Any creature hit by the lightning shield will be damaged by electric current, and there is a 50% chance of causing paralysis. Each lightning bullet can only attack the enemy once and will disappear after the attack. According to the information of the Ninjutsu Guild, the upper limit of this ninjutsu is level 40. Every 10 levels can increase the upper limit of lightning bullets. After reaching the full level of 40, the upper limit of lightning bullets will be increased to 10. This ninjutsu control cannot be lifted, and it will cause indiscriminate damage to enemy and friendly creatures. The duration is 5 minutes. Mina said all the information she knew in one breath, making Jianyan Pianfeng unable to turn around for a while. Fuck, you know so much, you won't go to the library to read books. Jianren Pianfeng also knew that each main city's professional guild would have its own library, which contained information on various related professions, and too many of them were not in the game introduction, but it was very inconvenient to look up those paper books, so those places were not very popular. I guess so. After saying that, Mina stared at the Queen of Ninja, but he didn't say that he had memorized all the books he could understand there. After all, such a thing sounded a little unlikely. At this moment, a green light suddenly appeared, and soon crossed a distance of more than 20 meters, heading straight for the chest of the Queen of Ninja. The Queen of Ninja fired another FANFIC continuous fireball, and at this time the flying knife was less than 3 meters away from her. She twisted her upper body immediately, and let the green light pass by 2 peaks in a dangerous way. With a pop, the flying knife hit the lightning bullet that suddenly appeared, and the lightning bullet exploded immediately, and disappeared after a flash of lightning. Suddenly, 3 green rays of light attacked the Queen of Ninja Law in a FANFIC distribution. These 3 green rays of light came from 3 places, and the trajectory of these 3 places was along an arc trajectory, and if you extend this arc trajectory, you will find that it is slowly approaching the Queen of Ninja. Before the 3 flying knives in front hit the Queen of Ninja, 3 more flying knives appeared, and then 3 more flying knives appeared. Now there are 9 flying knives on the field, all flying towards the position of the Queen of Ninja. Godly skill. Jianren Pianfeng also felt that this was incredible like the other spectators. What kind of speed, hand strength, and eyesight is required? Although the current death god still can't make 9 flying knives hit the target at the same time, this kind of flying knife technique that only appears in legends still makes them extremely frightened. Just when everyone thought that these 9 flying knives would definitely hit the female ninja master, they saw bursts of white light appearing on her body, the same as the light when using the return scroll. Chapter 126 Weird. After a flash of white light, the figure of the Queen of Ninja disappeared, but immediately a cry came from the other side of the ring. Mina and the others turned their heads immediately, and saw the Queen of Ninja Law appearing there. And the Grim Reaper also showed up, and now he was constantly approaching the Queen of Ninja Law, intending to engage in close combat with the Queen of Ninja Law. The Grim Reaper's dark green dagger collided with the Queen of Ninja Law's silver weapon from time to time, bursting out sparks. Although the Queen of Ninja Law would be injured by the dagger every time, her lightning shield could also cause the Grim Reaper some ninjutsu damage. However, I don't know if the Grim Reaper has a paralyzing equipment, the paralysis effect of the lightning shield is completely ineffective on him. Haha, no wonder the flying knife Grim Reaper would use that immature magic skill. His flying knives were almost used up, so he wanted to make a last-ditch effort and planned to end this battle. But it was broken by the Queen of Ninja Law's teleportation ring. Jianren Pianfeng finally understood why the Grim Reaper would use that attack. Hey, is there anything? Jianren Pianfeng suddenly saw Mina summon an ice shield and changed some equipment on his body, and asked immediately. There's something strange about the people over there. Mizuna said as she ran towards the battlefield of the 2. Strange? What ancient, fuck? Jianren Pianfeng immediately understood what Mizuna meant by strange. All the assassination masters and physical masters over there, holding shurikens, approached the position where the 2 were fighting in a sneaky manner, and there were a group of barrier masters holding barrier shields between them and the death god, blocking the sight of the 2 death gods. If Mizuna hadn't been standing in a position where she could see the abnormal behavior of these people, I'm afraid they wouldn't have thought that such a spectacular phenomenon would appear behind these barrier masters. Seeing dozens of shurikens of various shapes gathered together, even Jianren Pianfeng, who had seen big scenes, felt that his hair stood up. If they came with a round of concentrated shooting, I'm afraid no one present would be able to bear it. And looking at their unified actions, I believe their target is the 2 perverts on the field. But he didn't know why Mizuna came forward. For such a thing, of course, the farther away the better. When Mizuna saw those barrier magicians start to move to both sides, Mizuna immediately saw a giant shuriken that was twice as big as the average shuriken, and it was ready to be aimed and fired. Be careful! Mizuna immediately shouted to the 2 people in the fierce battle, and at the same time, an ice shield was immediately blessed to the god of death. As soon as Mizuna finished speaking, there was a loud hum, and the giant shuriken had been shot out, and it shot towards the god of death with a whoosh. At the same time, the surrounding assassination magicians and physical magicians also shot the shuriken in their hands at the 2 people, and even several ninjutsu masters on one side also shot together. For a time, the arrow rain was like a tide, and the ninjutsu was like a wave, which soon submerged the figures of the 2. However, what made everyone feel incredible was that when the light effect of the ninjutsu disappeared, 3 figures and an ice shield appeared in the place where the shuriken and ninjutsu were baptized. "Are you all right?" Mizuna squatted on the ground, holding the ice shield and looking back at the 2 people behind him, only to see the Grim Reaper holding the Queen of Ninja with one hand, protecting her tightly behind him. However, the arrow shot from the giant shuriken pierced through the ice shield given to him by Mizuna and pierced his 2 thighs from the side. Now the damage value above his head was bubbling up like bubbles. If it weren't for the life soldier pill in his hand, he would probably be dead. And from his bloodless face and trembling hands, it can be seen that he is now in a state of serious injury and dying. All his attributes have dropped by at least 50%. This state cannot be eliminated by relying on the life soldier pill alone. What happened just now happened too suddenly. Although the Grim Reaper reacted immediately and blocked it with the ice shield, in order to protect the Queen of Ninja behind him, he did not dodge the crossbow arrow, but used his body to block it. However, due to the density of shurikens and ninjutsu, some of them still hit her, but she did not suffer much damage. After all, most of the shurikens shot were blocked by Mina's ice shield. Mina saw that the people on the opposite side did not launch another attack, but a few people came over arrogantly, and immediately knew that they wanted to play a trick to humiliate them. However, as far as the current situation is concerned, they do have this ability, for them, the most threatening Shinigami was already seriously injured and had no fighting ability for a while. And a ninjutsu master, no matter how strong she was, could not fight against so many people holding shurikens at this stage. Seeing this, Mizuna knew that they would not attack again casually. He immediately retracted the ice shield, took out the ice crystal sword, helped the Shinigami cut off the crossbow arrow, and then pulled it out. During this process, from the unnatural twitching of the corners of the Shinigami's mouth from time to time, you can know how much pain he endured, but he didn't shout. Bang and bang sounded, 2 more than 100 injuries appeared on the head of the Shinigami, but the shuriken was also taken out. Mizuna immediately kept brushing the recovery on the body of the Shinigami until his injuries stabilized and his blood volume stopped dropping. "Are you friends?" The Queen of Ninja Law saw that Mizuna had treated the injuries of the Shinigami, and asked curiously. A pair of autumn-like eyes made Mizuna's heart beat faster. No. The Grim Reaper did not look at the 2. He only had those arrogant guys in his eyes. Although he was very calm now, his eyes were getting colder and colder, so cold that people would shiver unconsciously. "We just have the same enemy now." In order to calm himself down, Mina didn't dare to look at the Queen of Ninja, so he deliberately focused his eyes on the people in front of him. "Suryuwu, I didn't expect to meet you again. The world is really small." Mina and the Queen of Ninja helped the Grim Reaper up together. No matter what, they would not lose their momentum in front of these people. "Haha, don't mind if I get involved." Jianren Pianfeng came up from behind Mina and the others and stood beside Mina. Solong did not answer Mina's words, but just stared at him coldly, with the anger in his eyes as hot as the sun. "Pianfeng, Fanchuina, what are you doing?" Dai Dun immediately rushed up from behind the row of people in the speed dragon. He didn't understand why Xuina and Pianfeng would stand opposite him. In theory, these 2 were the biggest enemies in this ring. "Nothing, the people over there are from the Dark Dragon Guild. Xuina has a grudge against him, and I also have some grudges with the people of the Dark Dragon Guild, so I can't stand on your side." Jianren Pianfeng said very calmly, but his mood can still be seen from the hilt of the sword he held tightly in his hand. The people of the Dark Dragon Guild said that they will not pursue the matter on the ring last time, so... Jianren Pianfeng's words made Dai Dun very embarrassed. To be honest, he really didn't want to be enemies with friends like Pianfeng and Xuina who had gone through life and death. But behind him, there are also a few friends who he can't let go. He is very hesitant now, not knowing which side to choose. "Don't hesitate. No matter what the result of this game is, our relationship will not change. I also want to see your strength." Jianren Baifeng understood why Dai Dun hesitated, and this hesitation made him feel that Dai Dun was a friend he could make. "Okay, I understand," Dai Dun said, and immediately ran back to his team and acted according to their previous instructions. Shui Na did not use the light of life to heal the damage of the god of death. He was now waiting for the assassins to approach. As long as the assassins could get closer, Shui Na had a way to make them stay a few, and only by clearing these assassins could he fight the people of the Dark Dragon Guild more safely. Now the people of the Dark Dragon Guild already think that they are in a state of winning, so the assassins they gathered also slowly approached, wanting to see the appearance of the 2 perverted masters. They would not be at ease with such a rare opportunity, but they were not as courageous as their leaders. After all, they were just ordinary players without a strong backstage. Haha, I didn't expect that our Gongzi Alliance and your Dark Dragon Guild could achieve such results in the first cooperation. It's really pleasing and congratulatory. The guild where the ninjutsu master who scouted Mina last time belonged seemed to want to get close to the Dark Dragon Guild, a wealthy man. No, he has another skill that can repair the injuries of the god of death. But unfortunately, my poison arrow just shot the queen of ninja, and she can't use ninjutsu now. The 3 arrows on the crossbow in Solong's hand have different colors, which seems to be 3 different toxins. This sentence made Mina's face change a little. Mina immediately used the scout technique to take a look at the queen of ninja. It turned out that this female ninjutsu master was called Piao Ling, a 26level blood limit ninjutsu master. Now she has been poisoned by the forbidden chakra toxin, and the chakra in her body will stagnate for a period of time, which means that she can't use ninjutsu now. Solong suddenly said something gloomily. Just when Mina and others were waiting for him to continue, 4 ice blow arcs flew towards the 4 people at a high speed. So we will deal with you according to the plan. Solong finished his words at this time. Unfortunately, Solong overestimated his own strength. Mina immediately used a lightning arrow to disperse the ice ring that was approaching him, and Jianyan Pianfan's reaction was not slow, and he stepped back suddenly to avoid the attack of this unknown ninjutsu. However, the situation of Death God and Piao Ling was not so good, because this ninjutsu was released at close range and hit the Death God. The distance between the 2 ice rings on the god's side was too close. In order to save the god of death, Piao Ling actually used his body to block the 2 ninjutsu this time. Chapter 127 Chain Lightning. With 2 puff and puff sounds, Piao Ling's body was hit, and ice crystals began to appear from the place where he was hit, and slowly spread all over his body, and soon Piao Ling's body was frozen in this ice column. Is this Thunderbolt Ice? Mina knew this ninjutsu immediately. This ninjutsu can be said to be the most perverted one among the intermediate ninjutsu. There is a 30% chance that the target will enter a quick freezing state, unable to move or attack. However, due to the freezing state, the target's physical defense and ninjutsu defense will increase a lot. And even if the quick freezing effect cannot be exploded, this ninjutsu will have a 100% chance of freezing and slowing down the effect, which is a very practical ninjutsu. Haha, don't think you're the only blood limit ninjutsu master, we have many blood limit ninjutsu masters too. Solong laughed wildly, and then shot at Mina with a crossbow. 3 arrows of different colors went straight to Mina's head in a straight line. Mina didn't have time to dodge, so she had to tilt her head back and squat at the same time. The strong wind brought by the 3 arrows made Mina's scalp a little numb. If he hadn't been paying attention to Solong's hand just now, I'm afraid he would have been shot through the head by the crossbow arrow. You are looking for death. Death propped up one hand on the icicle and threw the last flying knife in his backpack with hatred with the other hand, but now he no longer has the strength to kill Solong. Solong swung his dagger and cut off the slow-flying knife. Mina pulled Death and the sword blade to hide behind Piao Ling. For a while, the sound of arrows hitting the ice crystals was as dense as rain. Fuck, there are so many crossbows in this game. Jianren Pianfeng looked at the ice shield in his hand, which had broken into pieces and scattered all over the ground, but Shui Nai quickly added another one. Shui Nai didn't expect that his plan to let the assassination magician get closer before using the light of life turned out to be his most failed move. It seems that he still overestimated himself. Now Shui Nai is using the light of life to heal everyone's injuries while brushing the recovery spell for Piao Ling. You go and deal with the assassination magician first, and then I will rescue her. Shui Nai said to the somewhat depressed god of death. It seems that being rescued by a woman has hit the god of death hard. Shui Nai has been helping Piao Ling to brush the recovery spell, but the effect of this recovery will be invalid once it is attacked. Fortunately, the frozen ice crystal wall is still very thick, and Piao Ling's health value has not dropped too quickly. Soon the first round of crossbow shooting ended, and Shui Nai immediately brushed a few recovery spells for everyone. Stupid, don't waste crossbows, all ninjutsu masters, all assassination masters aim crossbows at both sides of the ice pillar, don't let the god of death come out. Solong didn't expect these people to be so stubborn, and they would fight to the end at this time. At this time, Mina's big fireball also took action, and 4 fireballs kept expanding in the air, immediately blocking everyone's sight, and at this time, the figure of the god of death also disappeared. Mina kept casting big fireballs. Although the big fireballs didn't hit any enemies, they could prevent the enemies from seeing the situation behind the flames. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why is there such a ninjutsu? Solong grabbed the collar of the ninjutsu master closest to him with some excitement. The damage of this big fireball was very low. The maximum diameter of each big fireball was 1 meter. Once it exceeded 1 meter, it would explode into flames all over the sky. Moreover, this kind of fireball could not be shot with a crossbow, but directly passed through the big fireball. Wow, your ninjutsu is really not lazy. And the recovery technique is also good. Piaoling has been rescued by Mina's light of life, and the reason why he did not retreat now is because Piaoling is preparing a high-level ninjutsu. Mina swung the weapon to shoot a rain of fire all over the sky, while looking at the electric light on the silver weapon. Is this really chain lightning? Why doesn't it appear on the ranking list? Mina's words were a little puzzled. I just played it yesterday, and I haven't used this ninjutsu, but the introduction also said that there is still a part of this weapon that I don't know where it is, so this ninjutsu needs to be filled with my chakra. After using this, I have no combat ability. Piaoling looked very attentively at the color of the lightning bullet on the staff, which began to change from green to blue, and then from blue to dazzling white. Mina looked at the hair of the three people, all of which were somewhat uncontrollably drifting towards the dazzling electric ball like the sun. Especially Piaoling's waist-length black hair, a lot of it had been scorched by the electric ball, but Piaoling was very focused on injecting chakra into the weapon, not caring at all. Now the situation outside was similar to what Mina expected. Several assassins who didn't pay attention had been killed by the god of death, but they reacted quickly. Once they entered stealth, even the god of death could do nothing. However, the disappearance of the assassin did not mean that the god of death also disappeared. Now the dagger of the god of death has been constantly harvesting all the enemies he saw. Life. The physical arts masters surround and protect the ninjutsu masters, all the ninjutsu masters attack the three people over there, and all the assassination masters pay attention to the position of the god of death, and kill him as soon as he appears. The god of death without the flying knife is not scary, we will kill him with a sea of people. Speed Dragon's words appeared in the void, and everyone immediately understood what he meant. The reason why the god of death is so powerful is due to his flying knife that combines speed, cruelty, and accuracy. Okay. Piaoling said very happily, just like a little girl's tone that made Mina and Jianren Pianfeng a little unexpected. Pianfeng, now it's up to you to protect her, I'll go to help the god of death now. Mina disappeared in the void while saying this. Now the god of death is the greatest fighting force on their side, and they can help as much as they can. Sure enough, I said why you disappeared just now. Pianfeng thought to himself. Just now when he and Mina rushed over together, Mina in front of him suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in front of the two gods of death. Soon, the flames of the big fireball disappeared, but the people from the Dark Dragon Guild only saw two people. When I was confused, the light ball on Piaoling's silver weapon also shot into the air, suddenly turned into a thunderbolt, and hit a ninjutsu master fiercely. 658 A huge damage appeared directly on the head of the ninjutsu master, and the ninjutsu master was killed instantly. However, after this terrible thunderbolt hit the top of the ninjutsu master's head, it immediately rushed towards the nearest person. After a bang, the mage was also attacked by lightning. 90% of the health value disappeared, then the third, the fourth, and the fifth, and the chain lightning disappeared. And those who were hit but not dead were stimulated by the strong electric current and all fell into a state of paralysis. The incomplete thunder staff is still too weak. Each jump will reduce the damage by 20%. I thought it could kill a few ninjutsu masters in seconds. Piaoling looked at the silver weapon in his hand and said with some dissatisfaction. However, Piaoling's words gave Jianren Pianfeng a headache. If this kind of high destructive ninjutsu is still weak, what do they want these close combats to do? Are we going to move forward? Jianren Pianfeng asked. No, I don't have much chakra left. I was too absorbed in playing with the god of death just now, and I used up all my chakra pills. I'd better keep some chakra for emergency. Piaoling looked at the chakra value of only more than 100 points and said very unhappily. The chakra of the blood limit ninjutsu master is very good, but if it is released too quickly, it will definitely face this problem. And the high-level ninjutsu just now is also due to the incompleteness of the weapon, so if the user wants to use it, he must contribute twice the chakra of the ninjutsu to fill it. Otherwise, the chain lightning in this weapon is just a scary decoration. This system is still very good at balancing this game. Jianren Pianfeng knew from the game introduction that once the ninjutsu reaches a high level, the consumption of that chakra will rise sharply, but when the consumption increases, the power will naturally increase. Therefore, these ninjutsu are very unbearable for those ninjutsu masters with lower chakra values, and this is exactly why ninjutsu masters will try their best to explode their spirits. So, Jian Yanbianfeng took Piaoling and retreated steadily. However, the battlefield over there was in full swing, and the white light of the dead kept rising and falling. And Mina had already started the action of clearing the field. Only the figure of the god of death flashed behind those enemies from time to time. Facing those enemies who were not quick to react and not flexible, the god of death was too lazy to use skills. He just used the dagger to pull 2 knives at the vital points to solve the enemy. I saw that the green dagger of the god of death was used to cut the throat or stab the back of the head every time. With the addition of toxins and weak point attacks, an enemy would often fall down and turn into white light. When facing those barrier masters with high defense and high blood or those who are able to discover his intentions, the god of death will use the unique skills of the assassination master at this time. Skills such as smothering, backstabbing, cutting, etc., combined with the poison damage of the poisonous fangs, often kill a barrier magician in less than 5 strikes, and most of the other professions can't survive the 3rd strike. Facing such a perverted opponent, those slow-moving shield armors have no chance of survival if no one comes to rescue them. And they also know that they will not have the chance to live to the next competition, so they don't even have the food pills. Except for a few unwilling counterattacks, they are almost waiting to die. The assassins who used these barrier magicians as bait also wanted to kill the god of death, but they immediately found that they could not keep up with his speed, and they were not at the same level in terms of technology or reaction. Instead, one of them reacted a little slower and was killed by the god of death. In desperation, they had to find bad luck with Mina. Chapter 128, Hit. On the other side, Mina, who harvested the lives of ninjutsu masters, was not as fast and skilled as the god of death, but his efficiency was not low. I saw that every time Mina would use the ice crystal sword to kill the enemy after the phantom stealth state cooled down. Once she hit the opponent, she would immediately use the phantom stealth and rush to another place without caring whether the person was alive or dead. He walked towards the enemies in the area. He didn't let the stealth assassins find his trace at all, which made Speed Dragon, who wanted to ambush Mina, very angry. Before the cooling time was up, locust stones, flying knives and other hidden weapons became Mina's tools to kill time. However, because Mina was not proficient in using flying knives, there was no record of successfully killing a player with flying knives. However, due to the appearance of flying knives, these people's minds, which were already worried, became even more uncontrollable, and they all scattered around, fearing that they would run a step slower. This also made Mina happy to kill. After all, the lone ninjutsu master had to be killed. Mina's speed in the phantom stealth state was too fast, and combined with the high damage of the ice crystal sword to the ninjutsu player, it was a perfect match. A high-speed sprint, although there is no bonus of physical skills, but if it hits an important position such as the throat and heart, fatal damage is certain, and those with less blood volume will definitely be killed instantly. And Mizuna is also very good at these positions, and she specifically chooses these parts to attack. Anyway, all players are blind in stealth mode, and they have to wait for Mizuna's ice crystal sword to stab down before they have a chance to know Mizuna's position. But when their ninjutsu comes, Mizuna has already run away without a trace. Mizuna's killing style is completely different from the god of death. The god of death will kill all the people he can see in an area before going to the next place, but even so, no one can stop him. Mizuna is different. He will run away after being beaten, and he will not give others a chance to make a comeback. Just when Mizuna killed a female ninjutsu master, Mizuna suddenly heard a strange sound behind her, which was very familiar. At this time, Mizuna's brain has not yet recalled what it is, but Mizuna realizes that it will not be a good thing. Mizuna immediately stabbed the ice crystal sword into the ground, and used her feet to support the ice crystal sword. After her body slid a short distance in the air, Mizuna immediately looked back in the air. With a puff sound, the female ninja master who was not killed by Mina was pierced through the chest by a crossbow arrow. After a burst of white light, the body was also shot 4 or 5 meters away by the crossbow arrow before falling to the ground. Seeing this crossbow arrow that pierced the female ninja master and flew more than 10 meters before falling, Mina felt a chill in his heart. This kind of weapon can definitely be a sniper rifle in the ninja world, a real nemesis of ninja masters. If he had reacted a little slower just now, he would definitely be shot into a bunch of gourds with the ninja master. Mina immediately entered the phantom stealth, and when he looked back, the assassin also played the same tactics as Mina, and left after the fight. Mina had to pull out the ice crystal sword stuck in the ground as quickly as possible, and then find another target to vent his anger. Just as Mina passed by the body shot dead by a crossbow, Mina found that the clothes on the chest of the female ninja master were torn apart by the crossbow, revealing the white skin on her chest, which made Mina dizzy. However, this problem was quickly blocked by the system. The second time she looked at it, it was already mosaicked. Generally, the system will not allow such scenes with color, violence, blood, horror, and other unpleasant elements to appear. But except for some specific plots, this will only appear on NPCs, and players will generally not be affected by such plots. Just as Mina and the God of Death were killing and clearing the scene, several assassins were quietly approaching Piaoling and Jianren Pianfeng. The stealth ability is too poor. Piaoling suddenly said to Jianren Pianfeng, and a blue light flashed on the silver weapon, and an ice cone shot towards the left rear. After punching a small concave hole in the floor immediately became cold, and the forced freezing effect came into effect, breaking the stealth state of an assassin. However, Jianren Pianfeng did not attack to kill the man over there, but instead held his sword and stood on guard, watching the movements around him vigilantly. After Piaoling used ninjutsu to get rid of the assassin, Jianren Pianfeng also moved. He rushed forward and accelerated, with both hands straightened, and the sword was also stretched out in his right hand. An assassin was too close and did not dodge Jianren Pianfeng's emitter attack range. He was directly swept by Jianren Pianfeng's left hand, breaking the stealth state. When Jianren Pianfeng felt the assassin's body, his left hand immediately clenched it hard and grabbed the assassin's body, and the sword in his right hand suddenly slashed towards the assassin's back. The assassin didn't expect Blade Pianfeng to react so quickly, and didn't pay attention to the weapon on his back for a moment. Just when the assassin was about to teach Pianfeng a lesson with a dagger, a force suddenly came from his back and pushed him forward a few steps. A 435 damage value immediately appeared above the assassin's head. The assassin didn't react at all, and thought that it was Death or Mizuna who was attacking him from behind. He was shocked and immediately planned to use a dagger to attack Blade Pianfeng's left hand. He wanted Blade Pianfeng to let go of his hand, and then immediately went into stealth to escape. However, Blade Pianfeng also knew that this was his only chance, so he took the dagger attack and endured the pain in his left hand to pull the assassin's body back. The actions of Jianren Pianfeng not only disrupted the assassination magician's plan, but also pulled Mina's body to the ground. Seeing this, Jianren Pianfeng would naturally not let him go. This time, the sword's target was his neck and his head. Not bad. Piaoling turned around and smiled. Seeing Jianren Pianfeng was stunned for a moment, but when he saw 3 corpses on the ground and an assassin was forced out by Piaoling's ninjutsu, he immediately petrified. People really can't be compared with others. Once compared, people will be angry to death. I think your words are a bigger blow to me. Jianren Pianfeng couldn't accept it. He had suffered too many blows today. Whether it was Mina, the god of death, or the Piaoling in front of him who was so beautiful that it made people angry, no matter what, they were younger than him, but none of them were inferior to him in strength, only higher, not lower. What? If you are bothered by that clingy guy every day, you will know the behavior of assassins very well. I was forced to do it, otherwise who would like to be hunted by an assassin? Piaoling said dissatisfiedly. By the way, can I ask you a more private question? How old are you? Jianren Pianfeng asked while he took action to deal with the assassin who was frozen by Piaoling. What, do you think I'm old? Piaoling's tone changed, and even aimed his weapon at Jianren Pianfeng. No. Jianren Pianfeng said immediately, I just feel that compared to you guys, I am a bit of a failure. For those who play games, the most important thing is the heart. Only when you give it your all, will you gain something. Whether it is me or the god of death, we all attach great importance to life in the game. We don't regard this game world as a false world at all. We all regard ourselves as the life of this world, cherish every life, and in order to save life, we will work hard to learn and become stronger, because we all want to gain a foothold in this world, a real foothold, not relying on the infinite resurrection of the players, but on our own strength. If you understand what I said, then you can also become stronger. Piaoling expressed his views in a nostalgic tone. Maybe. I don't have such a mentality. I always thought this was just a game, so I didn't care much about life and death. I thought you were the same. Oh my god, who would like to die? Only when I have to die, I will remember that I was a player. But maybe I'm too involved. Life in the real world is a mess. I'm also worried about this. Piaoling seemed to think of something unhappy, and ignored Jianren Pianfeng, and began to vent all her anger on the assassin she found, and Jianren Pianfeng was frightened. Ding, the number of people on the ring 3012 has reached the system's specified standard, and the 10 players on the field have successfully advanced. Shui Na and Jianren Pianfeng and the other 4 met in the rest area, and the other 6 assassins were also teleported over, and Solong was among them, but Solong didn't look at them and went straight into the lounge. It seems that the big shield is still. Jianren Pianfeng glanced at the god of death. His reaction is good, but his movement speed is not good. Death touched his chest, where the barrier attack of the big shield just now hit him. I owe you a favor, I will help you get into the finals. Death said concisely in his unique cold tone. Such a fun thing, how can I be missing? Piaoling suddenly leaned on Death's shoulder and said, this action made Death's body stiff immediately, causing Piaoling to laugh continuously. Death and Piaoling's words immediately changed the faces of everyone present. Shui Na and Jianren Pianfeng were naturally very happy, while the faces of the other 6 people turned pale, and then they were busy asking the higher-ups to report. Now there was another atmosphere in the lounge. Piaoling kept looking at Death, and his eyes were like a super high-power generator, which shocked Shui Na and Jianren Pianfeng so much that they couldn't look at them. Although the death god was not electrocuted to a crispy exterior and tender interior, judging from his very stiff body and the fact that the blood vessels in his forehead were beating faster and faster, it was only a matter of time before he was electrocuted. Chapter 129 Strong. There are more and more assassins now, so it's difficult to advance like this. It seems that my chances are slim. Seeing that the leisure room was quiet on one side and hot on the other, Jianren Pianfeng was very uncomfortable and had to find Qin Hao to chat. I finally understand why the career introduction of the game says that assassins have the highest survivability. Their stealth alone is the most powerful weapon, especially in this situation, they can't be found at all. Mina said while touching the phantom ring. Mina remembered that in the game introduction, each profession would learn a skill called search when it reached a high level, which could detect creatures that like to hide with their eyes, but this skill might not be so easy to find. Come on, play a game of billiards with me. I really can't stand the atmosphere here. Jianren Pianfeng pulled Mina up and said. When Mina looked back, she found that Piaoling had fallen asleep on the shoulder of the god of death, and the god of death seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. Moreover, the originally cold face of the god of death softened, with a handsome face and a stunning beauty. The woman leaned on him, which made the men, who were also men, more jealous than envious. I thought that I would be more relaxed after you two came, but I didn't expect that their offensive would be so fierce. Jianren Pianfeng sat on the ground tiredly and asked Shui Na to help him brush the recovery spell. Actually, this is also conceivable. Those who can stay now have no outstanding qualities and it is impossible to advance, and most of them are assassination magicians. But you have also learned a lot, at least your strength has increased. Piaoling looked at the empty arena and frowned a little. This arena was set up for assassination magicians, and it was not something that ninjutsu masters or physical magicians at this stage could afford. Well, the one next to him should be considered an alternative. Piaoling glanced at Shui Na and immediately thought so in his heart. Shui Na drew out the ice crystal sword and looked at a place in the distance vigilantly, but from his puzzled expression, it can be seen that he was also very puzzled. Did you feel it too? Piaoling said indifferently, just glancing at the place where Shui Na was looking. I don't know, I just had a very strange feeling. It was like being watched. Shui Na also felt a little strange. At such a long distance, he should not be able to hear the footsteps of the assassin. It's nothing. This kind of game will happen after playing it too much. We call this feeling crisis sensing. It can detect those potential crises in advance, but it's not very sharp. By the way, sometimes you can feel it in reality. Piaoling reminded Shui Na with the tone of an experienced person. Then this is not a Superman. Jianren Pianfeng suddenly said. He had also heard of such people who could predict danger in advance, but he didn't expect to appear next to him. Oh my god, you'll know once you try it. It's a very annoying feeling, and we often make mistakes, which makes us feel that we are surrounded by dangers. If we are not strong-willed, we will easily develop mental illnesses such as schizophrenia. I would rather not do it. Although Piao Ling said this, she patted Shui Nai's shoulder happily, and a gloating smile appeared on her face very naturally, as if she was very happy to have another companion. Hey, what's that expression on your face? Jianren Pianfeng looked at Shui Nai with some pity. Now he understood why those people were so perverted. If they had the ability to sense danger, it would be difficult not to be perverted. Of course it's a happy expression. People like us are very eager to see new companions join us. Piao Ling said as a matter of course. Then, just when Shui Nai was about to ask Piao Ling about the crisis sensing question again, the god of death also completed the task. Ding, the number of people on the ring 3003 has reached the system's designated standard, and the 10 players on the field have successfully advanced. After that, everyone was teleported back to the square of the elemental city. Today's competition for them has ended. Shui Nai took a look at the elemental city promotion badge in his backpack. This badge means that Shui Nai has successfully entered the top 100 of the elemental city. Tomorrow, as long as he brings this badge here, he can participate in the 100-person melee between the main cities. According to the main cities announced in the current game introduction, there are a total of 100 main cities in the human empire. These are all NPC-managed main cities, which are controlled by the nobles of various human empires. In other words, tomorrow's competition has been compressed to 10,000 people, but this also means that the strength of these people is at least at the first T-line level, and the weak among them have been eliminated. Only 100 people can advance to tomorrow's competition, which means that they can complete it after 2 rounds of competition. Then they will enter the last 3 days of competition, and the competition at that time will be a Oneonon nature. The winners will advance, and the losers will have a resurrection match, until all 100 people are ranked. At this time, Mina's text message system rang. See you at the old place. Unscrupulous profiteer. Hey, I heard that you seem to have teamed up with some strong people. The unscrupulous profiteer asked Mina immediately after seeing her coming down from the sky. The situation forced me, there was nothing I could do. Mina said as she took some things given to her by the unscrupulous profiteer. Hey, this is an ice cone, this is a lightning shield, where did you find them? Mina was immediately happy when she saw the 2 skill books. In exchange, I sold that suit to the gods. Now is a golden opportunity to sell these top quality equipment. Then I expressed my desire to use the book Physical Strengthening to directly exchange these skill books. I didn't expect them to accept it without even thinking about it, so you may encounter that set of equipment in the finals, but with your ability, that shield armor is doomed. The reason why the unscrupulous profiteer has not sold the suit is to wait for this day to come. With the character of the unscrupulous profiteer, he will definitely maximize the benefits of the items in his hands, otherwise he will definitely not sell them casually. Thank you for your hard work. Mina didn't expect that the unscrupulous profiteer had been helping her keep an eye on these skill books. Mina remembered that the value of these 2 skill books should not be comparable to that of the book Physical Strengthening. After all, passive skills are generally more valuable than active skills. If it is rarer, the price will naturally be higher. It's not a big deal. Anyway, if you make it into the top 10, I will naturally benefit from it. By the way, I found the poison gem you asked me to find. Do you have any use for it? The unscrupulous profiteer handed a small bag to Mina, which was filled with various gems. Feed the cat. Mina opened the bag and saw that there were not only poison gems, but also some elemental gems. These were the things Mina had asked the unscrupulous profiteer to pay attention to before. Hey, this is Binding Stone. You found this one too. Mina was immediately happy when she saw a gem with no attributes and only the 3 words Binding Stone written on it. I found it in the auction house. There are not many top quality ones now, and they are easily eliminated, so this kind of Binding Stone is not valuable. Some people think it is just taking up space, so they just offer a random price to sell it. I just happened to see it and took it. Okay, I'm leaving. Now many people have more money and like to throw things in the auction house. I have to go and see if there are any good things I can pick up. The unscrupulous profiteer said and directly activated the return scroll and left. Shui Nai thought it was better not to go to the ant nest today. She went to Qin's place first to see if she could make those flying knives, so that tomorrow's competition would have more means. This is the craftsmanship of the dwarves. You found it there. Qin Yi was immediately excited when he saw these high-level flying knives. I picked it up. I think it's good. I want to make some and use them. Shui Nai said as she watched Qin grind the binding stone into powder, wash the ring with clean water, and carefully put the ring into the powder with tweezers. A transparent flame immediately appeared and burned the phantom ring. When the transparent flame slowly disappeared, Qin took out the ring with clean tweezers and put it on Shui Nai's palm. At this time, Shui Nai immediately felt a strange wave spreading from her palm, which was a feeling of flesh and blood. Shui Nai began to look at the ring seriously. There was no change, but it exuded a kind of intimacy, as if it was a part of her body. From now on, only you can use this ring, but you must remember that there is a special weapon in this world called the Sword of Contract, which can cut off the connection formed by the binding stone, that is, it can untie your spiritual contract with the phantom ring. So you must pay attention in the future and don't let it leave your sight. Won't it not fall off after being bound? Who will take it away like this? What do you think now? Qin picked up the phantom ring in Shui Nai's hand and demonstrated it. Although Qin couldn't wear it, he could pick it up, which explained something. Try to stay 2 meters away from me now. The somewhat disappointed Shui Nai immediately realized that this binding stone was somewhat different from what he imagined. It could only bind the user, and others could still steal it. This is... When Shui Nai was 2 meters away from Qin, he immediately saw the phantom ring flashing, and then disappeared. However, the feeling of being connected by blood became stronger. Shui Nai immediately opened her backpack and saw that the phantom ring was lying quietly in a corner. This is the true ability of the binding stone, which can summon items regardless of distance. It is said that some artifact-level items also have this ability, but this kind of item is not something that ordinary people like us can see. Qin also felt disappointed that he could not see the charm of the artifact. Chapter 130 Sensing Ability. That is to say, as long as this phantom ring is not within 2 meters of my body and the connection is cut off by the contract's sword, it will not be taken by others. Is that right? Correct answer. When Qin saw his masterpiece in the hands of others, he felt a little disappointed. Now he only hoped that Shui Nai was a suitable owner and would not let it be humiliated. You can come and get those throwing knives tomorrow, but the quality of my materials is not high, and the things I hit may not be as good as this one. Qin pointed to the high-level throwing knives on the table and said. Okay, anyway, I just use it for self-defense. Shui Nai is of course no problem. Qin Hao, who came out from Qin, took a look at the newly learned skills Ice Cone and Lightning Shield in the skill panel. These two skills are mainly auxiliary. The chakra consumption of the level 1 Ice Cone is 50 points. Although the damage is only 100 points, it is 1 point faster than the Ice Bullet, and the armor breaking ability is also very good. There is a 50% chance to ignore the armor's defense, and if the armor is hit by it, the defense of the corresponding part of the armor will decrease by 1% for 10 seconds. It is said that the degree of defense decrease will increase by 1% for each level of this ninjutsu, and the maximum decrease can be 40%. In addition, the Ice Cone technique also has a good armor-breaking ability for ninjutsu such as chakra shields, and it is an indispensable mage skill for a team. The effect of the lightning shield is also very good. At level 1, each lightning bullet can cause 50 points of current damage. Each upgrade can increase each lightning bullet by 10 points of damage. It is one of the most useful skills for ninjutsu masters to deal with melee professions. Seeing these skills that are only level 1, Mina immediately walked into the fishing grounds of the novice village. I haven't been here for a long time. Mina glanced at the still deserted fishing grounds, thinking nostalgically. One ninjutsu after another appeared from Mina's weapon, and then disappeared in the fish pond. The white bellies of the small fish turned over directly, turning into Mina's proficiency in ninjutsu. Although the proficiency of intermediate ninjutsu is higher than that of low-level ninjutsu, Mina can kill quickly because of the 3 series forced effect. In addition to practicing skills, Mina immediately looked up information about crisis sensing. I didn't know when I checked it, and I was shocked when I checked it. Mina looked at the hundreds of thousands of various information and was immediately a little stunned. Some of this information was researched, some were her own feelings, but more of them were some people's remarks and comments that sneered at it. Later, Mina found a research explanation with the highest credibility in some research materials. The information mentioned that since these game helmets are directly connected to the brain waves of the human brain, some unknown areas in a small number of people are activated under the stimulation of some specific electromagnetic waves of these helmets, so that this part of the brain area is developed, thus obtaining some abilities that are different from ordinary people. After checking here, Mina did not check further. After all, these things are still a bit far away, and the so-called crisis induction has only happened once, and it has not been confirmed yet. Let's do something more practical. Mina, after seizing the last half an hour to practice those intermediate skills. Finally, the skills such as Ice Cone and Lightning Shield were trained to level 5. Then he went to Qin and spent 1 gold coin to take nearly 100 ordinary throwing knives made of iron. Although they did not have the armor-breaking effect of advanced throwing knives, nor did they have the fixed damage, it made Mina feel no pain in using them. As far as Mina's current financial resources are concerned, there is no pressure to make such throwing knives. After checking everything, Shui Nai immediately activated the scroll back to the city and came to the elemental city to prepare for the arena competition. Today's arena competition is a competition between the main cities. 10 teams from the main cities will appear randomly on each arena, and each team is the 10 players who advanced from the same arena yesterday. At the beginning of the arena, Shui Nai immediately saw a series of fireballs in the sky. This was the signal flare that Piao Ling sent to Shui Nai and Jian Ren Pianfeng. So Shui Nai immediately entered the phantom stealth and rushed towards Piao Ling's position. On the way, Shui Nai also saw that there were still some known assassin magicians who were fighting hard with the assassins. These people were stronger than ordinary players in terms of positioning and reaction, and some of them had formed a stable alliance to deal with foreign enemies together. Like now, everyone on the stage has basically started fighting. Whether it is an assassin or a player of other professions, they all plan to kill a few more people to accumulate the number of kills, so today's battle is much more intense than yesterday. While Shui Nai was looking for Piao Ling, he saw 2 familiar figures flash by, one was So Long, and the other was a guy with a giant crossbow. Seeing the 2 figures disappear, Shui Nai also walked over with some curiosity. He planned to kill the guy with the giant crossbow here, which was a very deadly weapon for anyone. When Shui Nai walked there, Shui Nai immediately understood the goal of So Long and the others. He saw that Piao Ling was now fighting with several assassins, and Jian Yan Pianfeng was also fighting against another assassin on the other side of Piao Ling. Shui Nai glanced at the stage with no figures around, and didn't know how many assassins were hiding in it. Shui Nai could see that Piao Ling was a little tight, so he had to give up the idea of killing the user of the giant crossbow. I saw Shui Nai took out a flying knife and threw it hard, hitting one of the assassins on the butt. However, he obviously knew that the flying knife of the god of death was poisonous, so when he saw this iron flying knife, he just raised his middle finger to the air and continued to besiege Piao Ling. After seeing this, Shui Nai immediately pulled out another flying knife, and hit his butt again. Fuck, if you have the guts, come out and fight us Oneo Nun. What kind of hero are you if you sneak around? The assassin was obviously angered by Shui Nai's shameless behavior. He actually pulled himself out and cursed at the void. Seeing this, Shui Nai immediately drew out the ice crystal sword, walked to the side of the assassin, accelerated, and sent the ice crystal sword into the side of his neck. A burst of white light flashed, and Shui Nai's figure disappeared. After Shui Nai used the flying knife to help Jian Ren Pianfeng get rid of another assassin, he went all out to help Piao Ling. I saw that Mina added a lightning shield to Jianyan Pianfeng, and then cast a few recovery spells on him. Mina used ninjutsu to cover Jianyan Pianfeng's counterattack. An ice cone appeared on Mina's weapon, and then it hit the floor next to an assassin with a ding sound. The strong freezing effect immediately slowed him down. Jianyan Pianfeng's fire slash was delivered immediately, and with a puff, Jianyan Pianfeng's sword directly cut down an assassin. At the same time, Piao Ling also used a continuous fireball to finish off another assassin. The lives of the assassins were just moving targets in front of Piao Ling. Suddenly, Shui Na felt extremely uneasy. The feeling of uneasiness was very sudden, but very strong. Then there was a cold feeling in Shui Na's chest, as if something had penetrated it. Shui Na didn't know what was going on, but the word crisis sensing immediately came to his mind. Shui Na didn't care whether it was the case or not, and immediately jumped to the left. At this time, Shui Na also heard a buzzing sound of the bowstring vibrating behind him, and the sound didn't seem to be far away. Then Shui Na felt a tearing feeling in his right hand, but it was not very strong. Shui Na immediately understood that this was because the sensitivity of his helmet was not too high. Shui Na glanced at his right arm, and the attribute panel showed that his right arm had been penetrated by a sharp weapon, so it was in a disabled state. However, Shui Na didn't worry about anything. While doing evasive actions, he used the light of life to heal his injuries. After a burst of green light, Shui Na's injuries were completely healed, and Shui Na immediately looked in the direction of the giant crossbow. The user of the giant crossbow has turned into a corpse, and the figure of the god of death has also disappeared at this time. It seems that the god of death discovered his trace when he was active here, so he immediately killed him. On the side, Solong looked at Mina not far away with hatred. According to the plan, the arrow just now should be aimed at the Queen of Ninjutsu. Only she and the god of death are the biggest enemies of President Shen Long. In other main cities, there is no news of players stronger than these two perverts. But as soon as he saw Mina just now, he immediately asked his men to change the target temporarily. But he never thought that Mina could dodge the crossbow arrow of the sniper crossbow at this distance. Solong really didn't dare to believe it at all. Just when he was about to try again, Solong suddenly felt a burst of coldness behind him. Without thinking, he ran away immediately in stealth mode. When he turned around, his men were already dead. Hateful, but Solong had no way to change this fact. He had to flee far away. Are you okay? I just saw that giant crossbow. It's too late to remind you. Jianren Pianfeng looked at Mina with some surprise. The scene just now was too thrilling. If Mina had been a step slower, his heart would have been pierced. It's okay. It looks like it's over again. Mina glanced at the number on the ring. There were only 15 alive now. Yes, the death god kills too fast, and he seems to have the ability to sense the position of other assassins. This is really amazing. Jianren Pianfeng found that every time the death god appeared, an assassin would be forced out of stealth at the same time and then killed immediately. Chapter 131 Thunder Escape and Sword. What's so strange? He has been playing the game with the consciousness of an assassin, so his behavior is the same as that of an assassin. He will naturally know when those assassins will remember something. Moreover, the stealth ability of those assassins is too poor. When they walk, there will always be a little footsteps, which is very easy to find. Piao Ling's words made Shui Nai nodded, but Jianren Pianfeng could only shake his head. He couldn't hear the so-called footsteps at all. It's over. I can go back to the leisure room to sleep again. Piao Ling said, and the system notification came out. By the way, after the ring is over, are you going to play the dungeon? Hong Yan and the others are going to play the Tree Demon Dungeon. It is said that there is a chance to explode the advanced skill search there. Are you interested? Jianren Pianfeng said to Shui Nai while playing billiard in the billiard area. Now the importance of this skill is beyond doubt. No, I plan to practice my skills later to prepare for tomorrow's finals. Mina had planned to use the remaining 5 hours to practice those intermediate skills, as for the low-level skills. Since intermediate ninjutsu has a level suppression on low-level ninjutsu, Mina plans to wait until later. After all, getting into the top 10 is the most important thing now. That's right, the growth of your ninjutsu skills is too high, much stronger than other professions. Jianren Pianfen's tone was a little sour. Don't underestimate your profession. Do you remember that there is a battle video called Qing Feng Sword Saint on the internet? You have to take him as your goal. There is no comparison between our profession and your profession. Qing Feng Sword? If I have half of his ability, I will be satisfied. Jianren Pianfeng also knew about Qing Feng Sword. Every time he appeared, the players' glasses would fall to the ground. Killing monsters and exploding equipment, killing players, these are things that players have never thought of. Actually, the swordsman's skills are not bad, and they also have elemental attributes. Their concentrated attack ability is first-rate, which is more efficient than the ninjutsu master's diffuse attack. Unfortunately, the higher-level monsters in the game world are the size of a house. Even if you concentrate your attack, you can only defend him a little bit, and you can't even touch his flesh. It's not as damaging as the ninjutsu master's range attack. However, I have to say that the balance of the game is still relatively high, and the survivability of the ninjutsu master has been seriously reduced. If the skills and reaction awareness are a little low, it is difficult to play solo. That's for sure. By the way, are your gloves anti-electric? Mina suddenly looked at Jianren Pianfen's leather gloves and asked. Yes, is there a problem? For the swordsman profession, in order to prevent the electric current damage of the ninjutsu master's lightning escape ninjutsu, they generally choose leather gloves to prevent their weapons from conducting the current to themselves when hitting the ninjutsu. At the same time, leather gloves have good heat insulation ability, which can reduce the impact of some fire escape and ice escape ninjutsu. That's good, I just thought of an idea, so I plan to try it. On the ring, Mina has walked with Jianren Pianfeng. They are moving towards Piao Ling's position, but they have encountered a lot of resistance. This group of crazy people. Jianren Pianfeng has been successfully ambushed by several assassins several times. If it weren't for Shui Nai's timely action, he wouldn't be able to curse those thieves here. Jianren Pianfeng swung his lightning flashing sword and slashed at the assassins who appeared beside him. It's okay. We've killed several people anyway. There's no problem killing more. After saying that, Mina fired another big fireball at the sky. Now they were surrounded by assassins, and they could only fight back to back. Fortunately, Mina's fireball had a very strong auxiliary effect, and all the assassins who were touched by the flames came out. So the situation was not dangerous. What they were most afraid of now was the assassins' crossbow attacks. After all, if these assassins coated the arrows with that kind of sealing poison, Mina would not be able to enter the phantom stealth. Mina now only had one chance for the light of life, and she couldn't just waste it. So Mina had to ask Piao Ling for help. Mina, the power is out. The sword blade swung the sword that no longer had lightning, breaking the assassin's kunao. At the same time, he leaned his back on Mina's back and kicked out with his left foot, going straight to the assassin's crotch. A very strange scream made people shudder, but the sword blade did not miss such an opportunity, and two intermediate skills, the scabbard attack and the flame slash, were chained. The scabbard attack first hit the assassin's head, knocking the assassin unconscious, and also caused him to burst out 126 of vital damage, and then the flame slash also came at this time, and with a puff, the flame slash hit the assassin's neck and sent him off the ring. The sword blade picked up the corpse under his feet with force and threw it out, just pressing down a stealth assassin. At this time, Mina also saw it, and two ice cones were immediately launched, attacking his head and chest respectively. The ice cone that hit his chest exploded with the armor-breaking and defense-ignoring effect, causing fatal damage. Fuck, your ice cone was too fierce. Jianren Pianfeng needed 2 moves to knock down an assassin, but Shui Nai only needed 1 ice cone, and he was so angry. The armor-breaking effect is very strong, not weaker than the freezing effect of the thunder ice. Shui Nai said while firing ice bombs around, leaving the thieves who wanted to get close without a chance. Seeing this, Shui Nai immediately shot a lightning arrow at Jianren Pianfeng's sword, and there was a loud crackling sound. Can your fighting spirit body protection still work? Shui Nai finally saw what he was most afraid of. It can work, and it can last for about 5 minutes. Is there any problem? Jianren Pianfeng immediately looked at his Duqi value. There were still more than 300 Duqi values. As long as he didn't use any skills, he would be able to maintain it for 5 minutes. I saw the crossbow arrows. I'm going to go out and deal with them first. You have to be careful. After saying this, Mina added a new ice shield to Jianren Pianfeng and threw 3 lightning shields to him. Mina glanced at an assassin in front of him and tried to add a lightning shield to him. Fuck. The assassin who had already been stealthed looked at the 4 lightning bullets floating around him very leisurely, and immediately fled to the distance. However, he also electrocuted several stealth assassins on the way. After seeing this ninjutsu, all the assassins went into stealth directly and didn't dare to come out. Damn, this perverted ninjutsu technique can kill assassins without paying for it. Be careful. Mina glanced at the 12 lightning bullets on the blade and fled far away. Mina, who entered the phantom stealth, immediately came to the place where he had seen the crossbow arrows. After seeing that the cooldown time of the phantom stealth was up, Mina took out the ice crystal sword and squatted there quietly. To puff, some slight sounds immediately came into Mina's ears, some far and some near, and there was one next to him, moving slowly. For now, the sound of the cloth shoes used by the ninjutsu master is the lightest, and it is difficult to hear any sound. The leather shoes of the assassination master are also a little too loud, but ordinary assassination masters will not pay attention to this. After all, leather shoes add more defense. Here it comes. Mizuna immediately swung the sword at an empty space, and immediately cut out a human body. Ah! It hurts. Hearing the voice was actually a woman, Mizuna's ice crystal sword immediately paused, but when he saw the crossbow in the female assassin's hand, the ice crystal sword immediately chopped down. At the same time, the flying knife in his hand was thrown out casually, and this time the flying knife hit the female assassin's throat, marking a period for her ring career. Just now, it was really, I actually held back. Mizuna wandered around in the phantom stealth, while scolding her immaturity. Hey! Mizuna saw the figure of a ninjutsu master very rarely, and couldn't help but pay attention to him. This is the magic dragon, the blood limit ninjutsu master. Mizuna immediately remembered the identity of this person. He had fought with him last time. Well, forget it. Anyway, he has no intention against me, so I'd better not offend him. After looking at the dragon, Shui Na left immediately. Are you okay? After dealing with several assassins, Shui Na returned to Jianren Pianfeng immediately. Shui Na knew that his fighting spirit protection could only reduce the damage, and could not ignore the damage, so Shui Na did not dare to leave for too long. It's nothing, I'm glad you're back. Jianren Pianfeng said with a sigh of relief while enjoying the cool and refreshing feeling brought by Shui Na's recovery technique. He never thought that he would rely on a ninjutsu master so much. Sorry, I came so late. Piaoling looked at the corpses lying around and said to the two of them with his tongue sticking out. It's okay, today's harvest is definitely not small. After looking at Piaoling, Shui Na immediately continued. Okay, let's get rid of the other few people quickly. My clothes are still waiting for the system to repair them. Piaoling's clothes have many tattered places. These are traces of being cut by sharp weapons, revealing a lot of white skin. The most attractive thing is that the knife in front of the chest almost cut the ninjutsu master's suit horizontally, and the two mountains were protected by the system and covered with mosaics. Chapter 132 Stone Chamber. Well, I have a repair hammer. Let's see if I can throw it on the ground. After reading it, Mina tried to take the repair hammer out of the backpack, but couldn't let it leave her hand. Forget it, let's try our best and get rid of them quickly. After Piaoling stretched his waist, the perfect curve of his chest and his beautiful face made Mina and Jianren Pianfeng look around with a guilty conscience. The scene was really exciting. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. With the efforts of the three people and the tireless killing method of the God of Death, the number of people on the ring has reached the system's requirements. During this period, Jianren Pianfeng almost died in the hands of a dying assassin master. I don't know what skill the assassin used, but his attack speed increased sharply even when his health was decreasing, which made Jianren Pianfeng, who was blocking in front, flustered. If it weren't for Mina's quick eyes and hands, who used the light of life, Jianren Pianfeng might have been killed by the assassin first. Thank you. Why are you being polite? Then tomorrow, you have to work harder. We can't accompany you tomorrow. Piaoling suddenly said to the two. Aren't you going to participate in the finals? Mina asked immediately. No, I'm just a little bored, so I'm going to participate in this event. I still have a task to do tomorrow. See you later. Mina also heard the system prompt, and knew that after parting today, I don't know when they will meet again. Let's go. Goodbye. After Piaoling finished speaking, everyone disappeared. After returning to Lanluo village, Shui Na looked at the time. There were about 5 hours left today. Shui Na decided to go find Elvis and the Queen Ant first. After all, the number of players is increasing. If they are too weak, they will easily become the experience of others. When Shui Na thought of this, he ignored the fact that there were still some new players here, and directly entered the phantom stealth state, leaving here under the surprised expressions of everyone. President Shenlong, I have received the latest news from an informant. Shui Na appeared in that village. But she disappeared soon. Nguang immediately sent a text message to Shenlong to report the latest news. However, Shenlong is still on the ring, so there is no way to know this text message in time. Are you sure he went there? When Shenlong received this text message, half an hour had passed. No, at this stage, there is still no way to crack the stealth state. Nguang said with a headache, because he already knew what Shenlong would say next. No matter what, you have to find him for me. I want his exact location. You know how many of us he and that damned Grim Reaper killed this time, thousands of us. More than 1,000 members died because of him. My number one plan was also seriously affected. Xiang, do you know? Ah! Shenlong said angrily. He was furious now. The Ring of Life and the Ring of Stealth were all good things, why did they fall into his hands? And the weapon that a ninjutsu master could use was even cooler. These were all things he wanted. By the way, do you have any news about the Queen of Ninja? Shenlong suddenly asked a question that shocked Nguang. No, she seemed to have left with the God of Death, so our people dared not approach her. Nguang glanced at the information in his hand, and without saying a word, he threw it into the stove next to him. Just kidding, if the president angered this woman, the Dark Dragon Guild would be skinned alive. Oh, what a pity. Then you go and get busy. I'm still preparing to form a team to play the dungeon. If I can get the whole set of the Fire Mage suit today, then tomorrow's arena will be great. When Shenlong thought about being able to wear the fiery red Fire Mage suit tomorrow, he was so happy that he completely forgot that he was still missing 2 parts of the Fire Mage suit. Oh, then I wish you good luck, President, and may you win in tomorrow's game. Nguang was also very envious of the equipment on Shenlong, but unfortunately, since he took over the position of Vice President, he has not tried the game life of an ordinary player again. Shui Na came directly to the sky above the wild boar territory. After taking a look at the 3 big pits in front of him, Shui Na immediately lifted the phantom stealth state, but this time Shui Na did not find the trace of the Black Cat King. When Shui Na called out all the queen ants, Shui Na immediately found the new queen ant member, but it may be that it has no feelings for Shui Na, so it is a little ignored by Shui Na. And Shui Na did not pay attention to it, but gave it a crystal core of the magic wind wolf. Then he distributed all the elemental gem fragments in the backpack, but for now, Shui Na only has fragments of gems of the 3 systems of water, fire, and thunder. No player can get other gems? Afterwards, Shui Na, led by Lve, went to find the Black Cat King. Hey, these soldier ants are much bigger. Sui Na glanced at the soldier ants fighting under his feet. They were now more than twice as big as the ones he had seen before. The Black Cat King dug a lot of these stones. We put these stones in the nest to speed up their growth. Lve raised a fragment of a gemstone in her hand. Physical gemstone fragment. After taking a look, Shui Na immediately returned it to Lve. Seeing that it was so reluctant to let go, Shui Na knew how important this thing was to it. This kind of stone can make us stronger and strengthen our vitality, make us more energetic. Lve's words made Shui Na immediately think of the words strengthening the body, and then thought of the old ninjutsu master, Qin, and others. It seems that there should be a mineral vein in the land below. No wonder these wild boars like this place. This is simply a blessed land for wild boars. Mina thought to herself. After thinking about this, Mina immediately looked around and found that the number of wild boars here had decreased a lot. This was not good news for the queen ants. Here is. Mina, led by Lvi, came to the center of the wild boar territory, next to the big pit made by the ruins. Is the Black Cat King down there? Mina immediately saw a pit that could accommodate 1 person in the center of the pit, and from the situation that the green smoke floated out from time to time, the Black Cat King should have used its corrosive ability to dig the pit. It said, there is something down there, so. Lvi hadn't finished speaking when Mina picked him up and jumped to the edge of the pit. I understand. You wait for me here now, I'll go check the situation first. After Mina put Lvi down, he immediately activated the phantom stealth and went down along the pit wall lightly. No way, it's so deep. Mina looked at the space under his feet, which was still dark. He looked up again. Now he was more than 10 meters from the ground. Meow, an angry cry came from below. Mina looked down immediately, and a pair of green vertical pupils appeared right below Mina, which made Mina shudder. It's me, don't pounce on me. Mina said while putting his feet away to prevent himself from being scratched by the cat. Meow. Mina felt the disdain in the tone of the Black Cat King. Mina, who got to the ground, immediately said to the Black Cat King, I'm going to use a fireball to illuminate, be careful of your eyes. A warm orange-yellow fireball immediately appeared on Mina's weapon, illuminating the space of only 10 square meters. Mina immediately discovered that this place had been specially widened by the Black Cat King. The pit that could only accommodate 1 person had now been dug 10 times larger, so there would be no problem even if a few more people came. However, when Mina walked to the edge of this space, he immediately discovered that the space here was not just dug out by the Black Cat King, but had existed for a long time. This was originally a stone chamber of only 10 square meters. The ground was already covered with a layer of mud, half a meter thick. Mina lifted it up and took a look at it. This stone chambert ceiling of the room had long disappeared, but the rock layer above did not collapse, but became the natural ceiling of the stone room. Mina took another look at the environment here. There was nothing to decorate. It was just a pure stone room with nothing. I don't trademark T know what trademark S in the soil below. However, The hissing corrosion sound showed that the Black Cat King had obviously found something, so he wasted so much energy to dig here. This is human bones. Wow, it trademark S very realistic. Mina was not afraid of this human skull at all. Instead, she helped the Black Cat King to dig out the bones of this corpse that had been dead for many years. Anyway, this person who had been dead for many years, except for the skull that was still intact, the bones on his body had long been weathered to the point that there was no residue, so there was no need to worry that he would come out of the dead body. Moreover, the Black Cat King had a strong sense of these dangerous things, so seeing how eagerly the Black Cat King wanted to dig out the body, Mina immediately took out the pickaxe. This is, no way, the equipment of the Dark Ninja Swordsman, this is also, no way. Mizuna classified the items she dug out, but still didn't find any items that could be sold. This ring is. Mizuna's eyes lit up as soon as she saw the ring she dug out. She hurriedly picked it up and saw that it was an unidentified ring. Mizuna didn't identify it immediately, but continued to dig. Soon Mizuna and the Black Cat King dug out the old board of the stone chamber, but the Black Cat King seemed to have found what it wanted, which was a black gem that was as big as a fist. Chapter 133. See you on the ring. Mizuna looked at the Black Cat King opening his mouth and was about to snap off the unknown gem. So he immediately reached out to grab it, but was still bitten hard by the Black Cat King's teeth. Meow meow. The anger of the Black Cat King can be imagined. It was obviously his delicacy, but someone snatched it away. The Black Cat King did not go berserk, which was quite respectful to Mina. Hiss, wait for me to see. I don't know if this thing is poisonous or not. If you eat it rashly, you will die. When Mina mentioned poison, she immediately thought of the poison gem in her backpack, so she took it out and put it in front of the Black Cat King. The Black Cat King chewed the poison gem viciously, making a continuous sound of crunching. Mina also knew that it was demonstrating to herself. However, this gem was too big. Mina also asked herself that she had seen a lot of gems, but she had never seen such a big one. Moreover, this big gem also had a strong temptation. When Mina saw it for the first time, she wanted to get it very much. This was a strong desire for possession. However, after Mina was bitten by the Black Cat King, that feeling immediately faded. Item, Heart of Darkness, complete. Quality, superb. Weight, 1. Item, unknown. Gem effect, unknown. This thing can't be eaten for now. I'll take it back and ask the old ninjutsu master. If he thinks it's okay, I'll give it to you, okay? The Black Cat King just stared at him, shaking his head, his eyes very sharp. Let's go up first and ask Liu Yi to be the translator. After saying that, Mina put all the items on the ground into her backpack. After taking a look at the skull, Mina still thought it would be better to bury it. After cleaning up, Mina picked up the heavier Black Cat King, activated the Phantom Stealth and Suspend, and jumped out of the pit directly. Tell me what this thing is for. Mina asked the Black Cat King immediately. Increase strength. Are there any negative effects? Mina has determined that this gem is of the dark system, and he is afraid that it will affect the Black Cat King's mentality and growth. I don't know. You don't even know this, and you still dare to eat it. This gem is very strange. If you die from it, what should I do? Wait until I ask the old ninjutsu master, otherwise it will be troublesome if you eat it to death. After saying this, Mina put away the big gem. When the Black Cat King saw Mina put the gem away, he waved his front paw fiercely, and the corrosive power and the newly acquired toxin power immediately began to test Mina's body. Fuck. Mina didn't expect the Black Cat King to sneak attack her, and immediately cursed. However, the Black Cat King only vented for a while, and ignored Mina and ran away. It seemed that he was going back to the Queen Ant. After Mina brushed a few replies for herself, she began to identify the ring in the backpack. After trying the identification technique 4 or 5 times, Mina successfully identified the properties of the ring. Item, Guardian Ring, Special Item. Occupational Restriction, none. Usage Level, none. Weight, 5. Item Description, this is a ring with a strong guardian will. It can use the user's own energy to form a non-attributed guardian force field to protect the wearer's life and safety. At the same time, the wearer has absolute guardian skills. Item Usage Effect, let the wearer have a guardian force field aura, all damage is borne by chakra or fighting spirit. Passive effect, after the chakra or fighting spirit is consumed, the Guardian Force, the field aura disappears. Absolute Guardian, the wearer forms an absolute guard field that can ignore all physical damage and ninjutsu damage. During this period, the wearer cannot use any skills or attack. Skill effect, the skill lasts for 30 seconds. Effect cooldown, 1 day. Oh my god, I got something good again. Mina took a look at the ring and put it directly into her backpack. Mina planned to give the ring to the old ninjutsu master. Anyway, she still owed him 2 intermediate defensive ninjutsu. It was a good idea to use this to replace the permanent curse seal. After all, her chakra was still very limited, and the ring was not of much value to Mina. Are you sure you want to give me this ring? This is a ninjutsu master's weapon. As a ninjutsu master, you don't want it. The old ninjutsu master took a look at the 3 items on the table, a ring of protection, an excellent complete primary physical gem, and a fist-sized heart of darkness. Yes, this ring is not suitable for me. If you defend for too long, you will lose. It is destined to be a losing battle. No matter how hard you struggle, you will still fail. For those who cannot beat me, I prefer to run away rather than stay there as a target. Mina naturally has her own plan. She already has the phantom ring in her hand. It is destined that she will not confront others hidden under normal circumstances. Using this ring is just a waste. Well, I accept it. The old ninjutsu master took a look at this very old ring. Because it has been buried in the soil for too long, this ring has lost its previous color and is not attractive at all. Instead, it looks more like an antique fake on the street. As for this? Are you sure it was dug out by the black cat? The old ninjutsu master picked up the dark heart and studied it carefully. Yes, and it also said that eating this can enhance strength, but it doesn't know if there are any negative effects. It said. The old ninjutsu master muttered in his heart, but he didn't show it. Put it aside for now. This is a top-grade dark gem that can make some dark creatures more powerful, but at the same time it will also become more brutal and evil. It cannot be used until the last moment. The old ninjutsu master pushed the gem in front of Qin Hao, and his tone was obviously a little vicissitudes. The last moment. When you need the power of the black cat, you can give it to it. As for whether it can overcome the negative power of this gem, it depends on its will. Oh, I see. Mina immediately thought of the summoning beast. If Mina could subdue the Black Cat King as her own summoning beast, then if she feeds this gem to it, she should be able to control it. But will the Black Cat King be her own summoning beast? Mina expressed great doubt. By the way, I may not have time later, so please help me give these physical gems to the village chief and others. Mina poured out 7 or 8 excellent complete primary physical gems from her backpack. It is said that this kind of gem can strengthen the body and is more suitable for you old people. Humph, am I old? The old ninjutsu master was not at all senile, blowing his beard and staring at Mina. The old man is just very angry, no more talking, I'm leaving. Mina said, then entered the phantom stealth and ran out in a flash. Not long after Mina left, Fal also appeared at the old ninjutsu master's place. Is this necessary? Dark gems will make dark creatures reveal their nature, so we humans will have one more powerful enemy. Fal asked puzzled. It doesn't matter. Judging from the current situation, the ship of the human empire is sinking. One more straw or one less straw doesn't matter. We can't be so negative. After all, we still have hope. There is hope, but it can't change the current situation. Now we can only hope that the people on the border can delay for a while longer. After activating the return scroll of another novice village, Shui Nai came to an unfamiliar village, but the layout of this novice village is similar to that of Lan Luo village, and Shui Nai didn't come here to do tasks or play dungeons, so he went directly to a place that had never been popular. When seeing that many players here were ready to find the village chief of this village to accept the dungeon task, Shui Nai also wanted to play the legendary dungeon, but the current task was to improve the power of skills. Mina's elf costume is still very eye-catching, but because Mina has a lurking mask, no one can detect Mina's information. At the same time, the mask also covers Mina's face, revealing only a somewhat handsome chin. However, it is this vague mysterious feeling of Mina that makes several girls run over with stars in their eyes, hoping to add him as a friend for future contact. This makes Mina very helpless, but he did not forget his identity because of the invitations of several girls, so he rejected their friend requests very coldly, but this cool reaction made them more interested in Mina. Ignoring them, Mina went directly into the fishing ground and carried out a very boring and tedious monster-killing action. In order to avoid being discovered by others, Mina didn't dare to practice the big fireball technique, but worked hard to practice several other intermediate ninjutsu. Mina practiced for a long time, and those girls who obviously had no patience had abandoned Mina and went to play somewhere. Mina came to the square of the Element City early in the morning. After meeting up with Jianren Pianfeng and others, they drank drinks and chatted in an open-air restaurant beside the square while waiting for the finals. Okay, we're leaving. Jianren Pianfeng received a notification from the system and immediately said to Hanjian and others. Good luck to you. Hanjian also replied immediately. Let's go. Mina pulled up her hood to completely cover her appearance, and then came to the square with Jianren Pianfeng. Now about 10 players from the Elemental City have entered the finals, which is a very strong performance for other main cities. After all, the strength of players is closely related to the development of the main city. Important towns such as the Elemental City and the Imperial Capital have always been gathering cities for players. After all, high-level cities often represent high-level opportunities. Let's meet on the ring. Jianren Pianfeng stretched out a fist, and Mina also stretched out a fist, and the two gently collided. Chapter 134 Finals. Don't let it go. After Mina finished speaking, 2 white lights separated the two. This ring is very small. Mina glanced at the ring, which was only about 50x50 meters. Although Mina's current ninjutsu could not cover such a wide space, Mina, who was used to the big ring, was still a little uncomfortable with the size of this ring. Mina glanced at the colorful protective cover in the middle. This protective cover was very gorgeous, so Mina couldn't see the opponent on the opposite side. There was about 1 minute left before leaving the field, so Mina had to hurry up and enchant the hidden weapon. Regardless of the type of opponent, the convenience and practicality of the chakra hidden weapon were first class. As the colorful protective cover in the center of the ring disappeared, Mina finally saw the opponent on the opposite side. Haha, it's God's will, haha. Mina, today is your death day. The dragon dressed in red on the opposite side laughed wildly when he saw Mina. Mina ignored him and entered the phantom stealth state. He soon approached the dragon. The ice crystal sword had been drawn out long ago, ready to make a fatal blow to the dragon's throat. Fuck, if you have the guts, come out, let's fight openly. When the dragon saw Mina disappear, he immediately walked around and dared not stand there anymore. Now Shenlong's flame magic set is a model of a strong attack ninjutsu master. The damage of his own ninjutsu is more than 1000, and the bonus of the fire escape ninjutsu in this set has increased the effect by an additional 50%. This is basically a super high firepower turret, but this kind of turret must survive under the cover of warriors, otherwise. With a puff, Mina's ice crystal sword pierced Shenlong's neck neatly. The 10 times of fatal damage appeared, and it also triggered the effect of double damage to the vital parts. A big 632 of damage directly harvested Shenlong's life. Shenlong, dressed in red, fell to the sky with his eyes wide open, obviously dying with his eyes open. It has only been 30 seconds since the beginning, which made all the players who paid attention to this arena unable to react. They knew that Mina had the stealth ring, and they knew from the previous video that he was not a weak person, but the speed of killing was too fast. The finals arena match has a 30-minute battle time, but you can't finish off your opponent in 30 seconds, right? This is the finals. Can there be a little atmosphere of the finals? However, just when Mina put away the ice crystal sword, Shenlong's body actually moved. Resurrection. Just when Mina thought she was dazzled and rubbed her eyes to look again, Mina immediately saw Shenlong's left hand raised up and facing her, and a grey light suddenly shot out from Shenlong's sleeve and flew straight to her chest. Because the distance was too close and she didn't notice it, Mina's chest was immediately nailed with an arrow only the length of a finger, and the arrow had already penetrated 3/4 of the flesh. A feeling of emptiness and weakness accompanied by stabbing pain spread throughout the body. At this time, Mina covered her chest and immediately retreated, pulling away from Shenlong. At this time, Mina immediately remembered the scene when Shenlong fell just now. When Shenlong died just now, there was no white light, which means that Shenlong was not dead. But the damage just now was 20 times the damage. Even if you are a blood cow, you will have to sleep on the floor if you are hit like this. Mizuna immediately used the reconnaissance technique to scout the situation of the dragon, but to his surprise, all the skills were in a grey and unavailable state. This is... Mizuna glanced at the attribute panel and found that he had been sealed with poison. The sleeve arrow was poisonous, and Mizuna immediately thought of the light of life, but today's competition was obviously not comparable to the previous one, and the light of life must be used at the end. Mizuna decided and immediately drew out the ice shield and the ice crystal sword, intending to fight Shenlong in close combat. This is impossible. Your chakra has been imprisoned. Why can you use the ice shield technique? Shenlong ate the life soldier's food pill while casting ninjutsu on Mina. Just now, he used a death substitute to escape certain death. Now his health is only about 10%. If Mina cuts him, he will die. Mina naturally would not answer his question. While dodging Shenlong's scattered magic, he kept approaching Shenlong. Shenlong was forced to keep distance from Mina, but Shenlong's agility and speed were not comparable to Mina, and Mina caught up easily. In fact, Mina saw that the equipment on Shenlong was flashing a dazzling red light, and bursts of hot breath emanated from the equipment. Seeing this, Mina immediately retreated at the fastest speed. An abnormality was a demon. Try my move, Flame Dragon Shockwave. Shenlong made a pose and shouted the name of the skill attached to this set in a tone that he thought was the most kingly. Then, a fist-sized fiery red flame beam sprayed out from Shenlong's chest, and the powerful impact made Shenlong's body slide back unnaturally. Mina looked at the flame torrent 5 meters away from her side in astonishment. Both the halo effect and the power were amazing. It was definitely a powerful treasure for killing people and fighting monsters. However, Shenlong's accuracy was really unbearable. Mina actually dodged it at this distance. Stop quickly. Shenlong's body was pushed to the edge of the ring by the reaction force of this Flame Dragon Shockwave, and this move can last for 5 seconds. The Flame Dragon Shockwave has not disappeared yet. I won't let you go. Shenlong's figure has disappeared in the dimensional space, and the fiery red flame beam has also disappeared. Mina looked at the place where Shenlong disappeared in silence. All the players watching were speechless. You rashly used the skill without even trying it, ah. Nguang glanced at the figure who was boredly waiting for the system notification on the ring, and a feeling of tears came to his mind. The only one who would lose with such powerful equipment is our president. Under the ring, Mina looked at the leisure room that could accommodate hundreds of people, but now there were only herself and Shenlong. Especially under Shenlong's angry eyes, Mina felt uncomfortable being looked at by him. Bored, Mina had to look at the list of the top 100 to find something to do for herself. When Mina clicked on the list, she immediately saw a group of familiar names such as Dian, Tianlong, Malong, and Solong. Then Mina clicked on the ring where Dian was, and a video immediately entered the live broadcast of the ring. Now Oiwa is in a fierce battle with an assassin, but this assassin is like a tortoise against a barrier magician with high health and high defense, and has no way to attack. Moreover, in terms of attack power, the assassin's kunao attack power bonus is no match for the warrior's long weapon. Often his short dagger can only cause double-digit damage, while Oiwa can deal more than 100 damage with a casual slash, which makes the assassin's eyes red. Oiwa's skills are first class, and his short distance movement and evasion can completely keep up with the assassin's attack rhythm. Every time Oiwa will resist the assassin's attack to determine the assassin's position, and then swing his knife to slash back. Because the barrier magician is slow in itself, Oiwa can't launch a fierce attack against the assassin who is good at speed. So Oiwa's steps are very steady, and every attack and defense is very reasonable. No rushing attack, no risk, and a steady style of play made this assassin suffer a lot. After seeing that Oiwa had no major problems, Mina turned to watch the match of Jianren Pianfeng. Jianren Pianfeng's style of play is similar to Oiwa's, both of which are based on stability, but Jianren Pianfeng has an advantage in agility. He will find the most suitable rushing attack at the right time, and his swiftness can often make the opponent unable to defend. This combination of stillness and movement can disrupt the enemy's attack rhythm, and then seize the initiative in the battle and lead the opponent. However, because Jianren Pianfeng takes a light route, he is more than agile, but lacks attack power, so he is very good at fighting a protracted war and can often wear down his opponent. Afterwards, Mina took a look at the 2 red values on the side of the video. These 2 are the sum of the damage caused by Jianren Pianfeng and his opponent during the battle. If the 2 have not decided the winner within the specified time, the one who causes the most damage to the opponent will advance to the next match. Judging from the current situation, Jianren Pianfeng's situation is still very optimistic. After all, his opponent is also a swordsman, but his agility and speed are obviously not as good as Jianren Pianfeng. As long as Jianren Pianfeng can play steadily, it is still a very calm thing to advance. Afterwards, Mina watched the competitions in other arenas. The gold content of these people is quite high, and Mina has also learned a lot. For now, Mina is a player who has integrated 3 major professions. No matter which profession's skills, Mizuna can use them to improve his fighting style. In the next game, Mizuna used all the skills he had just learned on the opposite barrier magician. This barrier magician is a rare non-mainstream agility barrier magician, which is several points faster than the mainstream ninjutsu master, and this is the main reason why he can come here. After all, if the barrier magician, who already has a high defense, is increased in speed, it will basically be a tank that can move sideways against the player. However, he was sad to meet Mizuna, who is also a non-mainstream agility ninjutsu master, and Mizuna's agility is even more fierce than him, so now he can only make some unwilling counterattacks. Chapter 135 Lucky Player. Intermediate ninjutsu one by one rushed towards the barrier magician like a tide. The abnormality of the blood limit ninjutsu master is that the low and medium ninjutsu have no seal time and cooling time at all, just like a machine gun. But the only player who can cast dozens of intermediate ninjutsu in a row without taking a breath, like Mina, who specializes in blood, is probably Mina. After taking a look at the chakra value of only 100 points, Mina immediately activated the Phantom Stealth, drew out the Ice Crystal Sword, and planned to practice the close combat ability of the assassin. Fuck, are you done yet? I let go of the barrier shield to let you hit me, but you always hit my barrier shield. Can't you let me die more happily? Is it so difficult to give me a little dignity as a fighter? The barrier magician saw that Mina's figure disappeared and immediately knew that he entered stealth, so he said fiercely to the air. At the beginning, when he saw that his opponent was Mina, a perverted ninjutsu master, he immediately knew that he could not pass this level. So from the beginning of the battle, he had no motivation to fight. However, in order to let himself die with some dignity, he still cooperated with Mina's ninjutsu attack. He deliberately moved the barrier shield in front of him, exposing his chest, throat and other vital parts. However, he did not expect Qin Chuina to have a problem with this barrier shield. Those ninjutsu hit the barrier shield in various ways, but they just refused to hit him, which made him want to smash the barrier shield. Oh, sorry, I didn't think it through. After saying this, Chuina also understood what the barrier magician meant. No player likes to be a target for others in front of everyone. So Chuina immediately came out of the phantom stealth state and appeared behind the barrier magician. When did you come here? The barrier magician's eyes were already wide open. It was Chuina who had just entered stealth, but he came to a place not far behind him in an instant. The ice crystal sword was still emitting cold air? Just came. After saying this, Chuina put away the ice crystal sword, replaced it with a ninja stick, and suddenly 2 ice cones were used. After 2 ding and ding sounds, the body of the barrier magician fell down. The 2 ice cones that hit the throat were very lucky, both triggered the defense ignoring effect with only a 50% chance of breaking armor, and the barrier magician was not a Blood Bowl barrier magician, so naturally he could not withstand these 2 attacks with extremely high damage. The defense ignoring effect of the ice cones was too powerful, and it was simply the nemesis of these slow barrier magicians. Why didn't he die? Shen Long, who was watching Mina's game in the leisure room, gritted his teeth and said, leaving Tianlong on the side helplessly shaking his head, this guy was too immature. When Tianlong thought about his opponent just now who had surrendered before the battle even started, and thought about Shenlong's opponent also surrendering, he immediately knew that some of the people who made it to the finals were high-level thugs that Shenlong had bought from somewhere. When Tianlong thought about the huge amount of money missing from his guild's treasury for no reason, he could only sigh to the sky. However, looking through the battle videos of these people before, none of them were weak. I don't know how Shenlong found these people with his magical powers, and when he set up this game. Tianlong didn't believe that Shenlong had the ability to do this. If someone was behind Shenlong, he had to be on guard. After all, Shenlong was now pointing his gun at him. When Mina returned to the lounge, she immediately saw Shenlong with anger in his eyes, but Mina naturally ignored his angry gaze. Instead, she greeted Tianlong. After all, Tianlong was much better than Shenlong in both attitude and behavior. After that, Mina saw Oiwa again. This time, Mina didn't hide her relationship with Oiwa anymore. After all, the Dark Dragon Guild had already come to the door, so naturally they wouldn't care about adding another crime to him. Not bad, you have grown to this point in just 1 month. You are really talented in games. Oiwa and Mina found a corner in this huge lounge and sat down. Learning is a human gift, and learning happens to be my strong point. Are you interested in joining our guild? Our guild is already a second-level guild, which can accommodate 100,000 people. We really need fresh blood like you. Diane invited sincerely. No, I'm better than you. I prefer my current life. The complex environment of the guild is really not suitable for me. Mina thought about it seriously, and then said to Oiwa with a very firm tone. Well, if you have any problems, just come to me, I will definitely help you. Diane patted Mina's shoulder generously. Tianlong, who was paying attention to Diane and Mina, was relieved when he heard this. The current Dark Dragon Guild is still only a first-level guild, and it can no longer be compared with the second-level guilds such as the Holy Flame of Light. However, the total number of players in the Dark Dragon Guild and other affiliated guilds is still the largest, but the quality of these players cannot be guaranteed. But if a large-scale war such as a guild war occurs, the number of people can make up for many problems. It's like in a conflict with the gods not long ago, the Dark Dragon Guild relied entirely on the sea of people to kill the first T-line elite team of the gods, causing their strength to be greatly reduced, and even lost the opportunity to enter the finals of the ring competition. At this time, everyone received a prompt from the system. Alas, I have to go to the battlefield again. I really hope I don't meet you. Diane said to Mina. Hey, there is no opponent. Shui Na glanced at the empty arena opposite. But soon, Shui Na received a system victory prompt. System, player Shui Na became one of the lucky players in this round and directly advanced to the top 16. Shui Na returned to the lounge and saw Jianren Pianfeng as soon as he opened his eyes. Haha, your luck is not bad. Jianren Pianfeng looked at Shui Na and said immediately. Same. Shui Na said happily. I wonder if those 3 players will become the top 16 players through the resurrection match. Jianren Pianfeng chatted with Shui Na while looking through the list of the resurrection match. I think the equipment of this guy Shen Long can make him enter the top 16. Shui Na was very envious and jealous of Shen Long's suit. However, I heard that the Flame Dragon Shockwave can only be used once a day. So, his chances of advancing are still slim. Jianren Pianfeng has some understanding of that suit. Haha, that's not bad. After all, you don't feel any sense of accomplishment when fighting him. He basically has no ability to survive alone. Shui Na said very sincerely. Fighting him is really meaningless. That's because you can be classified as a perverted player, a pervert who can do 3 things at once. Tisk, I'm afraid only you can do it. If you deduct those special items, in terms of technology, I'm just an ordinary player. No. Whether it's technology or equipment, these are indicators of a player's strength. You can get these because of your hard work. Don't think that you are just blessed by the equipment. In fact, it may be because of you that these equipment will shine. A powerful piece of equipment can indeed allow a third-rate player to directly enter the ranks of first-rate players. But if you want to gain a foothold among first-rate players, you must make continuous efforts to make your strength stronger in order to keep up with the environment that keeps pace with the times. Otherwise, it will be like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. By the way, Mina, why did you join this arena? Jianren Pianfeng sat on this comfortable massage chair and groaned in extreme comfort. A friend hopes that I can become a noble, so I fought here. Mina remembered the fanatical eyes of the unscrupulous profiteer. This was the first time Mina saw the unscrupulous profiteer have such eyes, as if he had made up his mind to fight for a life of his own. Haha, it's embarrassing to say that I came here for the bonus. The first place can get 1000 gold coins, the second place 900, the third place 800, and even the 10th place has 100 gold coins. Are you short of money? Mina asked him immediately. She had nearly 800 gold coins in her backpack, and 2 sets of 10 complete primary level physical gems and a bunch of physical gem fragments. If she found an unscrupulous profiteer to deal with them, she should be able to get about 1000 gold coins. No, it's just that my girlfriend likes a black pearl necklace in this game, and I'm still 60 gold coins away from making up the money. This is why I'm struggling here. Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous? No, life is about having goals. As long as you've struggled and have no regrets, it's okay. A life without regrets, what an attractive phrase. But some people pay attention to tragedy. The players who entered the top 16 will soon be selected for the top 8. Now every player is already on the ring, waiting for the colorful protective cover in the middle of the ring to be removed, and then knock down the opponent and advance. However, when the colorful protective cover of the ring belonging to Mina was removed, Mina and his opponent were stunned for more than a minute. Mina had just imagined what he would say if he met Oiwa or Jianren Pianfeng, so that both sides could fight to the best of their ability. He also thought about what he would do if he met Tianlong Solong and others. Some tactics to solve the opponent's situation, but he never expected to meet this man here. Chapter 136 Silence. Fuck you, why are you haunting me again? Why? Shenlong, still dressed in red, was depressed and looked at Mina madly. He really couldn't figure it out. He returned to the top 16 with the help of a few thugs, but met this destined nemesis again. This is fate. It seems that you should check the almanac before coming out today. Mina said easily, and immediately entered the phantom stealth state. If you have the guts, come out and fight me openly. I don't believe I will lose to you, a bastard. Shenlong said fiercely. Okay, if you are willing to take off that suit, I don't mind fighting with you. Mina's words were full of disdain. You. Shenlong looked at the equipment in his backpack. Although there was nothing in it that could be compared with this suit, Shenlong proudly believed that he would never lose to Mina in ninjutsu. After all, Mina's speed was comparable to that of a medium-speed assassin, so Shenlong naturally believed that Mina's spirit value would not be too high, and spirit-related attributes such as chakra value, ninjutsu damage, and ninjutsu defense could not be too high. What's the matter? Mina immediately caught the change in Shenlong's eyes and knew that he had this idea. But Mina was not afraid of him. Anyway, he just needed a live target now, so he could practice with him. Okay. Shenlong said and began to change his equipment neatly, but from his somewhat painful expression, he was still very reluctant. After seeing that the bright red color of the flame lawsuit was no longer seen on Shenlong, Mina also kept his promise and lifted the phantom stealth state and retreated far away. Now the effective range of Mina's ninjutsu is about 30 meters, but this distance is a bit far for single ninjutsu. The fastest lightning ninjutsu takes 2 seconds to fly over this distance. 2 seconds is enough for a player with sharp eyes and feet to complete a perfect dodge. But now Mina plans to practice the skill of using ninjutsu to contain the enemy. Just now Mina saw in the video that the dragon can use the long-range advantage of ninjutsu to contain an agile swordsman all the way. One ninjutsu after another is intertwined in a big net, which firmly traps the swordsman. The deceleration of ice escape, the paralysis of lightning escape, and the burning of fire escape, the effect of each series of ninjutsu is used to the extreme by the dragon. And every time the opponent is close, the dragon will have a way to distance the two. Although it is very easy for Mina to distance herself from the opponent, the dragon's use of ninjutsu to control the distance of the enemy is what Mina wants to learn. After all, while keeping the distance from the opponent, you can also hit the opponent's health. It's a two-pronged approach, and Mina will definitely learn it. I don't believe that my ninjutsu will lose to you, a second-rate ninjutsu master who doesn't even have any equipment. Shenlong said secretly in his heart. As for Mina's current equipment, all of his equipment is before level 20. Except for a set of special items, there is basically no equipment that can be put on the table. And now Shenlong's equipment is an average of more than level 25 equipment, and it is colorful and dazzling. However, as the person involved, Mina did not consider this. After all, his fighting style is not that of a powerful turret-type ninjutsu master. If he changed to the equipment that increases ninjutsu attack and ninjutsu defense, it would definitely be a weapon for killing monsters and upgrading when fighting monsters. However, the defense against physical damage will be much weaker, and at present, the mage's nemesis assassin is completely physical attack. And Mina's equipment is basically configured to deal with assassins, and ninjutsu is used to make up for it when facing other professions. Hey, I'm going to start. Mina glanced at Shenlong who was a little dazed, and couldn't help but remind him, but before the reminder, a fireball had already passed. Fuck, can't you remind me first and then do it? Shenlong, who had taken a fireball, angrily scolded Mina, but when he saw another ice bomb and lightning bomb appear in front of him, Shenlong had to pounce on the spot and dodge these two ninjutsu with a dog-eating shit attitude. No way. Only 8 points of damage, and there is no forced burning. The primary ninjutsu has been weakened so much. Mina was stunned when she saw the pitifully small damage value on the head of Shenlong in the distance. The ninjutsu damage of his own fireball technique is 300 points. If the forced burning of the fireball is added, it can reach 600 points of damage. Add to that the ninjutsu damage of about 150 points, it won't be so weak. Shenlong's current spirit value is as high as 253, but his health value is only 523, which is completely a model of a pure spirit type ninjutsu master. However, Mina immediately remembered that the intermediate ninjutsu master had a certain resistance to elementary ninjutsu, and Shenlong's own ninjutsu defense was terrifyingly high, so her fireball naturally could not deal high damage. As for the forced burning effect, it should be resisted by some items on Shenlong. After all, those better mage equipment will increase resistance, plus the resistance of the intermediate ninjutsu master, it is inevitable that it will not work. After that, Mizuna's intermediate ninjutsu was thrown out one by one, but because the effective range of Mizuna's intermediate fire ninjutsu, the fireball technique, was only about 10 meters, it exploded into a rain of fire before it hit Shenlong. When the ice cones and lightning arrows hit Shenlong, there was an immediate reaction, and the freezing and paralysis effects appeared on Shenlong one after another. However, the lethality was very insufficient, and the maximum damage was only about 40 points. Why is this happening? Why? Shenlong was defending with difficulty, using all his strength to resist Mizuna's ninjutsu wave. He had no idea that Mizuna's chakra would be so abundant, and the frequency of these ninjutsu was also very fast. Even if he had learned the intermediate special skill chakra release, there was no way to achieve such a casting speed. Is the blood ninjutsu master really so perverted? Shenlong felt powerless. No, I remember that when the ninjutsu master profession reaches a high level, the seal time and cooling time of ninjutsu will double. By then, the distance between him and me will be almost the same. Moreover, I have the resources of a guild, so I can definitely trample him under my feet. A ding sound suddenly came from the ice shield, pulling Shenlong out of his fantasy. A small hole suddenly appeared on the ice shield, and a cone-shaped object just kept rotating forward like an electric drill, drilling the small hole bigger and bigger. This is the defense-ignoring effect of the ice cone. Shenlong immediately threw the ice shield far away, and then rolled to one side, avoiding the attack of the other two ice cones in a line. The defense-ignoring effect of the ice cone lasts for about 1 second. As long as the equipment that ignores defense is thrown away in this 1 second, the ice cone will not be able to hit the player, and no damage will be caused. However, this method is only useful for shields and the like. After all, it is impossible for a player wearing armor to remove a certain part of the armor within 1 second. After all, no enemy will let you do this. When the dragon lost its ice shield and wanted to chant another ice shield in 1 second, a lightning arrow arrived in time. After a hiss, several electric currents appeared on the dragon's body, and the muscles of the whole body began to twitch unnaturally, and the body lost the ability to move. However, this electric current paralysis ability can only last for 3 seconds on the dragon's body, but another lightning arrow also arrived. The dragon, whose body was completely paralyzed, could only watch the ice cone in front of him slowly flying towards him with cold air. With a puff, the ice cone hit the dragon's left leg. Although it did not trigger the effect of ignoring defense, the weakening ability of armor breaking was triggered. In fact, for a mage, there is no armor that can break the ice cone. Anyway, if it is hit, the damage value is almost the same. However, there is one thing that Shenlong has never understood, that is, why Mina's ninjutsu can hit so accurately, and his limited counterattacks have not even touched the corner of Mina's clothes. Mina has not moved a point so far, and he has been running around on the field. However, Shenlong's thoughts did not last long. Shenlong, who was affected by the deceleration effect, was immediately hit by a lightning arrow, and then an ice cone appeared from Mina's ninja stick, followed by a lightning arrow. The speed of the lightning arrow was more than twice that of the ice cone, and it quickly passed the ice cone and rushed towards Shenlong's position. I won't let you go. Shenlong looked at the ice cone getting closer and closer to his head, so he had to leave a threat fiercely and turned into white light and left. The sharp shape of the ice cone can only hit the vital point, and fatal damage is inevitable. It would be great if you would let me go. Mizuna put away the ninja stick and muttered. After completing the competition, Mizuna and Shenlong returned to the leisure room, but Shenlong's mental state was not good now, and Mizuna also felt that it was better not to provoke him at this time. So when Mizuna saw Shenlong's red eyes, she immediately came to the movie area, leaving her back to him, and checked the competitions in other arenas. President, it's me, do you have any instructions? Nguang wiped the big sweat on his forehead and said in an almost flattering tone. He was now very afraid that Shenlong would vent all his anger on him. Shenlong was very silent, as if no one was there. However, Nguang knew that this was a sign of a volcanic eruption. It seemed that the blow this time should be very big, otherwise Shenlong would not think about the problem silently. Chapter 137, Shield Blast. Help me find a list of all the people related to Shui Nai, don't let anyone go. Shenlong said to Nguang in the most indifferent and calm tone, but this tone was completely inconsistent with the words of this sentence. I know, but there are not many players related to Shui Nai, do you want to check those NPCs as well? Find them out too, I want him to regret playing this game. Shenlong's eyes no longer had a trace of anger, he looked at Shui Nai's back calmly and sneered. I understand. I'll check it now. Nguang suddenly felt a chill. After a shiver, Nguang looked up at the scenery outside the window. The season in the game was late summer and the weather outside was very sunny. Qin Hao, who didn't take Shenlong's anger seriously at all, was watching two different videos at the same time. On Qin Hao's left was a duel between assassins, and on the other side was a duel between friends. These two games were familiar to Shui Nai, Tianlong vs Speed Dragon, and Dian vs Blade Pianfeng. Perhaps because he wanted to watch these two games at the same time, Shui Nai pulled the camera farther away for easy observation. The duel between Tianlong and Speed Dragon was completely fast, and the two daggers would fight several times every second. The two fought evenly, and so far no one had been injured or bled. However, judging from Tianlong's calm expression, he didn't seem to have used his full strength yet. Not bad, both your skills and reactions are very good. For you who have no martial arts foundation, it really surprises me that you have such strength. Tianlong said leisurely, looking like he was strolling in the garden. Then he pushed outward with his right hand holding the dagger, and was very ready to put it on Solong's dagger. Solong only felt a sudden huge force coming from the dagger in his hand, causing Solong, who was in a hurry to attack, to lose his original balance and fall out. Your strength. Solong, who got up from the ground, looked at himself with some surprise. He was only the 19th level vice president. He never knew that this vice president who often handled affairs in the guild and rarely went to level up would have such a strong strength. Just now, Solong had used all his strength, but he couldn't make Tianlong move a bit. Tianlong completely used the dagger in his hand to disintegrate all his offensives. From the beginning to now, Tianlong has not launched even one attack on him, completely defending, ignorant defense. What surprised Solong even more was that the dagger in the hands of this president was actually a novice equipment, a rusty iron dagger of level 0, and he had no equipment on his body, just some ordinary clothes. But it was such a person who could suppress himself at level 30 so calmly, which was simply impossible. Sometimes, strength is not measured by equipment or level. You can't see the distance between you and me at all. Tianlong's smiling face is always so peaceful, and his eyes, which seem to have seen through the world, are always so clear and deep. What did you say? Solong didn't understand why Tianlong, who was usually so kind that he felt a little hypocritical, would say such arrogant words. What is completely invisible distance? I can't say this, only when you truly understand this sentence, you will have room for growth. However, I hope you can take back what you said before. Tianlong touched the shabby dagger in his hand and said in a very calm tone. Take that back. Solong didn't react for a moment and asked immediately. It's your sentence, I can't be your stepping stone now. Your words are a complete insult to me. I don't need you to be my stepping stone. Tianlong's temperament slowly changed with this sentence. If the previous Tianlong was a gentle breeze in spring, then now he has completely become a squall in midsummer. Solong immediately recalled the first sentence he said to Tianlong at the beginning of the ring. Vice President Tianlong, I'm sorry, I can't be your stepping stone now. I want to defeat Mina here, and I will definitely defeat him, so please forgive my behavior. At that time, Tianlong just smiled slightly, and then used a light-hearted method to completely turn all his offensives into nothingness, and his dagger couldn't even enter the space 1 foot in front of him. I take back my previous words. Solong knew that he didn't have the strength to defeat the man in front of him. He was too strong, the most powerful man he had ever seen. Very good, you are a teachable young man. If you are interested in becoming the second death god, you can come to me at any time. I can train you to become a new generation of Dark Knight King. Tianlong said, and waved his left hand, shooting out a silver light, directly sending the already lost Speed Dragon off the ring. Shui Nai, who was outside the ring, had no idea why Tianlong and Speed Dragon suddenly stopped, which made Shui Nai, who was watching with relish, extremely reluctant. After all, the battle video of an unknown master like Tianlong is very rare, and Shui Nai can learn a lot. Shui Nai had no idea what the two of them talked about on the ring. Anyway, these live broadcast videos were silent. There was only one commentator commenting on each video, but Shui Nai didn't like these trembling commentators very much, so she directly turned the video to silent and watched it slowly by herself. Just when Mina was concentrating on Oiwa and Jianbianfeng, he suddenly saw a flash of silver light in Tianlong's hand that looked familiar, but when he wanted to study it further, Solong was already dead, and the competition ended immediately. In the other arena, Oiwa and Jianbianfeng, both of them the fight was so close that both sides had already used a bottle of life potion. Although both of them had a steady and cautious fighting style, since the close combat was a competition of strength, the current situation was that the more agile Jianyan Pianfeng took advantage of his speed and wandered around Dayan, constantly looking for Dayan's flaws, and then advanced with a sword. Although Dayan's defense was very solid, it was inevitable that there would be some omissions against the agile swordsman. However, Dayan also knew that this was his disadvantage, so as soon as he was hurt by Jianyan Pianfeng, he would immediately swing his sword and slash down fiercely, forcing Jianyan Pianfeng to hold the sword and take the next slash. However, in terms of strength, Jianyan Pianfeng and Dayan were far apart, and every time they fought hard, the power shock damage was inevitable. Although this damage was not high, there was a certain probability of causing a dizziness effect. And Oiwa was aiming for this effect. Every time after stunning Blade Pianfeng, Oiwa skills would be used on Blade Pianfeng at the fastest speed. However, since the speed of the barrier magician is notoriously slow, it is impossible to deal with Blade Pianfeng in one go. However, Blade Pianfeng's strength should not be underestimated. If Oiwa fails to stun him, then Blade Pianfeng's continuous offensive will be launched at close range, which can reduce Oiwa's health by a small amount. Now the two have reached the most tense moment. Their lives are almost at the bottom, but neither side has given the opponent a chance to eat Bing Liang pills. Now the two are competing to see whose health can last to the end. I saw Oiwa blocking Blade Pianfeng's sweeping flame slash with the barrier shield. At this time, a trace of fire came out of the big knife in Oiwa's hand, which was also a flame slash. This fire slash hit the leather armor of Jianbianfeng fiercely, but this fierce attack only caused double-digit damage. This made Dayan stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood that Jianbianfeng had activated the unique skill of the swordsman, the fighting spirit body protection, which weakened the damage of his fire slash. The reason why Jianbianfeng could withstand Dayan's fire slash was because of his left hand. The scabbard of his left hand had hit the top of Dayan's head. This intermediate swordsman skill scabbard attack can not only cause damage to the opponent, but also knock the opponent out 100%, which is a very practical skill. The knocked out Dayan's figure was covered by Jianbianfeng's fast sword. Jianbianfeng's dancing sword was more than twice as fast. The dense ding-ding-dong-dong metal collision sound came from Dayan's armor, and single-digit damage floated out from Dayan's head. Fast sword is also a unique skill of the intermediate swordsman, which can make the swordsman's sword speed more than doubled, and at the same time increase the swordsman's ordinary attack damage by 10%. However, because the speed is too fast, it becomes very difficult to control. Otherwise, if Jian Renpefeng can concentrate the fast sword on Dayan's vital points, Dayan's blood will not be able to bear it no matter how thick it is. In these few seconds, Jian Renpefeng's sword speed has reached an astonishing level, and he can hit more than 10 swords per second on average, but this still cannot make up for the problem of insufficient attack power. Dayan, who came out of the dizzy state, immediately waved the barrier shield to interrupt Jian Renpefeng's subsequent attack. Dayan used the charge skill to pull the distance between the two. Just when Jian Renpefeng thought Dayan wanted to eat Bing Liang pills, Dayan suddenly smiled at him. "You are very strong. If my equipment is not more advanced than yours, I would be the one who falls today. Unfortunately, I have a reason not to lose today." After saying this, Dayan put the big knife in his backpack and held the shield tightly in front of his chest with both hands. This is... Jianren Pianfeng immediately found that this was the posture of the barrier shield attack, but the barrier shield attack was a close-range skill. As they were now more than 10 meters apart, it was impossible for the barrier shield to hit him. Chapter 138 Shadow Clone. Suddenly, Dayan rushed towards Jianren Pianfeng. His speed was like a mad bull, but his momentum was like a high-speed locomotive, and he rushed towards Jianren Pianfeng with an unyielding momentum. This is impossible. A barrier magician can't have this speed. Jianren Pianfeng saw that Oiwa crossed the distance of more than 10 meters in less than 1 second. He only had time to think of this thought in his mind. The whole person seemed to be hit by a train, thrown high up, and fell far away. The charge plus the chain skill of barrier shield attack made Jianren Pianfeng fall into a deep state of dizziness. However, players can still see things clearly even in a dizzy state. When Jianren Pianfeng fell off the ring, he saw the ring on Oiwa's left hand flashing a green light. This is the ring of instant speed. Beep. Mina's voice communication rang. Mina, who was a little stiff, opened the voice communication with some fear and immediately saw the image of the unscrupulous profiteer flashing. Mina, who calmed down, answered the call immediately. The unscrupulous profiteer would not look for her for no reason. What's the matter? You, take a look at the following. Have you seen the list of opponents for the next round? I have seen it. My next opponent is called Lonely Man, a swordsman. Is there any problem? I am not worried about that guy against you, but he has a special item in his hand. You have to be careful, otherwise it will not be beautiful if you fall into his trap. Is that item very powerful? Mina immediately opened the ranking list and then called up the special item column. However, although there are not many special items now, there are only about 20 items, and some special items are completely useless, such as the transformation necklace, which can change gender, making men become women and women become men. Just check the magic shadow ring. In fact, that guy is not as good as you. He relies entirely on that ring to get on the stage. As long as you pay attention, it is not a problem to easily solve him. Magic shadow ring, this kind of perverted equipment is in that person's hand, no way. Mina naturally knows the power of this ring that all players in the server want to own. Item, magic shadow ring, special item. Occupational restriction, none. Usage level, none. Weight, 5. Item description, this is a ring made of the crystal in the eyeball of the legendary shadow dragon. It has the ability to materialize shadows and can summon your own shadow to assist in battle. Item use effect, allows the wearer to have the magic shadow summoning skill. Magic shadow summoning, the wearer can use the power of magic shadow to materialize his own shadow and form a shadow clone, but all the attributes of the wearer, including health, chakra value, character attribute value, etc., will be divided equally by the shadow clone, and the weakening effect will last for half an hour each time. At the same time, the shadow clone can use all the skills and equipment effects of the wearer, can use potions, and will die after the health value returns to 0. And death will not affect the wearer's actions. Skill duration, the shadow clone can last up to 30 minutes. Skill usage restriction, can only be used 4 times a day. Note, after the wearer dies, the shadow clone will die directly. One person can control 2 characters at the same time, which is a skill that all players are very happy with. Although the player's attributes will lose half when using this magic shadow summon. However, with the cooperation of the shadow clone, the player can fully exert the powerful effect of 1 plus 12. However, this skill is more advantageous against a physical or ninjutsu master, but if an assassination master sneaks, he will be in trouble. After all, if the clone has not learned to search, it will not be able to see the assassination master. And if he faces a ninjutsu master who can sneak, his trouble will be even greater. Don't worry, I have thought of the tactics. Mina immediately replied to the unscrupulous profiteer in a confident tone. Very good, then I will go to work too. The business of those elf equipment is so hot that I want to get that magic shadow ring and summon a clone to help. Then you go to work, I will be on the stage soon. After saying that, Mina turned off the communication system. Coming to Jianren Pianfeng, try hard, Pianfeng. He was going to participate in the resurrection match, and now he still had a chance to advance to the 8th or 9th place. Don't worry, for my girlfriend, I will fight for my life and make it in. Jianren Pianfeng thought that his beloved girlfriend's birthday was coming soon, and his fighting spirit immediately burned to a peak level. Well, I wish you good luck. A series of white lights came down, and the lounge became deserted again. Mina glanced at the 2 men in the phantom stealth state. No matter how you look at it, the 2 look exactly the same, whether it is equipment or actions, they are the same. Even if you use reconnaissance skills to check, the name displayed is Lonely Man. Fuck, Mina, if you are a man, come out and fight. What's the point of being a mouse who can only hide in the dark? The 2 lonely men stood back to back, looking around for any movement on the ring. They held a steel sword in their left hands that was stuck in the ring floor. This is a long sword. For the stealth assassin, the attack distance of this sword is very large. If you are not careful, you will be swept by this long sword. Especially in this case, the two long swords can completely cover the 360-degree space around. And their right hands tightly grasped a heavy crossbow arrow, although it is not as lethal as the sniper crossbow arrow. But it can shoot multiple arrows at the same time, and the speed of loading crossbow arrows is fast. It is the best killing weapon against those agile players. Do you mean to let a ninjutsu master play close combat with you? Is there anything wrong with your brain? Mina's voice was very floating, left and right, sometimes far and sometimes near, which made the lonely man aim the crossbow arrow in his hand, but he could not capture Mina's position. That's not necessary, as long as you are willing to come out and fight with me. The lonely man completely ignored the sarcasm in Mina's words and continued with his plan. But it was obvious that the player named Mina was a very calm person, and provocation had little effect on him. Then take off your armor and I will fight you, how about it? Mina was also testing this person. The armor on his body has a very hazy halo, which should be a chakra item. Armor and sword are the honor of a warrior for life. Do you know what honor is? If I ask you to give up your weapon and fight with me, will you do it? The lonely man immediately asked back. A ninjutsu master without a ninja stick is just a tiger without teeth, right? Sure, as long as you are willing to put down your equipment, I don't care at all. Mina glanced at the pile of chakra locust stones and chakra flying knives in his backpack, which he made in the leisure room. There is still a shelf life of about 2 minutes. Humph, shameless, only players like you who don't know the shame of honor will give up the honor of their profession. If I can choose, I really disdain to stand on this stage with you. The lonely man's words were so righteous. If other players could hear it, they would definitely denounce Mina's shameless behavior. However, it's a pity that the players outside can't hear it. Oh, by the way, I remember seeing a sentence in a game forum, the truth is always dominated by the righteous, and the winner is always righteous. It talks about how a big guild uses various means to suppress other guilds. Although those practices are unsightly, it has become the dominant guild of the game and is supported by players. Shui Na said while moving quickly. Now he has found how to distinguish which is the real body and which is the clone. It turns out that the shadow clone does not make any sound, but only opens its mouth to pretend to speak. So, you think you have won? The lonely man felt someone around him several times, but he was afraid that the attack speed of the crossbow in his hand would be seen by Fan Chen, so he did not dare to use it before he was completely sure. Almost. After taking a look at the two people, Shui Na immediately retreated to a distance, pulling the distance between the two. Although the best distance for the single-body ninjutsu of the ninjutsu master is currently 10 meters, Mina knows that within a distance of 10 meters, if she is not in the phantom state, she cannot avoid the crossbow arrow shooting. After pulling away from the distance of about 20 meters, Mina immediately shot a lightning arrow. The target of this lightning arrow is the position between the two people. Mina's plan is to separate the two people first, and then concentrate firepower to attack the real body. After the first lightning arrow came out, Mina adjusted the position of the staff and fired another 2 lightning arrows in the next second, targeting the real lonely man. The trajectories of these 2 lightning arrows did not overlap, but flew away in a fan's-shaped form. In fact, Qin Hao planned to shoot 4 times in a row, but when he saw from the corner of his eye that the clone had already aimed the crossbow arrow at him, the arrowhead was still glowing with a faint green light, and it was obviously coated with poison. As soon as Mina entered the phantom stealth state, the 3 poisonous crossbow arrows shot towards Mina's position with a whistling sound. Moreover, these 3 crossbow arrows were not on the same trajectory, and they were fan's-shaped, covering the half-meter space in front and behind Mina. Oh my god, the information of the unscrupulous profiteer is wrong. How can someone with this technology be a weak hand? Mina looked at the 3 green dots that had blocked her retreat. She could not be faster than these crossbow arrows. Many people can use the arrows in a crossbow to attack the opponent in a fan's-shaped posture. After all, as long as the crossbow arrow is shot, it can be pulled to one side. However, to control the distance at such a small distance, both the feel and the eyesight must be very good to achieve this step. After all, the speed of the crossbow arrow is generally very fast. As long as there is a slight mistake, the result will be far worse. Chapter 139 Chakra Ball. The speed of these 3 crossbow arrows was much faster than he had imagined. If he had not deliberately kept a distance, he would have been hit by an arrow by now. Mina saw that there was no chance to dodge, so she had to roll over to avoid the crossbow arrow in the middle that was shot at her abdomen, but she was hit in the left arm by that crossbow arrow. 50 points of damage immediately appeared above Mina's head, and there was a string of 2 poison damage behind it. Mina and the lonely man were surprised when they saw these injuries. Mina was stunned by the power of the crossbow arrow. Just hitting her left arm caused 50 points of damage. If she was hit in the abdomen, her life value of nearly 1,000 would probably be half gone. What surprised the lonely man was Mina's physique. Although his poison was cheap stuff, it could definitely produce more than 10 points of poison damage to the low physique ninjutsu master profession. The two people quickly came to their senses. After the lonely man's real body dodged the 2 sparse lightning arrows, he immediately raised his crossbow and shot. 3 consecutive arrows quickly crossed the 20 meter distance. Mina's reaction was not slow either. He knew that his speed could not match the crossbow arrows. In addition, his left arm was injured again, and his running posture must have been affected, so he directly summoned 2 ice shields and overlapped them in front of him. Ding, ding, snap, ding, ding. 5 consecutive sounds rang in front of Mina. When he got up, he saw that the first ice shield had already broken into pieces and scattered all over the ground. The second ice shield also had several cracks, and it only had more than 10 points of durability, and it could no longer be used. Now Mina's ice shield is already level 4, and the durability of the ice shield is as much as 400. The durability of the 2 shields combined is 800, but it was shot out by these 3 arrows. Thinking of this, Mina didn't even bother to pull out the crossbow arrow inserted in her left arm, and while the 2 lonely men were loading arrows, she went directly into the phantom stealth. Encountering such a powerful weapon, only a fool would stand and let him shoot. Mina ran to a distance, glanced at the position of the lonely man, and then pulled out the crossbow arrow on her left arm. With a puff, a 25 point of damage appeared above Mina's head, and Mina's figure appeared at the same time. At this time, the 2 lonely men aimed their crossbows at Mina, and 2 crossbows and 6 arrows shot out, and the Fan's-Hape offensive appeared again. No way, it can be shot from such a long distance. Mina glanced at the crossbow arrow that had already spanned more than 40 meters, and it was still flying straight towards her. With a ding sound, Mina's ice shield immediately blocked the path of one of the crossbow arrows. Fuck, how can this heavy crossbow be so brutal? Not to mention the strong force and fast speed, now with the long range, it is simply the super nemesis of the ninjutsu master. At present, the maximum range of the ninjutsu of the intermediate ninjutsu master is only over 50 meters, which is already very far, but the range of this crossbow arrow is far more than this number. It seems that anyone who comes here can't be underestimated. Shenlong should be an exception. Mina saw that the shadow clone had already run over, and immediately entered the phantom stealth state. Glancing at the backpack, some of the chakra hidden weapons in it have expired, and the remaining time is not long. Alas, I was too arrogant. If I had used this at the beginning, wouldn't it have been a good start? Mina avoided the shadow clone and went straight to the real body quietly. When Mina went around to the back of the lonely man, Mina immediately launched an offensive, and a lightning arrow rushed to the lonely man's broad back at the fastest speed. When the lightning arrow hit the lonely man's armor, the lightning element contained in it immediately turned into a flash of lightning, running around the lonely man. The lonely man's body immediately stiffened, and the turning action just now also stopped immediately. To be on the safe side, Mina immediately added a series of ice cones, but these ice cones hit the lonely man, but could not cause serious damage to him. This is impossible. The armor-breaking effect of ice cones is as high as 50%. It is impossible that no armor breaking will explode. Mina saw that there was something wrong with this, and immediately entered the phantom stealth state. Then he observed the lonely man's chest armor from a distance. The lightning arrows and ice cones just now all hit it. If the ice cone didn't penetrate, then the lightning arrow probably didn't have any effect. The paralysis effect of the lonely man just now should be deliberately pretended by him, in order to lure Mina into a trap. In fact, as Mina expected, the lonely man planned to use himself as bait to lure Mina out, and then use the clone to snipe him from a distance. However, he didn't expect Mina to be so timid. As soon as he saw any movement, he immediately ran away, very straightforward. Since it doesn't work to hit the upper one, then... Mina glanced at the 2 people who had returned to the back state, and immediately took out a lightning arrow flying knife. He threw it hard, and then immediately left that position, and threw out another lightning arrow flying knife at the same time. The first flying knife ding sounded, nailed to the feet of the two people, and a burst of lightning flashed. This is, no way, fuck. The lonely man's real body, who was a little cramped by the electric current, immediately cursed. He didn't expect that Mina could find his weakness so quickly. His chest armor is a golden equipment with resistance ability. It was just released a few days ago, so it is not on the current ranking list. His heavy crossbow, a killer weapon, is only a purple equipment because it has no additional ninjutsu effect. It has long been squeezed behind the golden equipment on the ranking list. However, this golden equipment can only protect the upper body from the effects of ninjutsu, and the lower body, as there is no suitable equipment, is now just an ordinary blue iron armor, which is a good conductor. Looking at the two people who were somewhat charred by the electric shock, Mina did not show mercy, and threw lightning arrows and flying knives one after another. During this period, Mina also planned to throw flying knives at his head, but because her eyesight needs to be improved, she had to concentrate on attacking their lower three roots. After the flying knives were used up, Mina used ninjutsu very straightforwardly. The lightning arrows on Mina's ninja staff were like machine guns, shooting non-stop. However, since there are not many vital points defined by the system in the lower body, it is impossible to get rid of him in a short time. You're cruel. You'd better be careful next time. Don't let me run into you. Otherwise. The attributes of the lonely man were diluted by the shadow clone, had no resistance to Mina's ninjutsu, and could only give Mina a psychological shadow. Haha, if we meet again, the result may be the same. I think you should be careful. Mina's lightning arrow shot over quickly, harvesting the last bit of life of the lonely man. Threat, what a joke, even a huge guild like Dark Dragon has been offended, and he is still afraid of a player's threat. As soon as he arrived at the ring, Mina's text message system received a message. Mina, it seems that my information is wrong, and I almost hurt you. The unscrupulous profiteer said with some self-blame. I thought it was a big deal. My original plan was to use a flying knife to deal with him, but I didn't expect to be embarrassed at the beginning. By the way, my next opponent is the dragon. Do you have any suggestions? Wait, let me take a look at the information. The unscrupulous profiteer immediately integrated the information collected from other players. The more distinctive equipment in the dragon's hand is the chakra ball. As for the skill, it is the ninjutsu liberation. All his current ninjutsu are instant. You have to be careful with this. Chakra ball, this is a good thing. Is it sold outside? Don't think about it, and you already have a lot of chakra. It's just a waste of a secondary equipment. It's better to take your ice crystal sword. The price of the chakra ball is too high now. It's not cost-effective at all. The unscrupulous profiteer immediately killed Mina's idea. An ordinary chakra ball only stores 100 points of chakra, but it costs 100 gold coins. It's not worth it. By the way, as long as you beat the dragon, you will at least have the title of the strongest ninjutsu master. The strongest ninjutsu master. You have already made it to the top 4. Now you are fighting the dragon, and Oiwa is fighting the dragon. As long as you beat the dragon, you will be the strongest among the human ninjutsu master players. Dizzy, what's the use of this title? Those real ninjutsu masters, like Piaoling, I can't compare with her at all. She is a legend, and you are a reality, understand? For legends, those ordinary players will never see them. But you? Don't you often appear in front of the public? So as long as you beat the dragon, you will be the strongest among the ordinary players, that's it. Forget it, it's none of my business anyway, I just need to concentrate on fighting. Mina felt that the so-called strongest ninjutsu master was too exaggerated, and she knew her own strength. If she didn't use phantom stealth against Piaoling and others, she would have no chance at all. That's right. After all, these are all imaginary. Only the bonus is real. By the way, didn't you say before that you wanted to exchange credit points? I suggest you do it in the next few days. The gold coins are now depreciating. Okay, I understand. Mina glanced at the gold coins in the backpack and was a little absent-minded. Her original purpose was for these gold coins. But now, she seems to have surpassed this goal. But this is not bad. It is also a good choice to work hard in this world. Chapter 140 The Strongest Ninja Master. On the other side, Shenlong was looking at Malong with a gloomy face. President, this is a bit difficult. I am not sure about Mina. Malong felt that Qianlong's request was too stupid. It doesn't matter if he fights that pervert, but it is impossible to beat him. He can't do anything with a stealth. You can use this item. I originally wanted to give it to him, but he didn't give me the chance. Qianlong handed the sleeve arrow to Malong, and these are a few bags of flour. As long as they touch him, his stealth will be ineffective. I'll do my best. Malong is a down-to-earth person. He rarely boasts, but this character is highly valued by Qianlong. After all, with such a down-to-earth subordinate, he will feel more at ease. Think about the countermeasures later. I only hope for you now. Qianlong knows the strength of Malong, and he will not let himself down. In fact, I think the strength of our Tianlong vice president is also. Don't mention him. He doesn't represent our guild. Qianlong waved his hand to interrupt Malong's words. I understand. Malong sighed heavily in his heart, found a corner where no one was, and thought about the countermeasures seriously. I hope the plan will work. The dragon looked at the colorful protective shield in the middle of the ring and murmured. He had no confidence against Mina. If Mina was only an assassin and a ninjutsu master, he would still have a chance. However, if Mina swung a sword in stealth, he would be doomed. Hey, it went into stealth so quickly. Damn, I have a bad feeling. The dragon looked at the empty ring in front of him and felt a little uneasy. Alas, it seems that the president has put too much pressure on him. Hey, this sound is the sound of running, so obvious. The dragon suddenly heard a rush of the sound of running at a high speed sounded in front of him. The sound was not deliberately concealed at all, as if it was deliberately for the dragon to hear. Is it Mina's trick? I'd better be careful. The dragon immediately moved the flour in his backpack to the ground. Anyway, there was still a lot of flour in his backpack. This is. A white figure suddenly appeared in front of the dragon, and a crystal sword like ice crystal with a little crystal light went straight to the dragon's throat. With a puff, the battle was over. The game lasted 15 seconds, breaking all the current fastest records. The dragon returned to the leisure room, looking at Mina with his eyes fixed, a little absent-minded. I'm sorry, I was anxious to watch the game between Oiwa and Tianlong, so I ended the game so quickly, please don't be offended. Mina said as she hurriedly ran to the movie area, hoping that the dragon would not think too much. This is naked contempt. But she just proved this contempt with her strength. Is that speed something a ninjutsu master can have? Hey, Tianlong, come and see, your vice president Tianlong is so strong that he can keep suppressing Oiwa. Just when the demon dragon was thinking about the speed of Mina, Mina suddenly asked him to watch the video together. Doesn't this person know that our guild has a grudge against him? This person is very strange. The devil sat down and put on the helmet, and immediately saw the familiar figure of Tianlong. The current vice president Tianlong was wandering around Oiwa, his figure appeared and disappeared, and the flashing speed was amazing. The cold light of the dagger kept leaving traces on Oiwa's thick armor, and the damage values on Oiwa's head also popped up one by one. And Oiwa, who had been controlled by Tianlong, had no power to fight back. The states of dizziness, disability, broken tendons, weakness, bleeding, etc. appeared one by one on Oiwa's attribute panel, becoming the main theme in this status bar. The assassin's attack power is not high, and there are not many powerful skills, but the control-type auxiliary skills are so many that they are fatal. Now Tianlong's actions are simply the textbook of the assassin, and all the skills of the assassin are perfectly displayed. In addition, Tianlong's combat awareness is very high, and there is no error in the timing even for half a second. Often, as soon as a stun ends, Tianlong will break the spine behind Dian, and the disability effect will immediately follow the stun effect that just disappeared, and Dian still has no chance to attack. Moreover, the dagger in Tianlong's hand is obviously not an ordinary one. Every time it passes through Dian's golden armor, it can always bring more than 10 points of health, although these 1 point of health is just a little bit for Dian whose health has exceeded 3000. 0. But under Tianlong's lightning-fast attack, no matter how much health is, it can only delay time. In fact, Dian is very depressed now. He didn't expect that this assassin who didn't even upgrade would have such a terrifying speed. As soon as he came up, he sneaked and knocked him out. Then he was like a sandbag, at the mercy of others, without even a chance to fight back. In the previous life, he had never heard that Tianlong was so powerful. And the dagger in Tianlong's hand was not an ordinary one. He was completely equipped with golden shield armor. If he faced a weaker level of equipment, he could completely ignore the damage and at most give a forced defense break of 1 point of damage. This is Dian's strongest equipment, which has been hidden by him. Today, he wore it because of the president's request, otherwise he might die more ugly. However, Dian never thought that his armor with terrible defense could not defend against this sharp little dagger, which made him unacceptable. The attack power of weapons such as daggers is notoriously low, and due to their length, it is often difficult to break such thick armor and hit the human body inside. But these are completely different in front of Tianlong's dagger. It seems that your Tianlong president will definitely get the first place. I can't beat him at all. Shui Na felt that although his phantom stealth had a great advantage, he had a 15-second cooldown time. Compared with Tianlong, who had obviously practiced the stealth skill to no cooldown time, the 15-second disadvantage immediately came out. In these 15 seconds, Shui Na believed that it was enough for him to die several times. Shui Na glanced at the demon dragon next door who was stunned by the video, and couldn't help but laugh. His vice president had such strength, but no one below knew it. It seems that the treatment of Vice President Tianlong in the Dark Dragon Guild is the same as the unscrupulous profiteers said, so bad that no one cares about his affairs. In fact, Shui Na didn't understand at all. With Tianlong's strength, there was no need for him to stay under Shenlong, a brainless man, as a subordinate. Shenlong had already deliberately excluded him anyway, so why not just start his own business? However, Shui Na didn't know that the establishment of a guild often took a lot of people's countless emotions and efforts. When some people's efforts exceeded a certain level, then in their subconscious, giving up the guild meant that all their efforts would be in vain. This is why some PEO Peleon of the reasons why they have such deep feelings for the guild. They have given too much, so much that there is no way to cut off the connection between them. Especially for a vice president like Tianlong who is in charge of internal affairs, he definitely does much more than the so-called President Shenlong, so naturally he is more reluctant to let go. Back on the ring, Dian finally got a chance. Tianlong's knockout failed and then immediately activated the instant speed ring to distance himself from Tianlong. But Tianlong would not miss this opportunity. Tianlong immediately sneaked and disappeared on the ring. Just as Dian took out the life-saving pill and was about to put it in his mouth while running, a silver light ding hit Dian's right hand holding the life-saving pill. This is impossible. Dian did not expect that the life-saving pill in his hand was actually knocked away. At the same time, a piercing pain came from the flying knife wound on the back of his hand. This pain was accompanied by a sense of numbness, spreading from his right hand all the way to his right half of his body. Dian suddenly lost control of his right foot, tripped by himself, and fell hard on the ring. Even steel gloves cannot be made too thick, so this part is actually very easy to get hurt. Tianlong looked at Dian who was numbed by anesthetic quietly, and the tip of the dagger in his hand was already aimed at Dian's throat. The armor in this place was also very weak. Why didn't you use this earlier, otherwise I would have no chance at all. Dian was a little confused. With Tianlong's skills and strength, if he had used this anesthetic flying knife at the beginning, he would have died long ago. I feel a little itchy today, I want to find someone to fight. Tianlong said with a smile, and the dagger in his hand stabbed straight over with a little cold light. What's the matter, Malong, you are here so soon? As soon as Tianlong returned to the leisure room, he saw Malong's somewhat lost figure, and couldn't help but be a little confused. According to Shenlong's personality, Malong must have been given a death order or something like that. 15 seconds, I stood on that stage for 15 seconds before being sent down. I'm still worried about the president's mission. The magic dragon took a look at the battle video of the stage where the dragon was now. It was terrible. The high mobility of the sword blade completely suppressed the dragon. It was rare for the dragon to meet a bribed thug, and thought he had the last chance to enter the top 10, but he was killed by the sword blade. God's will, every time the dragon went up happily, he came back disappointed. Alas, I can't help. Tianlong patted the dragon's shoulder. Tianlong had a good impression of the dragon. No, it should be said that the senior cadres of the entire guild had a good impression of the down-to-earth dragon. But if he spoke up for the dragon, it would hurt him instead. Chapter 141 vs Tianlong. It's okay, I'll let the president explain, but the president may not be in a good mood now, and being scolded should be enough. The dragon smiled bitterly. Alas! When Tianlong meets Shenlong, a second-generation ancestor, his mentality will naturally become old. President, who is Tianlong, and his strength. As soon as Dian returned to the leisure room, he immediately asked his president. From the time he asked him to wear that set of equipment to the current powerful strength of Tianlong, the president had already predicted the situation just now. Thinking of his elusive and unfathomable president, Dian felt endless admiration in his heart. Haha, Tianlong is an old acquaintance of mine, and I am still very clear about his strength. Dian, you are still far behind him now. Work hard, the future of the world depends on you. I will work hard, and one day, I will definitely surpass you, President. Dian kept saying this to himself in his heart, and he didn't even know that the person on the other side had hung up. Dian has always remembered what the president said about cultivating him to be an outstanding professional player. Since he met the president, he has been stepping into the realm of a first-class professional player under the guidance of the president. Although he is still a long way from the top-level player like the president, reaching the level of the president has always been his goal. Dian, what are you thinking about? Mina came to Dian, but Dian did not find him and was still in a trance. Nothing, but it's a pity that there is no way to be on the same stage with you. Dian said with some regret. At present, Qin Hao's strength has grown to the level of a first-class player. I don't know if he is a martial arts master or a special forces soldier in reality, otherwise why can he grow to this point so quickly? Often, some people who have received certain training in the real world will have such a strong growth space, otherwise many ordinary players will grow step by step to become a powerful master. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's have another good fight next time. Mina said so, but he never thought that their first fight would become a real life and death battle. That's right, there will be plenty of time in the future. After saying that, Oiwa pulled Mina to Jianren Pianfeng and went to drink. President, I'm sorry, said the demon dragon with his head down, while Tianlong beside him sat quietly with his eyes closed. I know. Shenlong glanced at the calm Tianlong, suppressed his anger, and softened his expression. But you can't fail again when facing Fanfiction in the future, understand? I will try my best. The demon dragon hesitated and said. Okay, I want to take a break, you go prepare for the third place match. Vice President Tianlong, thank you. The demon dragon said in the private chat. You're welcome. Mina looked at the colorful protective shield in front of her and was nervously enchanting the flying knife. Facing a master like Tianlong, Mina was very uneasy. As the colorful protective shield in the center disappeared, Mina and Tianlong activated stealth at the same time. But soon, the stealth effect of both of them suddenly failed, and a system message appeared in front of them. System, since both sides have stealth skills, in order to allow the game to enter smoothly, the stealth effect of stealth will be temporarily invalid. Fuck you. Mina cursed in her heart, why didn't you say it earlier, why didn't you say it later, why did you say it now, aren't you trying to trick me? Mina glanced at Tianlong who was approaching quickly, and immediately ran to distance herself from him. Fortunately, the light gravity state of the phantom stealth was still there, and Mina's speed was still a little faster than Tianlong. When Tianlong saw Mina's speed, he was very surprised. Is this speed something a ninjutsu master can have? Tianlong set his sights on Mina. He must have some acceleration equipment like himself. Mina now dared not use ninjutsu to ensure speed, otherwise, once he used ninjutsu, the phantom stealth state would be lifted, and without the light gravity state, he would only follow in the footsteps of Oiwa. However, regarding this point, the flying knife in Mina's hand could just solve Mina's attack problem, but did he have the ability to hit Tianlong? I saw a thunder arrow flying knife in Mina's hand quickly shot towards Tianlong. As soon as Tianlong saw the lightning on the flying knife, he turned around and let it pass. At the same time, Tianlong held a flying knife in each hand, waiting for the opportunity to move. Xuanai didn't expect that Tianlong would be so agile. The lightning arrow flying knife was so close to him, but he could still dodge it, and the dodge distance was controlled very accurately, not more or less. Xuanai asked himself that he couldn't do this step at present, but he would not give up this game because of this. Xuanai held 3 flying knives in his right hand at the same time, and jumped up while running. With a sharp turn in the air, the 3 flying knives in his hand flew out at the same time, flying in the direction of Tianlong. However, Xuanai didn't even fully master the skills of throwing a flying knife, let alone launching 3 flying knives at the same time. The trajectory of the 3 flying knives in the air was not smooth at all, some were up and down, some were left and right, and there was no pattern at all, but Xuanai wanted this result. After turning around in the air, Shui Nai immediately continued to run, ignoring the ding-dong sound behind her. Tianlong frowned when he saw this attack that was like a fairy scattering flowers, but his eyes were shining. Tianlong threw the flying knives in both hands at the same time. After 2 ding-ding collisions, there were 2 dang-dang metal landing sounds. As for the third flying knife, Tianlong did not deal with it, but tilted his head slightly to the left, letting the flying knife pass by his cheek. Shui Nai looked at the situation on the ring, and tried to turn around and throw the flying knives in the air again, but this time, Shui Nai used both hands to release 6 flying knives at the same time, but this time the hit rate was very low, and only 4 flying knives could hit Tianlong within the attack range. Hey, you actually use me to test your moves. When Tianlong saw Mina's move, he immediately knew that Mina didn't know how to throw several knives at the same time. He just threw them randomly. 3 silver flying knives appeared in Tianlong's left hand. He waved his left hand from bottom to top, and 3 silver lights directly knocked down the 3 flying knives in the air, and the 4th flying knife was caught by Tianlong with his bare hands. No way! This happened too fast, so fast that Mina, who was preparing to turn around in midair to complete the task, also saw this scene. Mina's heart was shocked by a storm. This method of catching flying knives was simply a magical skill. Both Mina on the stage and the audience under the stage were impressed by Tianlong's move. Today is just a little over a month since the opening of the server in the ninja world, but Tianlong's strength and skills far exceed the vast majority of players. Mina, who had been paying attention to Tianlong with the corner of her eyes, saw Tianlong's right hand suddenly raised after catching the flying knife, and was shocked and immediately took precautions. Mina immediately summoned an ice shield and added it to her left hand. At the same time, she turned around to face the fast approaching Tianlong. With a wave of her right hand, the ninja stick appeared in her hand, and a huge fireball suddenly appeared on the ninja stick. The fireball and the iron flying knife were sent out at the same time. The flying knife pierced the big fireball and went straight to Mina's head. The big fireball was not moved by the flying knife at all, and flew straight to Tianlong not far away. At this moment, Mina suddenly felt the danger approaching, and instinctively raised the ice shield in her hand. After a ding sound, the durability of the ice shield dropped by dozens of points. Mina took out the ice crystal sword from her backpack, looked at the big fireball that had not exploded yet, and stared at the movement behind the big fireball. 3 silver dots suddenly appeared in the red fireball, and they were growing rapidly. After penetrating the fireball, 3 silver flying knives appeared in a Chinese character. The upper flying knife went to Mina's eyebrows, and the lower 2 flying knives shot directly at Mina's feet. The 3 flying knives were clearly aimed at the weakness that the area of the intermediate ninjutsu ice shield could not cover the whole body. However, Mina did not stand there stupidly to let the flying knives come. He slashed the ice crystal sword in his hand upwards and pressed the ice shield downwards at the same time. All 3 flying knives were blocked, but Tianlong had already bypassed the big fireball. A gorgeous rain of fire appeared behind Tianlong. Tianlong's temperament under the backlight changed obviously. Shui Na felt that Tianlong's eyes became very sharp. Eyes like knives, I'm afraid that's what it means. The light reflected by the silver flying knife in Tianlong's hand also made Shui Na's eyes feel stinging. This feeling is very strange, just like Shui Na's previous sense of crisis, but much more real. This can't be the legendary murderous aura. Shui Na's mind really popped up this thought. But this is too far-fetched. Shui Na now has a stinging feeling all over his body. This is a very obvious feeling of uneasiness, and the source of this feeling is the Tianlong in front of him. You, very good. Tianlong smiled. Compared to you, it's far worse. Shui Na waved the ice crystal sword, trying to use it to dispel the feeling of uneasiness on his body. Maybe, but do you want to use this to fight me in close combat? If you are willing to take back the flying knife in your hand, I will introduce you to try this. Shui Na looked at the flying knife that could paralyze Tianlong, and felt a little scared. Okay, as you wish. Tianlong put away the flying knife and took out the novice dagger. You don't mind? It doesn't matter. Shui Na said directly after taking a look at Tianlong's dagger. The durability of the current ice crystal sword is not much. If it faces that unknown level of dagger, I am afraid that the ice crystal sword will be damaged faster. Chapter 142 Victory or Defeat. Then I'm here. As soon as Tianlong came up, he increased his speed to the highest. The dagger in his hand kept slashing at Shui Na's body, but Shui Na's ice shield was not for display. All attacks were received by the ice shield. And this ice crystal sword is not for decoration. Shui Na swung the sword and forced Tianlong back, interrupting his attack rhythm. However, without the light gravity of the phantom stealth, Shui Nai's movement speed can no longer be compared with Tianlong's. Now he is completely defensive, with very few opportunities to counterattack, and Tianlong's patience is very good, and he did not become impatient because of the long attack. This won't work. Shui Nai was secretly anxious, but as soon as he was distracted, Tianlong immediately seized the opportunity, and the dagger passed the protection of the ice shield and stabbed towards the chest. Shui Nai's reaction was not slow either. The ice crystal sword in his hand slashed fiercely at Tianlong's back, and at the same time, the ice shield pressed hard on Tianlong's right hand, forcibly pushing the position of the stab to the left. Distraction during the battle is very costly. Tianlong pulled out the dagger, looked at Shui Nai who was anesthetized by the anesthetic, and said easily. However, if someone knew that Tianlong's health value was only a little over 100, they might be shocked and sweat. Tianlong's breakthrough just now was also quite risky. After all, he had no equipment and his defense was seriously insufficient. But some adventures are very rewarding. Shui Nai just watched Tianlong's dagger wipe his throat, his eyes went black, and he left the ring. Shui Nai and a group of players who made it to the top 10 were teleported to the podium by white light at the same time. However, looking at this podium that should have been transformed from the ring, without cheers and flowers, everyone felt that this award ceremony was a bit dull and depressing. What kind of award ceremony is this? There is not even a shadow, and even a happy one can't be heard. Dayan muttered in a low voice, looking at the noble letter of introduction in his hand, and his heart couldn't help but feel more unhappy. This so-called noble letter of introduction turned out to be the first link of a special task, and then he had to follow the tasks one by one, and he couldn't make mistakes, otherwise those old-fashioned, arrogant and proud noble NPCs would give you a failing grade for this noble task. And the degree of completion of the task must meet the requirements of the great nobleman, only then will he be appreciated and conferred as the lowest level of nobles' knights. Ah, this series of tasks is really a bummer. Oiwa glanced at the tasks on the task panel. The dense series of tasks made him feel annoyed. Don't you see it on the task? The tasks will change depending on the situation. Mina glanced at the extra 900 gold coins in her backpack and was very happy. By the way, that noble is in that area. Oiwa glanced at the letter of introduction in Mina's hand, but it was a mission item with special protection, so others couldn't see the words on it. Land City, where is it yet? When Mina finished speaking, she heard the system's voice prompt. System, the arena competition conference is officially over, and the dimensional space will disappear in 30 seconds. A burst of white light flashed a few times, and there was no one on the arena anymore. System announcement for the entire server, each main city will complete the update of the arena system in 10 days. In the arena, players will not be punished by death, and the obtained competition points can be exchanged for items in the competition shop. Please participate actively. Ding! Following the system announcement for the entire server, Mina's mail system rang. When I opened it, I found that there was a letter of introduction in the mail, which was exactly the same as the one in Mina's backpack. Diane, what are you doing? Mina immediately chatted with Diane privately. The sender of this mail was Diane. Exchange 1, your letter of introduction has not been bound yet, mine is a letter of introduction to the Element City. Although Alan City is a little far from the Imperial capital, it is much closer than the Element City. Mina also understood what Oiwa meant. Okay, I'll send it to you now. Mina immediately opened the email system and sent her letter of introduction and the best physical gem to Oiwa. However, because the physical gem appeared in the email, Mina was charged an extra gold coin for transportation. Thank you. Oiwa was not a talkative person. As soon as he received Mina's email, he closed the private chat and did his own thing. Well, what should I do now? Mina glanced at the square of the elemental city. There were still many people here. But there was a hint of disharmony. It's the Dark Dragon Guild again, alas. Shui Na found a shadow and went into phantom stealth directly. Shui Na, who changed into an elf costume, immediately put on a lurking mask and went to find the unscrupulous profiteer. However, Shui Na did not expect that even the unscrupulous profiteer was found by the people of the Dark Dragon Guild. The unscrupulous profiteer was now sandwiched between two gangs, one of which was the Dark Dragon Guild, and the other was the God of Heaven Guild. The gunpowder smell generated by the two sides made the surrounding indifferent players flee far away. What's going on? Shui Na asked the unscrupulous profiteer calmly, but there was a hint of anger in her tone. Don't come over now. The people of the Dark Dragon Guild are looking for trouble with you, and they don't even let go of the players you have been dating. You'd better go outside to avoid the limelight first. Asshole. Shui Na cursed in the private chat, and then immediately checked the information of friends such as Hanjian and Shining Sword. Blade Pianfeng, how is the situation over there? Shui Na asked anxiously. What's going on? Nothing happened here. Don't lie to me. Hongyan and Dadun have dropped a few levels. You guys are there. I'll go over now. Don't come over. We are being chased very closely now. Don't talk nonsense. Stay there. Shui Na interrupted Jianren Pianfeng's words, with an indescribable firmness and anger in his tone. Outside the tree demon copy, they are using us to lure you out. Don't. Shui Na didn't have the leisure to listen to Jianren Pianfeng's words and directly closed the private chat. Swindler, I'm sorry, I want nothing, go ahead. They don't dare to kill me here. It's more important to save your friends. Well, take care. Shui Na is no longer happy, only filled with endless anger. There is another person who is also filled with endless anger. Shen Long is now in the guild base, listening to the report in Nguang's hand. In order to hunt down the 5 people of Jianren Pianfeng, he did not expect to lose so many people. Although these people are just some second-tier players, the compensation is not a small number. What makes Shen Long so angry is that so many of his people were beaten up like this by 5 people. This face cannot be lost. Hasn't that Shui Na appeared yet? Shen Long's face was very calm, but everyone present knew that the anger in his heart was like a volcano. No, I suspect that the 5 people did not inform Shui Na about this, so keep surrounding him. I don't believe he won't show up. If he doesn't show up, we will smear him in the forum. Shen Long has lost his rationality now. Not only did he not make it into the top 10, but he also didn't like any of the top 3, especially Tian Long. Tian Long's prestige is much higher than Shen Long, the legitimate president. The most discussed by the people below is Tian Long, the perverted master. This made Shen Long very angry, but he couldn't cause trouble for him openly, so he could only vent his anger on Shui Na and others. I understand. Nguang felt a little uneasy. It was a very rude thing for a big guild like him to take action against a few idle players, and those people hadn't done anything. It is even more unreasonable to blame his own guild. Now he is planning to slander the mortal world on the forum. I am afraid that he will only get worse. This won't work. Nguang shouted in his heart, but he had no ability to change the president's decision. I'm here, team up, and enter the dungeon. Shui Na said to Hongyan and the others in a private chat. But now there is only the dungeon of mythical difficulty. We will be wiped out if we go in. Hongyan immediately retorted. Go in, we are not playing a dungeon, just find a safe place to rest. The Sword of Glory also understood Shui Nai's meaning. Hongyan immediately sent a team application to everyone. Seeing that everyone had joined the team, she suddenly leaned on the scary-sized tree trunk behind her, and gently placed her slender jade hands on the trunk. System, Hongyan's team will enter the mythical difficulty dungeon in 10 seconds. Do you want to enter? Confirmed. Mizuna glanced at the 5 avatars around him, which lit up one by one. These were the players who pressed the confirmation button to enter the dungeon. After 6 white lights flashed, Jianren Pianfeng and Mizuna both entered the mythical tree demon forest. Is my vision not blurry? There are only 5 people there, but there are 6 white lights of transmission. A low-level member of the Dark Dragon Guild said in disbelief. Oh no, Mizuna is here. After Gilong figured this out, he immediately notified Shen Long. Hey, Jianren Pianfeng. Mizuna put away the ninja stick and called Jianren Pianfeng, who was on guard in front. Is there something wrong? Jianren Pianfeng looked at the somewhat cold Mizuna and said a little uneasily. Mizuna punched Jianren Pianfeng's cheek hard, knocking Jianren Pianfeng, who was completely unprepared, to the ground with one punch. What are you doing? Hanjian and the girlfriend who should be Jianren Pianfeng stared at Shui Na with some confusion, but when they saw the radiant sword and the great shield, as well as the beaten Jianren Pianfeng, all lowered their heads and looked guilty. They were even more puzzled. Chapter 143, Easy Dungeon Play. After this punch, I feel much better. Seeing the guilty expressions of the three people, Shui Nai's original resentment disappeared. Some men's friendships are earned through fighting. It's okay, Shui Nai just blames me for not informing him that we were besieged. Jianren Pianfeng came out with Shui Nai at the beginning, but Jianren Pianfeng left first with the excuse that his girlfriend was looking for him. I'm sorry, we are just... Radiant Sword himself felt that doing this was a bit disrespectful to Shui Nai, but if it was a friend, they would choose this way. Leaving pain to your friends is a good friend. Forget it, the incident is over, let's find a safe place. I have never played a dungeon, so I have no idea now. Shui Na said very bluntly. Damn it, you dare to take us into a mythical dungeon without playing a dungeon, you, I don't know how to say you. When Da Dun heard this, he immediately put away his big shield and sat at the door of the dungeon, intending to wait here for the dungeon to end. Anyway, the dungeon will last for up to 2 hours at a time, and there are those people outside waiting together, so it's still a little reward. Is this dungeon difficult? Shui Na said puzzledly while looking around at this legendary dungeon. If the Tree Demon dungeon is ordinary, as long as a team cooperates well, it will not be difficult at all, but this is a mythical level. Every monster here is at the level of an ordinary boss, and the ultimate boss is said to be a golden big boss. Do you think we can beat this? Hong Yan also knew why Shui Na asked him to enter the dungeon, because he didn't understand the situation of these dungeons at all. In that case, let's find a place to hide first. The tree over there moved. Shui Na saw several trees 100 meters away moving. This should be the legendary tree demon. Oh my god, didn't they say there were no wild monsters at the entrance of the dungeon? Their alert range is so far. The Sword of Glory also saw the ups and downs of the treetops and slowly approached here. Follow me, I found a safe place. There was a mountain wall 50 meters away from Shui Na, and there was a concave platform at a height of about 30 meters in the middle of the mountain wall. That should be the place of life. That platform has been discovered in other difficult dungeons, but no one can get up there. It's 30 meters, and that mountain wall is still impossible to climb. Big Shield also understood the safe place Shui Na said, but even though he said that, he still ran after Shui Na. I have a way, just follow me closely. Mina glanced at the female medical practitioner, her name was Yudi, a typical ninjutsu practitioner who couldn't run fast. Xiaohu, hold me tight. Jianyan Pianfeng suddenly hugged Yudi, suddenly increased his speed, and caught up with the team. I'll go first. Mina's figure disappeared, and her speed was so fast that it disappeared. Nguang, have you received the news of their resurrection? Gilong and hundreds of other players. The family has been staying by the tree in the Tree Demon dungeon for half an hour, but no one has been seen to withdraw. And the mythical dungeon that no one has ever entered to seek abuse has been lit up all the time, which also means that at least one person is persisting in the mythical dungeon. Gilong also immediately guessed that it should be Shui Na who has the stealth ring, who has this remaining ability. After all, the perception ability of the Tree Demon is limited, and the stealth skill is still more popular. No discovery. Nguang just replied this sentence. He is very busy now, so busy that he is almost out of touch with the ground. Fuck, they don't want to blow up the mythical Tree Demon dungeon. Gilong was a little surprised. So far, only the big guilds have the ability to beat the expert level dungeon, and the miracle level dungeon above has only been beaten by the Tianchengxia guild, but more than half of their guild's elites were killed or injured, and then their own guild took a big advantage and killed their elites. At present, no guild has dared to try those myth-level dungeons, even the lowest-level Tree Demon dungeons near the Elemental City. Facing the Golden Boss Tree Demon, no player can attract the hatred, and they are often killed with one hit. And the 6 people in the dungeon, Mizuna, really have the idea of blowing up this dungeon. Mizuna, Hanjian, Sword of Glory and the Healing Jade Butterfly, the 4 of them, kept casting long-range skills on the platform. Among them, Mizuna and Hanjian had the highest lethality. One by one, the fire escape ninjutsu with added damage to the tree demons kept attacking the 3 white boss level tree demons below. While the ninjutsu masters above were harvesting the health of the tree demons with all their strength and attracting the hatred of the tree demons, the high defense professions such as the Great Shield and the Blade Bias, which were originally used to pull monsters and resist monsters, were playing guerrilla warfare around these 3 tree demons that were more than 20 meters high. It's so refreshing, it's easy to play a dungeon this way. Day Dun said in the team chat, and then chopped the thick trunk of the tree demon fiercely, causing wood chips to fly. However, the old bark of these tree demons is very tough, and Day Dun's hands are numb from chopping, and their waists are so thick that they don't care about this little bit of damage at all. Yes. Blade Bai Feng, who is not used as a meat shield, also said easily. He has changed to a heavy giant sword and keeps slashing at these tree demons who will not fight back against them. Damn, if it weren't for the many soldiers and grain pills in Shui Na's backpack, we can only watch those tree demons drool. Han Jian said in a big sister tone, somewhat blaming the two people below who were not working hard, but none of the continuous fireballs in her hand were delayed. When the 5 people saw the soldiers and grain pills in Shui Na's backpack, the thought that this guy must have robbed a certain soldiers and grain pill store flashed through their minds. When they saw the hundreds of groups of soldiers and grain pills stacked on the ground one by one, they couldn't react. I don't dare to go out without these things. Shui Na said carelessly. These are some ration pills given to him by unscrupulous profiteers. And now the dozens of life ration pills and more than 10 chakra ration pills in Shui Na's backpack are good things for the later stage. When Shui Na saw the ration pills that he had accumulated with great effort, his heart was very sweet. You are a rich man, we can't compare. This is the real thought of the 5 people. Everyone was playing in the private chat while happily killing the tree demon boss below. Anyway, the tree demon below is big enough. As long as it is not blind, it can be hit at will, but it is impossible to control the accuracy on the face of the tree demon like Shui Na. Shui Na's fireball, Han Jian's continuous fireball, and the flame slash of the blade have a 50% bonus effect on the tree demon. However, the blood volume of the boss level tree demon is more than 100,000. And these tree demon bosses will also have a group skill tree root assault. When Shui Na saw a tree demon suddenly stop and tremble all over, he immediately notified the 2 people below to leave the 5-meter range of the tree demon. After a while, the tree demon suddenly pierced its roots into the soil, and then the soil within 3 meters around the tree demon rolled, and hundreds of tree roots would pierce out from the ground like javelins. These tree roots harder than steel can form a forbidden area for players within a radius of 5 meters. However, this move seems to be an indiscriminate range skill. Every time a tree demon uses this move, the tree demon next to it will also be stabbed by its roots, and the damage is still considerable. When Shui Na, Hong Yan, and Jian Blade Pianfan's fireball, continuous fireball and flame slash successfully harvested the last bit of life of a tree demon, the big shield and Jian Blade Pianfang would pick up the items exploded by the tree demon boss and quickly climb up the platform along the rope. Those tree demon bosses are so kind that they drop so many things. Big Shield took out a wooden shield made of tree demon bark and said happily. This wooden shield is a level 20 purple equipment, which not only has defense bonus, but also life and speed bonus. The most important thing is that it is light in weight. Compared with those thick iron shields, it is much lighter. Coupled with its own speed bonus, it can make Big Shield a shield armor running faster than 20%. But I am afraid of the attack of fire escape skills. I must pay attention to this problem in the future. However, it is easy to be damaged. It's a pity that there are few melee equipment in this copy, but the ninjutsu master's equipment is not bad. Han Jian has already changed into several pieces of fire magic suit equipment. If she continues to fight, she will definitely be able to get a full set. Then we must collect all these equipment when we leave later, otherwise those who are exposed will benefit those people. Jianyan Pianfeng glanced at the top of everyone's head. Except for Mina, everyone else has been red-named. Even Yudi, the medical magician, has a +2 number on his head. Although they have killed many people, their honor value is getting higher and higher, almost comparable to Mina's thousands of honor points. Yet, everyone just responded like this. When they mentioned the members of the Dark Dragon Guild who were still guarding them outside, those people were like mountains, pressing on their hearts, and the originally happy atmosphere immediately changed. I have a way. I will try to hold back the people outside. Use this scroll and go back to my novice village. The guards of the novice village will not appear inside the village. Dark Dragon players are still prohibited from entering there. There should not be too many spies, so it is safe. Shui Na distributed the scrolls of returning to the city of Lanluo village, 3 per person. Many players have already discovered the problem of insufficient defense in the novice village, and many knowledgeable people think that this may be a foreshadowing of a certain plot, but no one has successfully triggered that plot. Chapter 144 Cooperate with you. If you plan to stay as bait, I won't use this. Jian Ren Pianfeng handed the scroll back to Shui Na. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would seek death? I have my own way to leave. You just wait for me to come back there. Shuai said confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, he entered the phantom stealth and jumped off the platform to pull other tree monsters over. This. Dai Dun glanced at the scroll in his hand and hesitated. Trust him, he is not someone who would seek death, and we will only drag him down if we stay here. Han Jian also knew that under the current circumstances, only Shuai had a better chance of leaving here. Outside the tree of the tree demon dungeon, Gilong and other high-level people looked at the data on the only mythical dungeon with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. The data showed that 50% of this dungeon had been completed by Shuai and his team, and it only took a little more than an hour. It was much faster than the 3 expert-level dungeons below. You should know that the 3 expert-level dungeons started half an hour earlier than them, and now they have only reached 45%. In addition, the number of people in these 3 expert dungeons is full of 20 people, but the progress is not faster than the team with only 6 people in less than half an hour. It seems that this world has gone crazy. How can those who have played the dungeon feel? Ahaha, cool, the effect of the fire mage suit is too powerful. Han Jian aimed the unique skill of the fire mage suit, the fire dragon shockwave, at one of the current tree demon bosses, and a red flame beam sprayed out from the fire gem necklace on Han Jian's chest. That red flame beam is a map cannon that can produce 2000 damage per second, and 5 seconds is enough to knock down the health of a tree demon. After the excitement, Han Jian's face was covered with beautiful pink, and she was a little distracted when she saw the 2 bachelors, the Sword of Glory and Mina. Fuck, 10,000 points of damage. After seeing the 5 huge damage values, Dai Dun could only use the word shock to describe his current expression. This fire mage suit is too powerful, very good, and powerful. This is the thought that everyone reacted to. Mina looked at the suit she was wearing and wanted to try this trick. Now they have collected 2 sets, and there are a lot of loose parts. There are too many things that exploded from these bosses, and the quality is also good. In this high explosion environment, everyone's equipment is constantly updated, allowing them to kill tree monsters faster and faster. How many tree monsters are there outside? Han Jian said excitedly. Now she has another set of fire magic suits in her backpack, as well as a few scattered pieces. There should be only 15, but we can't beat them. The height of those red tree monster bosses can already reach this platform, so I dare not lure them over. When Mina thought of those red tree monster bosses that were 30 meters high, she had no fighting power. Just now, a white flexible boss suddenly waved a branch, and it knocked down 1/5 of the health value of the big shield, a high defense shield armor. If it touched the ninjutsu master, it would be killed with one shot. Although Mina also wanted to explode those red bosses, he was a rational person and would not be affected by the current victory and then have any arrogant thoughts. We should be content with what we have gained. We have already gained a lot. If we tell others about it, many people will come after us. We should consider leaving here now. There are less than 20 minutes left before the end of the dungeon. It is time to think about this issue. Swordblade Pianfeng reminded everyone. In the dungeon, you cannot use the scroll to return to the city, nor can you go offline. If you suddenly go offline, the character will be forced to go out of the dungeon. Then it will take about 3 seconds to be forced to go offline, and in these 3 seconds, it is enough for them to die once. My plan is this: I will stay as bait, and then ask to see the dragon. During this time, I will stay there voluntarily, and the price is to let you leave. Shuai said her plan. There is a very important part in this plan, that is, she must make the people outside believe that she has the ability to leave at any time, otherwise those people outside may directly kill Jianren Pianfeng and others. Are you sure you can run away? Jianren Pianfeng asked a little worriedly. 100% can escape, but I'm afraid they won't believe it, and then they will directly attack. Then I will have no way. After all, I am not a god and cannot protect all of you. Shuai also knew that this plan was very inappropriate, but since people were going to die anyway, it would be better to try this plan. It doesn't really matter. As long as we put away all the equipment, I believe they will be less interested. After all, it's not difficult to practice at the current level. The Sword of Glory looked at Han Jian and Yudi and said, after all, men like them don't feel any pressure to go out without equipment, but it's a bit difficult to let 2 delicate girls run naked. Especially in the past few days of getting along, the Sword of Glory knew that Yudi was a girl who was more shy, and it would be very stressful to let her run naked. Choose one between the novice robe and the lurking cloak. Mina took off the novice robe on her body, and then took out the lurking cloak from her backpack and put it in front of the two. Haha, it's a novice robe, I really miss it. Hanjian chose Mina's novice robe, and it's warm. Hanjian threw a wink to Mina, which immediately made Mina's face bloom with two big red flowers. Jianren Pianfeng looked at Hong Yan with great gratitude. With his girlfriend's shy personality, she would definitely not choose first. Hong Yan's action just now not only saved Yu Dai's face, but also saved Jianren Pianfeng's face. After all, it is very difficult for your girlfriend to wear clothes that a man has just taken off, which is easy to cause psychological shadows. Well, now we will meet in Lanluo village according to the plan of the Sword of Glory. After saying that, Shui Nai sorted out the items in a backpack to ensure that he could take out the things in the backpack as quickly as possible. Shui Nai, who was wearing a fire magic suit, took off the flame gem necklace on his chest, put it back in the backpack, and then left the Hong Yan team. System, you have left the team organized by Hong Yan. Since this copy is opened by the player Hong Yan, you will be teleported outside the copy in 10 seconds. Please be prepared. The group of Dark Dragon players who have been guarding outside are chatting very boredly, and some people are playing dice, poker, and other game entertainment props very boredly. However, among these people, none of Gilong and several other high-level players were distracted, and they were staring at the entrance and exit of the dungeon. They had been ordered by Shenlong to stay with Shui Nai today. Now, except for the novice village where the Qing Feng sword was located, all the novice villages had ambushed a large number of players. As long as Shui Nai died, there would be others to help him and he must be killed back to level 0. And now this link of Gilong is very important, so they can't make mistakes. At this time, a white light of transmission suddenly flashed and disappeared, and a fiery red figure appeared and disappeared. The figure disappeared so fast that even Gilong thought he had been looking at it for too long and had hallucinations. But when he saw that several colleagues around him had the same expression, he immediately knew that the big fish had appeared and disappeared, and he was so angry for a while. The enemy is out, everyone get up, hurry up. Gilong suddenly exclaimed loudly, shocking some people around him and staring at Gilong in confusion. What enemies are there here? This is the question in most of their hearts. I just saw a red figure flash and disappear. Could it be the legendary Mizuna? A female thief happened to see the scene, so she immediately spoke out. You can't keep me. As long as I want, you guys are simply dispensable. Mizuna said proudly in the public channel. This sentence not only hit people but also hit them in the face, which immediately made the more than 100 arrogant players of the Dark Dragon Guild furious. Fuck, if you have the guts, come out and fight me alone. I will challenge 10 of you alone. A tall swordsman who thought that his strength was only a little worse than the so-called elite stood up immediately. If you have the ability, find my location first. Mizuna still said in the public channel. You. Just a swordsman, go home and sleep. Mizuna didn't wait for the swordsman to speak again, and immediately rushed to say. Ghost Dragon, you shrimps alone can't deal with me, go find those elites, come here. Who do you think you are? Wait until you get out of our encirclement. Gilong naturally didn't believe Shui Nai's nonsense. If hundreds of people couldn't surround a player, it would be ridiculous to say it out loud. Is that so? Shui Nai stood outside Gilong's encirclement and said loudly. However, Shui Nai only appeared for a moment, was seen by others, and then disappeared. This is impossible. We have clearly surrounded this place. Gilong looked at the place where Shui Nai appeared in disbelief. Is there a traitor? This was Gilong's first-year reaction. How, I know that you have been ordered by Shenlong now. If you don't want to be scolded, I can cooperate with you. Shui Nai started the second step of the plan in Gilong's private chat. How do you want to cooperate? Gilong asked immediately in Shui Nai's private chat. Let my friend go, I can stand aside and wait for your president to come. Then, we will settle the account. Chapter 145 Flame Dragon Shockwave. That trademark is fine, but can you believe it? Gilong was a little skeptical. Oh, I can do what I say. After saying that, Shui Na returned to the tree, revealed his figure, and looked at everyone with disdain. Call your president over, if he has the guts. Shui Na shouted loudly to the members outside, full of domineering. After saying that, Shui Na disappeared immediately. This flashing movement was unpredictable, which caught the ordinary members around off guard. Precedent, we can trademark T-control Shui Na, his movements are too fast. Gilong also knew that he couldn't trademark T kill him this time, so he asked the president to come over so that the responsibility could be shared equally. There are so many of you, even though you can trademark T control even one player. Shenlong's tone was very heavy. I'm sorry, because we have been waiting outside for almost 2 hours, the enthusiasm of the members has dropped to the lowest point, so. Gilong immediately divided the responsibility equally. Anyway, this is also a fact. They would not have thought that Shui Na would come out at this time. After all, they thought Shui Na and his team would fight to the last moment of the dungeon. After all, this dungeon has been pushed to this point. If they don't try to challenge the boss, I'm afraid no one will believe it. But what they didn't expect was that Shui Na didn't come to fight the boss at all. I'll take people over now. As a president, Shenlong naturally has many confidants who help him collect intelligence secretly, so he is actually very clear about the current situation over there. Our president has come, you should come out too. Gilong issued an order to the leader below in the team chat not to attack. After all, with Shui Na's strength, it is impossible for these cannon fodder around to finish him off in one move. No problem. Sui Nai appeared under the tree in a red outfit, holding an ice shield in her hand to protect herself. Sui Nai's fire magic suit made Guilong and a group of members envious. As far as the current situation in the elemental city is concerned, only the Dark Dragon Guild has ever had a complete set of fire magic suits. Even if the miracle level God Ascending Guild has not obtained the most core component, the fire gem necklace? Well, if you want your friend to leave safely, shouldn't you say something? Guilong is also a ninjutsu master. When he saw the fire magic suit on Shui Nai, which only lacked the fire gem necklace, his eyes opened as bright as a light bulb, but it was a faint green light. Is this no problem? Mina naturally knew what Gilong meant. He threw it casually, and another set of flame lawsuits coated in human shapes appeared on the ground. Mina's action made everyone's jaws drop to the ground. Is this the flame lawsuit? Why does Mina's action look so casual and unrestrained? Has the flame lawsuit become a cabbage on the street now? Is this enough? Their eyes popped out immediately after Mina's words. Isn't this enough? There is only one such ninja master suit now. A complete flame lawsuit may cost more than thousands of gold coins to collect. After all, the explosion rate of the core components of the flame law is too low, and it has reached the point where it is hard to find with a lot of money. Mina took a look at the other flame lawsuit in the backpack. In his opinion, this so-called suit is not rare at all except for being a little bit powerful. It is indeed similar to cabbage. Enough, enough. Guilong was anxious to put away the flame mage suit under Shui Nai's feet, but was stopped by Shui Nai's eyes. Tell your dead friends to get out now. Guilong immediately said to Shui Nai. Come out, we'll meet later. Shui Nai said to Hong Yan in a private chat. Shui Nai watched the 5 white lights of transmission disappear one after another, and her heart immediately relaxed. At this time, Shenlong also came over. And there were hundreds of elite players behind him, many of whom were old acquaintances of Shui Nai, but Tianlong and Solong were not seen, and Shui Nai was relieved. Humph, this time I want to see how you leave here. Shenlong did not look at the flame mage suit on the ground, and kept staring at Shui Nai. Leave. Here, it's easy. Mina immediately entered the phantom stealth and disappeared in front of everyone. Shoot for me. As soon as Shenlong finished speaking, a series of quick arrows suddenly appeared and shot in the direction of Mina, covering the area of 10 meters there. However, Mina naturally thought of Shenlong's move, so she had thought of a countermeasure early. Mina stood more than 10 meters in the air and roared, Flame Dragon, roar. Mina simultaneously issued activation commands to the Flame Dragon Possession and the Flame Dragon Shock Wave, but she didn't expect that the Flame Dragon Possession would also give Mina face this time, and it succeeded in one go. Everyone followed the source of the sound and immediately saw Mina surrounded by red flames, and the flame lawsuit that began to emit a dazzling red light. Oh my god! Oh my god! Fuck, this is the legendary Gundam map cannon, hurry up! Various voices immediately exploded from the crowd below, and then people pushed each other and ran out desperately. A flame beam that was much brighter and thicker than the general flame dragon shock wave sprayed out from the flame gem necklace on Mina's chest. However, Mina immediately found that the accuracy of this flame dragon shock wave was too difficult to grasp. So while flying backwards, she quickly straightened her chest and moved the necklace. I saw that the trajectory of the red light representing death immediately changed, and it quickly chased after the dragon. The red light quickly passed through the unlucky players around, and the white light was almost connected in a line, and the corpses fell into a road leading to the dragon. Finally, at the last moment of the 4th second of the flame dragon shock wave, the red light killed a physical practitioner next to the dragon. In the 5th second, it swept the back of the dragon fiercely. The shock wave of the flame dragon with 4000 fire damage per second quickly harvested the life of the dragon, and then the red light directly penetrated his body and hit a shield behind him. A white light followed the dragon. After flying hundreds of meters in the air, Shui Nai had eaten several primary life recovery pills. After returning to the ground, Shui Nai immediately found that he had come to a green snake monster area and was surrounded by more than 10 green snakes. Looking at these green snakes of only level 10, Shui Nai looked at his level again. He was already level 25 and was not afraid of these monsters around him. Shui Nai calmly ate a bottle of primary instant life recovery pills of the Elf Empire brand. After seeing that his health value was instantly restored to the top, Shui Nai immediately took out the return scroll and took a look. This scroll can still be used. It seems that this place is not far from Lan Luo village. After activating the return scroll, Shui Nai immediately turned into white light and left, which took only 5 seconds. As a bloodstain specialized ninjutsu master, even the chanting time of the return scroll has become much shorter. After returning to Lan Luo village, Shui Na immediately saw Jianren Pianfeng and the others, but they were now surrounded by a group of curious players. Looking at the levels of those players, they were all new players at level 10. However, when Shui Na's flaming outfit and the number +40 on his head, which was as red as if written in bright red, all the players around were very surprised and opened a way out. After looking at the time of the flame dragon's possession, there are about 20 seconds left. Now Shui Na can only keep taking out the soldier's ration pills to maintain his health. However, at this time, Yu Dai also immediately raised the ninja stick, and a white light shot out from the ninja stick and hit Shui Na's body. A warm and comfortable feeling immediately surrounded Shui Na, and Shui Na's health was instantly restored. Then Yudi's ninja stick lit up again, and a white ball of light flew out of the ninja stick and shot into Mina's body. A layer of holy white light immediately surrounded Mina's body. Mina glanced at her status bar and saw an additional holy light recovery, a status that can speed up the recovery of life, which is a very practical buff skill for medical magicians. Are you okay? Jianyan Pianfeng returned the novice robe and the lurking cloak to Mina, but the number of kills on Mina's head also increased a little. In less than a minute, so many people were killed. Mina is too powerful. Now Mina and his group have been identified as a group of vicious villains by the surrounding players. After all, the number of murders of these 6 people adds up to 100 people, and they are still idle players without a guild. However, if the players have the ability to see the honor value of these people, their ideas will change immediately. After all, if the honor value soars after killing people, it means that they are a group of good people who punish evil and punish evil. It's okay, it's not the first time I've been red-named. Mina said she didn't feel any pressure. Guards, the fugitives are here, hurry over and don't let them escape. A player actually used their gamer thinking to call a guard to try to trigger some tasks. Mina glanced at the tall guard and immediately went up to greet him, but the guard just frowned and looked at Mina and the sword blade behind him, and didn't immediately make a move to block them. The familiar attitude of the two made the players who were ready to watch the show a little overwhelmed. Sorry, I offended some people outside, so I had to escape here. Shui Na looked at an ER and said easily. Alas, you guys. You are really good at causing trouble. Just now, a few outsiders said they were looking for you, and then they actually tried to assassinate Xiao Ai. If it weren't for the village chief's timely appearance. I hope you won't cause so much trouble again. An ER also knew that Shui Na was not a nosy person, but this matter was indeed related to him, otherwise no one would come to such a small village to cause trouble for the villagers. Chapter 146 Thunder Bomb. You, what did you say? Shui Na didn't care about an ER anymore, and ran to find Xiao Ai directly. Shui Na, what's the matter? Jianren Pianfeng also heard their conversation just now, and guessed something. You go to those training grounds and wait for me first, I will be back soon. Shui Na just said this to them in private chat, without even turning his head back. Are you friends of Shui Na? The level 60 elite guard asked after taking a look at Jianren Pianfeng and the others. Yes, Shui Na just injured those people in order to save us, so please don't blame him. Hong Yan immediately talked to an the NPC, and also used some language skills of the excavation task. I know Shui Nai well. You can rest here. I have to go back to my post. However, an did not pay too much attention to them and left directly. It seems that he does not like Hong Yan and other murderous guys. In fact, an does not dislike them. After all, NPCs can sense the honor value of players. People like them who have the light of justice are the most worthy of their respect. However, if this brings any trouble to this peaceful little village, it will not be what the guards like to see. And the surrounding players did not do anything out of the ordinary. After all, their levels are there. Even if all the new players here attack together, they may not be their opponents. Mizuna came to the village chief immediately, and saw that the village chief was discussing something with the old ninjutsu master. Both of them looked a little sad, and it seemed that they had encountered some problems, which reminded Mizuna of Xiaoi's safety. Village chief, old man, how is Xiaoi? Mizuna suppressed the anger in her heart and asked softly. The feelings for Xiaoi can no longer be expressed in words. After all, the status of Xiaoi in Mizuna's heart is definitely not a term like NPC. Xiaoi, it's okay, it's all thanks to your protection ring. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Now she is just a little frightened, and she will be fine after a rest. The old mage ignored Mizuna's previous address. Now he has seen hope. By the way, we have a problem and want you to help solve it. It's about Xiaoi. The old ninjutsu master immediately got to the point. Speak. Mizuna knew that as long as it was about Xiaoi, the old ninjutsu master would not fake it. Well, it's like this. If Xiaoai wants to enter the Holy Light Academy branch in the Elemental City, she must complete an enrollment mission. This mission is not a problem for us. However, since we can't leave here casually, I hope you can accompany Xiaoai to complete this mission, okay? As soon as the old ninjutsu master finished speaking, Mina's mission panel responded. That's no problem, but I don't know what the enrollment mission is. After all, I'm afraid that Xiaoai will be in danger. Mina is naturally not afraid of death, but Xiaoai is not. This mission is new. It's actually very simple. It's just to walk to the land of the dead outside the Lich Land that was recently discovered and kill a few dark creatures. Although your current strength is not enough, it's still okay to pay attention. Well, when will Xiaoai do that mission? If there is enough time, I plan to go there first. 10 days later. The old ninjutsu master said immediately. Okay, I'll go take care of some small things first, and I'll come find you later. After saying that, Mina hurriedly ran to find Qin. Qin, do you have any high destructive things here, preferably the kind that can blow up some buildings? Mina asked immediately when she arrived at Qin's sundry shop. What do you want to do? Qin glanced at Mina, who was now furious, and was a little surprised. Mina has always been a very gentle personality, and has never been as ferocious as she is now. Murder and arson. Mina gritted her teeth and said, and began to choose the appropriate props in the trading window. Ah, if that's the case, I suggest using this, the thunder bomb. Whether it's destroying buildings or killing and setting fire to destroy corpses, it's the best choice. Qin took out a small mine-like thing from the cabinet below. This is definitely a mine in real life. Mina took a look and immediately had this thought in her mind. This small mine should bite is a kind of anti-infantry mine, but I don't know what this mine will be modified into in this world. Item, Thunder Bomb, Disposable Mechanism. Weight, 20. Item description, this is a prop made of a combination of multiple highly explosive materials. After the explosion, it will cause indiscriminate destruction within the surrounding 1 meter range, with amazing power. Item use effect, it can cause 2000 points of defense ignoring damage to buildings and lives within the explosion range, and the damage cannot be immune. Item use conditions, after activation, it needs to be strongly vibrated to explode. Once the prop is activated, it cannot be retracted or restored. Very good and powerful. This is Mina's only comment on it. The way to activate this mechanism is to press the red crystal on it, and then you can throw it out. However, after this thing is vibrated, it will take 10 seconds to be detonated. And before the explosion, if this crystal is blown up, this mechanism will be useless, you must pay attention. Qin explained some precautions. Understood. Shui Na immediately collected all the thunder bombs. By the way, you die, do you have a resurrection skill? Shui Na looked at the number plus 40 above her head and asked with some embarrassment. No, the price of that skill is too expensive now, and we don't have that much money. Yu Dai spoke more and more quietly. Is there anything? Jian Ren Pianfeng asked immediately. Shui Na's personality is not one that will ask for help easily. I want to commit suicide, and then go to Shenlong and others for revenge. Shui Na's words were shocking. Now, Hong Yan's beautiful eyebrows also frowned. Yes. Are you sure? De Dun asked immediately. You have to try it to know. That's too risky, let's wait a little longer. Hong Yan immediately wanted to hold Shui Na's hand, fearing that he would do something stupid, but how could Shui Na be caught by him? I can't wait any longer. If I don't teach Shenlong a lesson now, he will only become more and more arrogant. I'm afraid he will do something that I'll regret. Shui Na said coldly. There were some things that he absolutely didn't want to happen. What can I do to help? Seeing that Shui Na was talking so seriously, the Sword of Glory knew that they couldn't stop him, so they could only push him from behind. Wait for me to come back. After Shui Na said that, he used the ice crystal sword to cut his throat. After the white light, all the equipment on Shui Na's body exploded, and even the bound phantom ring appeared next to Shui Na's body. Everyone immediately checked Shui Na's level. Shui Na was only level 20 now, and 5 levels were gone in an instant. Shui Na, your level, you were killed, damn Dark Dragon Guild. The unscrupulous profiteer said hatefully when he saw Shui Na's level in the friend panel return to level 20. It has nothing to do with the Dark Dragon Guild. I committed suicide to clean up the red. I am in the Elemental City now. I plan to blow up the Dark Dragon Guild. Are you okay? No, but I owe Tian Shen a favor. Just give it a set of fire magic suits when the time comes. This favor is enough to repay. Shui Na also knew that Tian Shen had been a good person this time, and it was a bit fake, but they did save the unscrupulous profiteer's life, and this favor must be repaid, otherwise Shui Na would feel uneasy. We'll talk about this later, but you want to cause trouble for the Dark Dragon Guild, which is a bit bad. After all, their number is there, and it's impossible for you to do it alone. The unscrupulous profiteer knew Shui Na's character. He would try his best to do what he said, but this matter was a bit too difficult. It's just to blow up their foundation stone. It's very simple. I also know where the foundation stone of the Dark Dragon Guild is. It should be solved in a few minutes, but I can't bear it now. After all, this guild was not built by Shenlong alone. If the foundation stone is really blown up, all the players of the Dark Dragon Guild will be affected. As Shui Nai's anger dissipated, he began to care about the ordinary members of the Dark Dragon Guild. This is just the fault of a few people. If these few people implicate the other 50,000 players, then what is the difference between him and Shenlong? This is simple. Just hit someone. You don't have to kill that person. I have an idea, but can you really blow up that guild foundation stone? That thing can have a durability of tens of thousands, and the guild foundation stone can only be blown up when hundreds of players focus on it. The unscrupulous profiteer didn't distrust Shui Nai, but he was just curious. Shui Nai directly sent the attributes of the thunder bomb to the unscrupulous profiteer, which made the unscrupulous profiteer's scalp numb. I'm telling you, how come you can always get such a killer weapon so easily? Your map cannon has already destroyed the elemental city, causing people to rush to fight the tree demon dungeon explosion fire mage. Now you have this thing, I'm really speechless. The unscrupulous profiteer immediately wrote his idea into a text message and sent it to Mina. After all, it was an important plan, and it is better to write it out. If you just speak it out, it is easy to make mistakes in understanding. I understand. I will open that warehouse first, and then share items with you. In this way, we can reduce the number of times we meet in the future. I really don't want to implicate you again. Shui Na already knew that the unscrupulous profiteer had been killed several times by the people of the Dark Dragon Guild, but the unscrupulous profiteer never complained. Chapter 147 Action. Look at what you said, a game merchant will not offend the guild. As long as you get close to that guild, the hostile guild will naturally come to cause trouble. You will get used to this kind of thing after seeing it many times. It's just that you are a beginner and you are not used to it. The unscrupulous profiteer knew that Shui Na was a person who valued affection and responsibility, so he would naturally find a way to reduce his guilt. Shui Na, dressed in elf clothes, immediately came to the warehouse management center in the southern area of Element City. At present, the southern area of Element City is still a gathering place for players, and all guilds established by players are basically concentrated in this area by the system. The East District of the Elemental City is where the various NPC departments work. The Ninja Master Guild, the Taijutsu Master Association, and the Temple of the Holy Temple are all here. Because of the existence of these departments, the economy of the surrounding areas has been revitalized, so this is still the most famous commercial district in the Elemental City. The North District of the Elemental City is the noble district of the Elemental City. So far, no player has been able to enter this area without being driven away. As for the West District of the Elemental City, it is the most backward and poorest civilian area in the entire Elemental City. However, it is said that there are some mysterious places in it where powerful props can be purchased. Mina, who has been here several times, has already had an overall understanding of the Elemental City, and even has a certain impression of some of the structural layouts in the Dark Dragon Guild base. This is mainly because Shenlong, the idiot, likes to show off too much. Mina remembers that on the day the Dark Dragon Guild was established, a video introducing the Dark Dragon Guild base appeared on the forum, which basically put the layout of the entire base on it. This also led to Shuinai's action today. Shenlong is such a spendthrift. After Shuinai came to the warehouse management center, she spent 10 gold coins to open the main city warehouse. This warehouse can be used in all main cities. Then, Shuinai immediately added the name of her friend, Wu Yanjishang, to the warehouse manager. Looking at the warehouse with a total of 100 grids in front of her, Shuinai immediately stuffed all the physical gems that she didn't use in her backpack into it, and then put in the life ration pills, chakra ration pills, and some high-level elf ration pills and other things that she wouldn't use for the time being. Shuinai took a look at the Heart of Darkness in her hand and the set of dark magic swordsman equipment in her backpack. After hesitating for a while, she still felt that it was safer to put it in her backpack. Unexpectedly, this warehouse of 100 grids was used up by Shuinai by half of the space so quickly, but because this warehouse has the function of upgrading the space, Shuinai is not worried about the problem of insufficient space in the warehouse now. After solving the problem in the backpack, Shuinai immediately followed the main road to the vicinity of the Dark Dragon Guild base. Since this base is located in a big city like the Elemental City, which is guarded by powerful NPCs, the base of the Dark Dragon Guild has no so-called defensive power. The members were seen entering and exiting the 3-meter-wide gate, and they did not notice the passerby wearing a mask and strange clothes. But it is no wonder. After the unscrupulous profiteers made their first pot of gold from the elf items, many merchants also brought in a large number of exotic items with the idea of new items. Mina glanced at the offline time, which was about 30 minutes away, and the weather forecast also said that it would rain all day tomorrow, which also meant that tomorrow was not suitable for stealth. So Mina also made up her mind to give Shenlong a loud slap today. After finding a quiet environment without people, Mina immediately activated the Phantom Stealth and easily jumped onto the low wall of the Dark Dragon Guild. After taking a look at the situation inside the wall, this is the back garden of the Dark Dragon Guild. This garden is very beautifully built, but in this world where strength is respected, there are not many players who have the leisure to enjoy flowers and visit the garden, so this back garden is not popular, and Shuinai sneaks in easily. Shuinai followed the route of the previous video while looking for the glittering guild cornerstone in the back garden. No way, this back garden is so big. Shuinai has walked through several arched doors, but what caught her eye was still the beautiful environment of the garden. This damn back garden was divided into more than a dozen small gardens of different sizes, and the layout was basically the same, which gave Shuinai, who was not familiar with this place, a headache. However, looking at the situation where the flowers on the roadside were much more beautiful and noble than one pot, she should be walking towards the core area of the Dark Dragon Guild. Hey, there are people! Mina immediately noticed 3 figures and the sound of laughter appearing at the corner in front. Mina glanced at the small garden and found a small shelter in the middle. Mina jumped onto it without saying a word. The people who came were 3 girls, hiding in the pavilion. Nai didn't know whether it was because of guilt or nervousness, so she lowered her breathing somewhat unnaturally. In fact, Mina didn't need to do this at all. After all, the distance between the two was a bit far. If they could hear Mina's breathing, then Mina would not be able to sneak in. After the 3 people below left, Mina took a look and jumped directly on the rain shelter. After jumping to a height of about 15 meters, Mina immediately found his target. The cornerstone of the Dark Dragon Guild turned out to be on the side of a path that Mina had just walked. It was a small garden tightly protected by 4 walls. All the doors and stone windows in it were sealed with stones, and then various flowers and plants were planted in these places to cover them. Maybe Mina was too nervous just now, so she didn't notice that the plants in that place were much more lush than those in ordinary places. After Mina jumped into the small garden, she didn't find any traps or ambushes at all. It seems that they are really relieved. Shenlong, you are a cowardly man. You can't beat someone in the ring, but you actually called your own members to attack him. I have seen rubbish people, but I have never seen a rubbish and unmannerly man like you. Shui Na said in the regional public channel. For a moment, all the players within a kilometer radius received this voice message. It is common knowledge that Shenlong was defeated in the ring, but only a few well-informed guilds knew that he asked people to attack his opponent. Comrade, I feel the same way. As a guild known as the strongest, its president can actually do such shameless behavior. I am afraid that only the Dark Dragon Guild can do this. At this time, a hearty voice also appeared in the regional public channel, obviously supporting Shui Na, but this also disrupted Shui Na's original planned conversation. That's right, this Shenlong is really a coward. He can only pull members to use the human sea tactics. It's shameful for a guild president to do this. At this time, another player spoke. Then came the third and fourth voices. These voices suddenly appeared, and Shui Na, the initiator, was unable to react. Shui Na, I recognize your voice, but the ones behind are those nameless people. They must be bored and want to die. Yanlong's voice came out immediately. Hehe, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the president of Tianshan Xiafan Guild. I just feel that as a president, you would actually do such a thing. It really makes me, as a president, feel chilled. Shui Na remembered that the president of Tianshan Xiafan Guild was called Fengqing Yundan, a physical practitioner, who had always been an enemy of the Dark Dragon Guild. It turned out to be you, a nameless person. It's a pity that I couldn't remember your voice. Yanlong's words were like a knife, and he slashed at Fengqing Yundan fiercely. Haha, this just shows that you have a bad brain. After all, you have died in my hands twice, but you still can't remember it. Your brain is really not working well. If there is a chance, I suggest you change it and see if your brain will work better. As soon as Fengqing Yundan finished speaking, a burst of laughter immediately filled the regional guild channel. It seems that Fengqing Yundan has a cheerleading team behind him. Fengqing Yundan, if you have the guts, go out and fight Oneonun now. Yanlong shouted hatefully. Well, considering your bad character, I suggest you wait until the arena is built before fighting, otherwise you will be surrounded by your people again, and I am embarrassed to kill your cannon fodder. After all, cannon fodder is also human. Fengqing Yundan knew that his strength was not as good as Yanlong, so he had to retreat for a while. Anyway, it was well known that the Dark Dragon Guild liked to fight in groups. Cowardly dog, get out of here. Fanchen, what do you want to do now? If you want to quarrel here, we are not afraid of you. Fengqing Yundan did not get angry because of this. In fact, he was also very curious why Shui Na had the leisure to create a new way of playing in the public channel. After all, he just received news that Shui Na was killing everyone in front of Shenlong. I just want to remind Shenlong that if he has the guts, come to me and don't embarrass my friends, otherwise I will not let your guild go. Shui Na's cold tone immediately came out in the public channel. Haha, you are just a small person. You want to fight with our guild, shouldn't you change your brain too? Yanlong shouted loudly in a very unbelievable tone. Even many players around felt that Shui Na was a little mentally ill, maybe he was stimulated by something. By the way, this is just a small punishment. I hope that this will make Shenlong, a brainless fool, understand that a small person can also be very powerful. At the same time, I also hope that all the players of the Dark Dragon Guild can come out to restrain Shenlong's behavior. Otherwise, what awaits you is that the guild you have worked hard to build will be destroyed in an instant. Mina's words were completely irrelevant, which made the players puzzled. At the same time, it also made them think that Mina was a little mentally ill. They all calmed down and continued to wait for Mina's next words to determine whether they should call the customer service number to inform them that a psychotic player appeared here. Chapter 148 Art is Explosion. However, Mina's mission has been completed, and now he was performing his peerless lightness skill on the roof of the house and quickly fled outside. After waiting for several seconds, just when Yanlong was about to say something rude again, a thunderous explosion sounded in the elemental city. Basically, all the players or NPCs in the elemental city who were not deaf heard it. At this time, Shui Na and all the players of the Dark Dragon Guild received a sudden system message. System, the thunder bomb you placed caused 2000 points of damage to the first level cornerstone of the Dark Dragon Guild. Since you are wearing a lurking mask and have not left any evidence, you can choose to surrender to the NPC or forget about it. No way, it actually alarmed the NPC forces of the elemental city. Shui Na thought about it and still felt that it would be better to go offline and avoid it. Surrender, this is very likely a mission, but you have to surrender yourself, this is not a thought at all. The bomb has already exploded, and now you regret it, this is not Shui Na's style. So, Shui Na immediately sent a text message to several friends, stay out of the spotlight, leave a message if you have anything to say. And all members of the Dark Dragon Guild received the following message. System, warning, warning, the foundation stone of your guild has been attacked by a mysterious person, and has currently lost 10% of its durability. The remaining durability is, please defend as soon as possible. Yanlong, what's going on? Shenlong, who was desperately leveling up outside to regain the top spot, immediately roared at Yanlong. It was Shui Na who did it. He sneaked into the base and used an unknown item to attack the foundation stone of the guild. Yanlong was right next to the foundation stone of the guild, checking the foundation stone while telling the people in the city lord's mansion about Qinhao's bad behavior. However, since the NPCs in the city lord's mansion could not find any traces of the attacker at the scene, they did not believe Yanlong's one-sided words, and they were completely in an attitude of following the procedures, and they were extremely arrogant. Where is Tianlong? Is he not here? Only at this time, Shenlong would use Tianlong as the vice president. Today is Friday, he is out. Tianlong would disappear for a day every Friday. This habit was already known to all the senior executives. Many people used to be surprised by Tianlong's disappearance, but after seeing Tianlong's powerful strength, they were relieved. The strongest players also have to level up. Damn, is the foundation of the guild safe now? Shenlong asked immediately. Safe, but the people who came out to investigate from the city lord's mansion refused to believe us and arrest Shui Na because they couldn't find evidence. Yanlong said with a headache, besides, Shui Na said something before, and now it has been posted on the forum. Yanlong immediately told Shenlong after receiving the notice from his men. Shui Na, you are going to kill you. Shenlong said word by word, and Shui Na's words all pierced Shenlong's heart, which made him, who was always arrogant, difficult to accept. As the most powerful guild leader, he was embarrassed by a small player who didn't even have a backer. He really had no face to put down. Moreover, Shui Na's move of blowing up the cornerstone without destroying it was a heavy slap in Shenlong's face. Shui Na's approach clearly meant, it's not that I don't have the ability to destroy the Dark Dragon Guild, I just don't want to do it. This is clearly a respect from the strong to the weak, but if it is used by a player against a guild, how do you want this guild to manage its members? For a time, the life sign of the Dark Dragon Guild, the strongest guild, has been hit hard. Not only was the guild leader often killed, but now even the guild cornerstone has not been saved. What's more embarrassing is that all this was done by a player. This made some players who were originally holding a soy sauce mentality immediately mobilize some friends around them to join some more promising guilds. Anyway, for these players who are not even third-rate, the treatment in that guild is almost the same. Now that this guild has no future, they will naturally go to other guilds immediately. When they left, some players who originally had little guild awareness also left. Human habit of following the crowd is perfectly reflected here. Regardless of how busy the top management of the Dark Dragon Guild is, Shui Na, who logged off early, came to the forum area and checked some of the posts that have just been published. The hands and feet of the gods who came down to earth are quite fast. They made a small matter so big so quickly. Shui Na now thought that what he did this time was just a small matter. After all, the cornerstone is still there, and no player was injured or killed. However, he didn't know that his explosion just now caused at least thousands of Dark Dragon players to quit the guild, and at the same time, the morale of a group of proud Dark Dragon members was hit to the lowest point. Their own cornerstone is just a toy in the hands of others. If this doesn't hit morale, who would believe it? Maybe those members who are just there to make a living won't react, since they are just passing by. Now the members of the Dark Dragon Guild have completely lost their former prestige, like a group of watchdogs who have been kicked out of their homes, looking dejected. Haha, this post really speaks to my heart. Mina saw a post that actually said that Shenlong should abdicate and let Tianlong, a master, be the president. Perhaps the goal of the player who posted the post was to cause the Dark Dragon Guild to be upset, so that other organizations could take advantage of the opportunity. However, Mina himself would support anything that could embarrass Shenlong, so he added a new post agree to the following posts. This is enough for them to bear, but in order to reduce some trouble, it is best to pretend to leave during this period and nip the trouble in the bud. Shui Na immediately thought of the unscrupulous profiteer's final plan, leaving the Element City. Shui Na immediately left the Element City. Although she knew that she had not been caught by the people in the city lord's mansion, it was still important to be on the safe side. After returning to Lanluo village with the return scroll, Shui Na immediately processed the information in the text message system. Now Shui Na's text message system has been set up by Shui Na, and only friends can send text messages. However, when she saw Xiao Mei's slightly threatening content, Shui Na directly and naturally pretended not to see it. Anyway, Xiao Mei was not in the Element City now. Shui Na knew that Xiao Mei and Ye Yan had received a chain mission from a medical ninjutsu master outside. Now they are working with a group of classmates and friends to complete this difficult mission. They will not be able to return for several days. After finding Jianren Pianfeng and the others, he immediately told them the plan of the unscrupulous profiteer and asked them to leave the Element City. Since there is no profession with high survivability such as assassination magician among them, the safest way at present is to leave this city of right and wrong. Jianren Pianfeng and his team had also thought about this idea, but when they invited Shui Na to leave here and travel the outside world, Shui Na refused. With the equipment Shui Na now has, he can live in the elemental city incognito, and he still has the noble mission to complete. Leaving the elemental city now is totally not worth the loss. Under the leadership of Shui Na, the 5 Jianren Pianfengs carefully came to the wild boar territory now managed by the Black Cat King, and began the long task of killing monsters and washing red. The 5 people now have formed a standard team and launched an attack on the wandering wild boar bosses here. Killing monsters and washing red is a very boring thing. There is no experience and no equipment, really nothing, which makes many players have no motivation. If you insist on saying that there is any gain, it is only the tacit understanding of the team that is increasing. Shui Na was watching the 3 physical masters, who seemed to have some deep hatred with the wild boar bosses. They were slashing and attacking wildly in front of them, as if they were venting something, but it was hard for Yu Dai, the medical master. Shui Na, don't you want to level up? Hong Yan took advantage of the fact that the sword blade was tilted to pull monsters far away and walked to Shui Na. Qin Shui Na was now practicing throwing knives against the tree trunk, and all of Shui Na's throwing knives could hit the tree trunk as thick as an arm. Level doesn't mean anything, but your own skills are more important. Shui Na said as he threw another throwing knife, and with a thump it hit another tree not far away. By the way, as long as we work harder today, we can clear ourselves and should be able to leave here tomorrow. Hanjian took the flying knife handed to her by Mina and tried it, but Hanjian's strength was only 5 points, and there was no way to throw the flying knife too far. Mina glanced at the number above Hanjian's head. As a powerful ninjutsu master, she naturally killed the most people. Especially the people from the Dark Dragon Guild, who used low-level players as cannon fodder to lead the charge, allowing them to accumulate kills and want to explode Hanjian's level in one go. Such vicious playing methods have always been the usual playing methods of some guilds. After all, this can make the enemy lose several levels in one go, while they only have a few low-level players injured, and a few silver coins can compensate them. So where do you plan to develop? If you go to the imperial capital, I can ask a friend to help. Shui Na knew that Dian was in urgent need of people, and Hong Yan and the others were definitely qualified. No, we plan to go to the northern border of the human empire. According to the players there, the faction war there is very intense. We plan to go there to get some military merits and honors, and see if we can get a noble status. Then you have to be careful. The war situation there is not favorable for human forces. Chapter 149 and Wei. By the way, are these wild monsters your summoned beasts? Hong Yan pointed to the more than 10 queen ants not far away and asked curiously. Now the queen ants are commanding the soldier ants to fight the wild boar boss, and they are very efficient. No, they are some of my little friends. Shui Na no longer plans to take them in as summoned beasts. After all, they have a certain emotional foundation for themselves. Shui Na is reluctant to ask them to become their own summoned beasts and work hard for themselves. Friends? That's not bad, they don't have to take up the position of the summoned beast pen. Hanjian obviously thought that Mina was planning to train her own wild monster army. After all, there were more than 10 boss-level wild monsters here. Maybe all of them will be taken. Shui Na also understood Hong Yan's meaning, but he had nothing to explain. After all, the owner here was the Black Cat King who had been secretly observing them. And it should still hate that I had taken away its dark heart. A sense of crisis has been hanging over Shui Na. At this time, Shui Na received a text message from the unscrupulous profiteer. He immediately said goodbye to Hong Yan and left. After Shui Na changed the elf equipment on his body, he immediately came to the elemental city to find the unscrupulous profiteer. Have you equipped your things? The unscrupulous profiteer's clothes today are very beautiful, and the elf clothes have an elegant taste. However, if the unscrupulous profiteer can lose some fat and shrink his belly at the same time, then his dress today will be qualified. Ready, but do you need it? It makes you look like you are going on a blind date. Shui Na looked at the unscrupulous profiteer's big belly protruding forward with some amusement. Don't laugh, I just want to make a good impression. If I could be as handsome as you, I wouldn't dress myself up like this. By the way, I heard that our lovely city lord is a 28-year-old beauty. Are you interested in this? After all, you are the first person to contact her in the city of abundant elements. It is definitely a good opportunity to take the opportunity to pick her up. The unscrupulous profiteer saw that Mina was staring at her belly and couldn't help but want to tease Mina. Tisk, you are too unkind, don't teach me bad things, I am a very pure person, I don't do such unruly things. Mina said seriously, if they talked about love affairs with the unscrupulous profiteer, I am afraid they would not have time to enter the noble area today. This is just a suggestion. Think about it. If you get the favor of the city lord, you will be rich. Anyway, this is just a game. You won't lose anything. Just treat it as a practice of how to pick up girls. You won't forget today's mission, will you? Mina looked at the unscrupulous profiteer who wanted to continue to instigate him to pick up an NPC girl as a lover, and had to remind him. Oh, I really forgot while talking. The unscrupulous profiteer slapped the forehead of the reader. After this slap, the unscrupulous profiteer's eyes immediately swept away the previous vulgarity and became serious. Where did we just talk about it? The unscrupulous profiteer asked immediately. Talking about preparation. Mina said a little weakly. Let's go, let's talk while walking. So Mina and the unscrupulous profiteer immediately came out of the shadows. Under the leadership of the unscrupulous profiteer, the two sneaked all the way to the northern district of the elemental city. Seeing that there were several swordsman guards standing guard very seriously at the checkpoint ahead, the two of them immediately came out of stealth. As soon as Mina and the others appeared, they were discovered by the guards. They put one hand on the hilt of the sword, looking alert. Stop, this is where the nobles of the elemental city live. People like you are not qualified to enter this noble place. Please leave immediately, otherwise. One of them, who should be the leader of the guards, did not even look at them, but raised his head high and threatened them right away. That arrogance was so arrogant that he looked down on everyone. This is a letter of introduction. We have something to ask the city lord. Mina said neither humbly nor arrogantly, and raised the letter of introduction in his hand. When the guard leader saw the letter of introduction, his originally arrogant attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, and he bowed to the two of them in a very humble manner to pass the checkpoint. This letter of introduction is issued by the system and has absolute priority for any NPC character, but this letter of introduction is just the opening brick for a series of tasks. From this letter of introduction in his hand, Shui Na knew that the current city lord of the elemental city had encountered some troubles and hoped to overcome the difficulties with the help of the players. I believe that other letters of introduction are similar to this one. However, when thinking of this city lord, Shui Na immediately thought of the sage Yan Xin. I wonder if joining the city lord this time will affect Yan Xin's view of me. Don't use reconnaissance skills after entering, otherwise it will make people suspicious. Shui Na said to the unscrupulous profiteer in private chat while following the steward of the city lord's mansion. Although this steward is a little old, his strength is extremely powerful, and the momentum of a strong man appears next to him very naturally. And Shui Na also felt a strong sense of oppression, rushing towards him. Shui Na glanced at the unscrupulous profiteer who didn't feel anything, and immediately understood that the old steward wanted to test him. Mina is now at level 20, but the unscrupulous profiteer has lost all the remaining levels due to his death several times. Now he is only level 0, even more of a rookie. Now with every step he takes, Chenyu will feel the pressure on him getting stronger. This pressure is not lethal, but it constantly hits Mina's nerves, making Mina always want to stay away from this old man. However, due to Mina's personality, he did not without any thought of resistance, he just followed the old butler silently. You rest here for a while, our city lord will be here soon. The old butler pushed open the door in front of him and motioned for the two to wait here. Before leaving, the old butler took a special look at Shui Nai's mage outfit. Hey, Shui Nai, are you okay? The unscrupulous profiteer had long discovered that Shui Nai had some problems, but because he didn't know what happened, he didn't bother him. Nothing, just now the old butler tested me with his fighting spirit. The palm of this old butler was the same as Fowl, with sword calluses all over his palm and shallow scars on the back of his hand. These were all warrior medals. So, you have passed his test, no wonder he looked at you with a completely different look just now, I thought he was that kind of person. The unscrupulous profiteer saw that Shui Nai was fine, and immediately became evil. Not long after the two sat down, servants brought tea, snacks, and fruits. I don't know if the city lord is pretty or not. The unscrupulous profiteer waited for a few minutes and immediately got bored. He started looking for topics while enjoying his tea. Mina had to close her eyes and pretended not to see anything. However, this system introduction letter was still very powerful. After the two waited for about 10 minutes, the city lord dressed in civilian clothes came to this elegant room. Mina and the other person immediately stood up and performed a civilian ceremony. Although neither of them had learned these etiquettes, this kind of game etiquette action has always existed on the character's etiquette panel. The two just need to activate the corresponding action. This pretty girl in front of her is not stunning, but she has a temperament that makes her look more attractive the more she looks at her. Her clothes are simple and plain, without any affectation. A pair of bright eyes are somehow stained with fatigue, which makes her look more delicate. Hello, my name is Anwei. Thank you very much for coming to help me solve the troubles in my heart. Anwei bowed to express his gratitude. The mayor of the city, Anwei, is an earl. It is our honor. We are happy to solve any problems for a beautiful and noble lady like you. The unscrupulous profiteer stood up gracefully and performed a gentleman's salute for a man to a woman, but due to his body shape, his action was a little funny. Puff. Like a breeze blowing across the lake, a soft and moving smile appeared on Anwei's face, which made Qin Hao's eyes bright. The atmosphere in the elegant room immediately changed after being amused by the unscrupulous profiteer's funny action. Even the most stable old butler softened his expression. Especially Anwei, she laughed so hard that her waist was bent. She tried very hard to stop laughing and wanted to maintain a serious expression as a mayor, but it was obviously no match for the unscrupulous profiteer's extremely funny action. Actually, Lord Anwei, a girl like you should smile happily, instead of living with a frown all day long. I heard that it's easy to get old this way. By the way, I just happen to have some special products of the elves on hand. I wonder if they can catch the eyes of the lord of the city. Seeing that Anwei, a girl, was obviously not very worldly, the unscrupulous profiteer immediately changed his original plan and put some special gadgets in his backpack on the table one by one. These exquisite and elegant gadgets of the elves immediately attracted the attention of the girl Anwei. The elves are a famous noble race, with some natural love and achievements for art, so some of the ornaments or equipment of the elves can be described as gorgeous. And this kind of gorgeous and small objects are often absolutely attractive to girls, especially the earl girl in front of her who is obviously tired of human ornaments. I saw Anwei constantly trying the gadgets found by the unscrupulous profiteer. These items have no attribute bonuses, but they are very exquisite and attractive. Moreover, all these items are made of natural materials, which are much more elegant and unique than the gold and silver items made by the human empire. Chapter 150 Letter. Seeing that the unscrupulous profiteer even prepared a half-manhai mirror, Shui Na could only wonder in her heart. She was obviously the protagonist here, but she was outshined by the unscrupulous profiteer's few gadgets. How could she not be depressed? Does it look good? This is the 12th time Anwei asked Shui Na. It looks good, very suitable for you. I didn't expect that the elves' accessories would be so suitable for you. It's simply designed for you. This is the 12th time that the unscrupulous profiteer rushed to answer this question, and each answer is completely different. After Shui Na glanced at her, she nodded as before, which was considered a response. In fact, what the unscrupulous profiteer said was very correct. I don't know if it was the unscrupulous profiteer's vision or his luck. The things he selected have a miraculous effect of complementing in way in any case. It seems that the young lady is not in the mood to talk about business for the time being. Why don't we go out for a walk? The old headquarters suddenly spoke, and he used the legendary sound transmission. This surprised Mina. Mina nodded and glanced at Anwei, who was discussing the pattern of a bracelet in her hand with the unscrupulous profiteer. While she was not paying attention, Mina immediately activated the phantom stealth and walked out briskly, without attracting Anwei's attention at all. Hey! The old butler was a little surprised after seeing this scene, but he was also a person who was used to big scenes, and he calmed down in an instant. The unscrupulous profiteer looked at the two people who suddenly disappeared, and there was nothing to worry about. Instead, he worked harder to please the NPC girl in front of him. In a small garden outside, Mina and the old butler sat in the pavilion by the small lake. Are you really a ninjutsu master? The old butler brewed a pot of tea and drank it with Mina. It's genuine. Mina took out the ninja stick, and a fireball immediately emerged from the top of the stick. Very interesting, a mid-level ninjutsu master can actually have this ability, not bad. The old butler said directly. He did not mean to look down on Mizunao, a mid-level ninjutsu master, but he felt that Mizunao gave him a feeling that was completely different from those mid-level ninjutsu masters he had seen, and he did not feel like a ninjutsu master at all. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Mizunao, can I know your name? Mizunao took a sip of tea and savored it carefully. My name is Wen Na, and I am the old servant who takes care of the young lady. The title on the head of the old butler named Wen Na changed immediately. Excuse me, have you reached the level of Sword Saint? Mizunao finally raised the question in his heart. No, I am still one step away from Sword Saint, but I am afraid I will never be able to take that step in my life. Wen Na said self-deprecatingly, according to what you said, you have seen the Sword Saint. Yes, and I can ask for you to see if he can help you. Mizunao knew that for NPCs, their levels were not upgraded by gaining experience from killing monsters, but there was a process of change from quantity to quality. Although they can also get experience by killing monsters, these experiences are only a matter of quantity. Only after a process similar to enlightenment can they go to the next level and completely change their quality. The most obvious thing here is that if a great swordsman gets the right opportunity and suddenly enlightens, then he may directly enter the level of swordsman without any quantitative change process. This is much more difficult than for a creature like a player who speaks by experience. After all, there is no fixed number for opportunities. Sometimes, this step is a lifetime. Haha, I appreciate your kindness. However, I think the swordsman you know should not affect anyone's disturbance. After all, I have been in this elemental city for so many years, and I have never heard of a swordsman living nearby. This itself has explained a lot of problems. So in the future, you can't casually reveal the news of your swordsman friend, otherwise it may implicate him. Sometimes, reputation is a harmful thing. Wen Na's words shocked Shui Nai. By the way, Fal does have a motive to hide from the world, otherwise he would not have humiliated himself in a small village like Lanluo village. By the way, I want to ask you, what is your relationship with Sage Yangzhen? Wen Na also asked the question in his mind. Master Yangzhen. Shui Nai frowned and repeated it. Thousands of thoughts had turned over in his mind, but he didn't think of how to answer, so he had to bite the bullet and said, to me, he is half a teacher. Did Sage Yangzhen tell you about him and the city lord's mansion? I know a little bit. Shui Nai suppressed his heartbeat and pretended to be calm. So, you know what our former patriarch did to Sage Yangzhen? Wen Na's fingers slid on the edge of the teacup. Yes. At this point, he had to bite the bullet and say it. Don't be nervous. If you know this, I don't need to explain too much to you. I can only say that my family head was not kind to Master Yangzhen back then. Wen Na suddenly changed his address and bowed his head to admit his mistake to Shui Nai, which scared Shui Nai so much that she left her seat immediately. What are you doing? Master Yangzhen and I are just acquaintances. You are telling me these things, and I don't know. You have to tell me what you want me to do first, otherwise I can't help you. Shui Nai's mind was a little confused by Wen Na's move, and she didn't speak clearly, but her meaning was very clear. Alas, it's not the problem of the city lord. I really don't want to see what happened decades ago happen again. Wen Na now looked like he had suddenly aged a few decades, and he didn't look like a master at all. You mean, someone wants to grab the throne of the city lord? Shui Nai immediately lowered his voice. Yes, if Yangzhen wasn't there, I'm afraid that kind of thing would really be discovered again. You are also a master, don't you have any confidence? Shui Nai said puzzledly. You may not know the reason behind this. For these main cities controlled by nobles, the position of city lord is usually held by the head of the family. However, this rule is limited to men. Once our young lady gets married, she will lose this inheritance. If you inherit the rights of the head of the family, then you will lose your status as the city lord. So, can't you marry into the family? Shui Nai immediately thought of this. No, the marriage of nobles is all about being well matched. For example, Our Lady is a count, so her husband can only be a count or above, otherwise the family will not recognize them and will be expelled from the family. And will a man who is a count choose to marry into the family? Even if he is willing, their family will not be willing to be humiliated by it. Oh my god, this game setting is too that. Shui Nai said in her heart, political marriage, a strong alliance. Shui Nai said the conclusion in her heart. Yes, the nobles think they are born noble. In order to ensure the purity of their bloodline, they can only do this. What a ridiculous life. Wen Na seems to dislike this kind of plot very much, but unfortunately, as he said, their lives are ridiculous. Then what do you want me to do? Mina now found that the key to becoming a noble this time should be him. Our young lady has 2 half-brothers, but they are not candidates for the important task, and they are too ambitious. That's why the previous head of the family gave the position of head of the family to the young lady. At the same time, the young lady has an equally ambitious uncle. He failed to get this position, so he has been holding a grudge, and now he has reached the point where he has to be on guard. Therefore, for now, the only one who is capable of being the city lord, besides the young lady, is Sage Yangzhen. As long as he is willing to express his position and return to the family, no one in the family can oppose him to inherit the position of head of the family, whether in terms of seniority or background, and the young lady can be liberated and become the happy girl she used to be again. But I don't think it's likely. Shui Nai immediately knew the difficulty, that is, Yan Xin must be willing to nod. So I hope you can give this letter to Sage Yan Xin, as long as it can prevent the Andrew family from being annexed by others because of this turmoil. No matter what I have to pay, I am willing to do it. Wen Na took out a letter from his arms and pushed it in front of Shui Nai. Shui Nai immediately received the task prompt from the system. Regardless of whether this task is successful or not, as long as he gives this letter to Yan Xin, he can become the first noble in the Elemental City Knight. Don't worry, I will definitely deliver it. Shui Nai took the letter and put it in his backpack immediately. Uncle Wu Yang, I have already obtained the next round of tasks here. Shui Nai and Wen Na have already discussed it and are on their way back to the elegant room. Oh, no wonder I think this way is a little strange. But I'm almost there. Wu Yang Profiteer said happily. Almost. What are you doing? Cheat? Oh, no, it trademark S cooperation, hehe, I didn't trademark T expect my luck to be so good. The unscrupulous profiteer laughed very unscrupulously, and he also planned to whet Mina trademark S appetite. You must not mess around, be careful of being chopped off. Mina warned weakly. Itsk, I have always been open and above board in doing things, and I trademark am not afraid of anything. The tone of the unscrupulous profiteer was full of justice. When the two came out of the city lord trademark S mansion, they were all red-faced and looked very happy. You are planning to build a store there now. Mina looked at the real estate sales license cheated by the unscrupulous profiteer, and couldn't trademark T help but admire the unscrupulous profiteer trademark S powerful means, using only some small things to successfully deceive a simple girl.